everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto Multiverse Character Templates. Chapter 201 to 224, Chapter 201, The Third Kazekage's Whereabouts, Chunin Exams. The three snake princesses returned to the metropolis of the Land of Water, while Natsuki returned to Konoha. He walked to his desk and sat down. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 7 of the Unohana Retsu template, Kaido. Natsuki nodded slightly. He had finally unlocked the last ability of the Unohana Retsu template. Kaido was one of the 3 Kido arts, specializing in healing without the need for chanting. In the world of Naruto, it was medical ninjutsu that required no hand seals. Natsuki could completely heal himself while fighting. Just thinking about it made him feel a little sympathy for his enemies. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 3 of the Sengo Muramasa template, Flame. A new line of text appeared. This was the ability unlocked after obtaining the longsword, Nuibari, the blast sword, Shibuki, the thunder swords, Kiba, and the twin swords, Hiramakarei. Flame was a type of fire used to forge ninja tools. However, Natsuki discovered that the information he received was far more than that. It also included Sengo Muramasa's forging techniques. In other words, he could now even forge the legendary cursed blade Muramasa. However, the cursed blade Muramasa was still only a legend. The historical Muramasa was simply a finely crafted blade without any special abilities. Natsuki let out a breath. Although disguising himself as Kyumo's Toroi had delayed him by nearly 2 weeks, judging from the results, it was worth it. After obtaining Flame, Natsuki could unlock ability 2 of the Sengo Muramasa template, Trial Cutting. But to be honest, Trial Cutting was not especially useful. Because he already had Broken Phantasm. However, the unlock condition for Trial Cutting, forging 7 ninja tools with special effects, might produce unexpected results. He planned to choose 7 people and forge 7 ninja tools tailored to them. Natsuki first excluded Kushina, Nono, and Konan. Because the 3 of them already had the sorcery climb attacked. Orochimaru and Nawaki could also be excluded. They had the Kusanagi sword and the great sword, Samahata. The remaining candidates were Tsunade, Yahiko, Nagato, Minato, Mikoto, Pakura, and others. Natsuki rubbed his chin. To forge ninja tools with special effects, he would need special materials. The special materials Natsuki currently possessed were the 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. But not all of the swords could be reforged. After excluding the great sword, Samahata, there were only 3 ninja swords with special effects. The Kubikurabocho, the thunder swords, Kiba, and the twin swords, Hiramakarei. The remaining longsword, Nuibari, the blunt sword, Kabutawari, and the blast sword, Shibuki, did not count. The reason was simple. The longsword, Nuibari's special point was its needle-like blade. The blunt sword, Kabutawari's special point was the combination of a hammer and a giant axe. The blast sword, Shibuki's special point was explosive tags. But the Kubikurabocho, the thunder swords, Kiba, and the twin swords, Hiramakarei, were completely different. The Kubikurabocho could absorb the target's blood and regenerate itself. The thunder swords, Kiba, could summon lightning. Aside from releasing chakra balls, the twin swords, Hiramakarei, could also absorb an enemy's chakra after killing them. Natsuki quickly came up with an idea. The Kubikurabocho could be reforged into a ninja sword for Yahiko to use. Because a ninja sword that could absorb blood was very suitable for blood demon art. The twin swords, Hiramakarei, could be reforged into special Flying Thunder God Kunai for Minato to use. Flying Thunder God Kunai combined with the ability to release chakra balls and absorb enemy chakra would have triple the effect. The thunder swords, Kiba, were best suited for a lightning release shinobi. There were not many lightning release shinobi in Konoha. The one familiar to Natsuki was Kakashi. Since Tsukumo had not died, Kakashi had not inherited the white light chakra saber. It could indeed be given to him. The remaining ninja tools would be more troublesome to forge. A flash of inspiration suddenly came to Natsuki, and he thought of the 6 paths ninja tools. The effects of the Kokinjo, the 7-star sword, and the Bashozen were all very special. He could completely take them and reforge them. The more Natsuki thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. In the original timeline, Kumo's Kinkaku and Ginkaku possessed for 6 paths ninja tools. Because they had the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, they could use them. During the First Shinobi World War, Kinkaku and Ginkaku launched a rebellion, and killed the second Raikage and the second Hokage. But the 2 of them were also killed. In the end, the whereabouts of the 4 6 paths ninja tools they possessed became unknown. It was not until the Fourth Shinobi World War that Kabuto used the reanimation jutsu to summon Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Appearing along with them were their 4 6 paths ninja tools. In other words, Natsuki could copy Kabuto's method and obtain the 4 6 paths ninja tools through reanimating Kinkaku and Ginkaku. The only problem was that he needed some flesh or blood from Kinkaku and Ginkaku in order to use the reanimation jutsu. But since Kabuto could reanimate them, it meant their corpses still existed. They were most likely in Kumo. Thinking up to this point, Natsuki had already planned what he needed to do next. He would have the snakes from Ryuchi Cave search for Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses. First, he would reforge the 3 ninja swords. Natsuki thought for a moment, then stood, and went to the Hokage secretary's office next door. He stood at the entrance and beckoned to Mikoto. Minato and the others glanced over, then continued working. Mikoto immediately stood and walked to the door. "Go to my office." After saying that, Natsuki turned and left. Mikoto quickly followed him. "Mikoto." Natsuki sat on the sofa and said, "There is something I need you to do." "What is it?" Mikoto nodded and asked softly. "Prepare a ninja tool shop. Buy a full set of forging tools." Natsuki paused, then added, "Do not let anyone know." Mikoto could not help feeling puzzled. Did Natsuki want to forge ninja tools himself? But why would he waste time forging ninja tools? It was normal for Mikoto to think this way. Because aside from the legendary 6 paths ninja tools, the ninja tools in the shinobi world did not have many special effects. Although Mikoto did not quite understand Natsuki's behavior, she said nothing and agreed. Natsuki stood and walked toward her. Seeing this, Mikoto's heart trembled. She turned her eyes away and stood in place, both shy and expectant. A moment later, she felt a slight ache in her chest. Mikoto subconsciously widened her eyes. The kiss she had expected did not happen. Instead, she was met with an even bolder action. "Mikoto, you really are considerate," Natsuki said with implied meaning. It is what I should do." Mikoto lowered her head and said with a flushed face. "Notify me when everything is ready." Natsuki withdrew his hand and said, Mikoto responded. She turned and walked out of the office. Only after the door closed did she let out a breath. She lowered her head and found that faint marks had appeared on the snow-white skin near her collar. Mikoto tugged at her collar and hurriedly left. Natsuki sat back at his desk. After finishing his little teasing, he continued working. Time arrived at the next day. Natsuki received intelligence from Kumo and Kiri. The intelligence from both shinobi villages was related to Toroi, but the contents were different. Because Toroi had killed 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kumo defined him as a hero of the village and gave him high honors. On Kiri's side, the report stated that Yuzukiro had successfully avenged Munashi Jinpachi. Unfortunately, he and Toroi had died together. As for the 2 ninja swords, the blast sword, Shibuki, was judged to have destroyed itself, while the twin swords, Hiramakarei, was believed by Kiri to have been taken by Kumo. But in reality, Kumo had not taken it. They had also searched for the twin swords, Hiramakarei, but found nothing. In the end, they could only assume that Kiri had summoned it back. In short, through a series of coincidences, the conflict between the two shinobi villages intensified even further. The third Mizukage also issued an order. He would select outstanding shinobi from this war to become the second generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Without a doubt, this order ignited the enthusiasm of Kiri's shinobi. After all, the status of the 7 ninja swordsmen was clear. Becoming one of the 7 ninja swordsmen could absolutely be called rising to the top in a single step. The only awkward part was that all 7 swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen were gone. Continuing to call them the 7 ninja swordsmen no longer truly matched the name. But in the end, the third Mizukage still did not change the title. He wanted to use this name to remind the new generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen to remember their humiliation. After Natsuki finished reading the intelligence, he stopped paying attention to it. He cared more about his locked character templates. Natsuki opened a spatial gate and arrived at the leader's office in Amigakure. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko immediately stood and greeted him. Tell me about Amigakure's recent situation. Natsuki went straight to the point. Nagato led people to clean up all unstable factors in the Land of Rain, including wandering shinobi, bandits, and robbers. Yahiko said with a face full of smiles, now, whenever the residents of the Land of Rain mention Amigakure, they are full of praise. Create a system for regular cleanups to prevent them from appearing again. Natsuki reminded him. Yahiko nodded and said, I have already asked Nagato to begin establishing Amigakure's ANBU. When the time comes, ANBU will be responsible for this matter. You can merge CP9 with ANBU. Natsuki suggested. He had originally established CP9 to trigger the corresponding character template. Now that the goal had been achieved, it could be merged with Amigakure's ANBU. In any case, the two departments served the same function. I was thinking the same thing. Yahiko agreed and said, after the merger, Yukaina will still be in charge. Has Akatsuki's secret base been established? When Natsuki heard Yukina's name, he asked. It has been established, but we placed it deep beneath Amigakure. Yahiko explained his reason. I think Akatsuki's secret base can be used as a shelter. Clearly, he had considered the most extreme situation. That would be Akatsuki facing a life-or-death crisis. That works. Natsuki nodded and said. Kakuzu has built schools in the Land of Rain, and we have also renovated Amigakure's Ninja Academy. Yahiko said happily, classes have already started. You have done very well. Natsuki paused slightly and said, I actually forgot about that before. Natsuki-sensei, you have too many things to handle. It is normal to occasionally forget something. Yahiko shook his head and said. How is Kakuzu's side going? Natsuki asked again. Yahiko immediately began speaking about the recent situation in the Land of Rain. Overall, everything was progressing according to the plan Natsuki had given them. For example, road construction, building schools, and researching crops suitable for the Land of Rain. Aside from that, there was mining. A gold mine had been discovered in the Land of Rain. Dawn Company had established a branch company for this and begun mining it. Very good. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, I will give you another task. Have Earth release shinobi build and repair houses. For whom? Yahiko asked in confusion. Starting from Amigakure, spread out to the entire Land of Rain. Natsuki answered, let every resident and every shinobi live in a decent house. Yahiko could not help freezing. He steadied himself and realized the importance of this measure. True peace was not only the absence of war. More importantly, it meant having a warm place to live and enough food to eat. Natsuki's plan was moving toward true peace. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko said with excitement on his face. Anyone would be this excited when seeing their dream about to come true. Natsuki smiled and did not stay for long. He turned and returned to Konoha. 1 week later, Mikoto had prepared a ninja tool shop. Under her lead, Natsuki walked into the shop. The location of this ninja tool shop was extremely remote, and there were not many residents nearby. Mikoto, you can go back first. After looking around, Natsuki said with great satisfaction. I can stay and help. Mikoto hesitated for a moment and said. Be good. Natsuki raised his hand and pinched her cheek. His tone was gentle but allowed no refusal. Mikoto's body trembled, and she felt a tingling ache in her heart. She nodded and turned to leave. Natsuki thought for a while, then took out the twin swords, Hiramakarei. A terrifying flame surged out from his palm. The hardness of the twin swords, Hiramakarei, did not need to be explained. But under the burning of this flame, they were slowly melting. Natsuki made an estimate. Reforging these 3 ninja swords should take him 2 months. To be fair, that was already quite fast. Natsuki remembered that Granny Cat had taken more than 3 months to forge the sorcery climate act. Time quickly reached March. The Ninja Academy once again welcomed graduation season. The students graduating this year were far inferior to those from last year. Natsuki paid some attention and found that there was not a single familiar name. At the same time, his 3 ninja tools were also successfully completed. Minato. Natsuki called out to Minato at the entrance of the Hokage building. Minato stopped and looked at him. Come over here. After Natsuki spoke, he walked toward a nearby tree. Natsuki. Minato walked up and asked curiously, is there something you want to tell me? No. Natsuki took out 7 kunai and said, a gift for you. His original plan had been to reforge them into 1 kunai, but the twin swords, Hiramakarei, had too much material, so he made 7 kunai. However, the 7 kunai did not unlock the Sengo Muramasa template's trial cutting. The system most likely regarded these 7 kunai as one set. Why are you suddenly giving me kunai? Minato accepted the 7 kunai and asked in confusion. Because they suit you. Natsuki blinked and said. Is there something special about these 7 kunai? Minato reacted and asked. Natsuki took 1 kunai and infused chakra into it. The kunai suddenly trembled and a chakra beam shot out from its tip. After it struck the tree in front of them, it immediately left a hole straight through the trunk. Minato's pupils contracted when he saw it. If this power hit a shinobi, it would be enough to kill them or seriously injure them. It has another function. It can absorb the target's chakra. Natsuki handed the kunai back to him and said. No, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Minato said without hesitation. It is not that precious. Natsuki took out a ninja sword and said, this sword is for Kakashi. It contains lightning release chakra crystal. Minato opened his mouth and was momentarily speechless. It was no exaggeration to say that lightning release chakra crystal was priceless. And he was giving such a ninja sword to Kakashi. All right, accept them. Natsuki said without minding it. Thank you. Minato hesitated for a moment, then finally said. They do not have names. Natsuki paused, then thought of Minato's naming sense and said, how about calling them the Sword of Shinobi Love, and the Blade of Lightning Fong? How did you know my Flying Thunder God kunai are called the Sword of Shinobi Love? Minato asked in surprise. I heard about it. Natsuki said without changing his expression. As for the Blade of Lightning Fong, it was an imitation of the white light chakra saber. Of course, this name easily made people think of the thunder swords Kiba. The names of the 2 ninja swords were relatively similar. But it did not matter. If Natsuki said it was the Blade of Lightning Fong, then it was the Blade of Lightning Fong. If Kiri said it was the thunder swords Kiba, then they could try using the ninja sword summoning scroll to summon it and see whether it responded. See you next time. After Natsuki said goodbye to Minato, he returned to his office. He opened a spatial gate and arrived at the leader's office in Amigakure, then gave the reforged Kubikura Bocho to Yahiko. Natsuki named this sword Blood Drinker. At that moment, he sensed the disappearance of an eyeball clone. With a thought, Natsuki said goodbye to Yahiko and arrived in Suna. The third Kazekage will head to the metropolis of the Land of Wind in 1 week. When Pakura saw him, she spoke directly. There is finally an opportunity. Natsuki nodded, then asked, "Are you ready?" "Do not worry. I have been preparing during this period." The conflict between Kumo and Kiri is growing more intense, and Iwa and Suna are also preparing for war. War is not far away. Orochimaru said, "I want to hold a Chunin exam before the war begins. I will organize it." Natsuki immediately replied. In the original timeline, a Chunin exam was also held around this time. Asuma, Kurenai, Might Guy, and others all participated. Orochimaru nodded and said, "Notify me when the time comes." "Sensei, how is your wood release experiment progressing?" Natsuki suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should succeed this year." Orochimaru smiled faintly and said, "Perhaps by then, we Konoha will have a wood release shinobi unit." To be continued. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Third Kazekage ending. 3,163 words. Natsuki returned to his office. Preparing for the Chunin exams was not difficult. Especially when it was a Chunin exam held by a single shinobi village. The other 4 shinobi villages were either at war or preparing for war. Even if Konoha sent invitations, they would not participate. Some small shinobi villages might participate, but there was no meaning in it. The gap between small shinobi villages and the 5 great shinobi villages was too large. It was better not to invite them at all and save time and effort. Natsuki called Zou over. He had him immediately send Anbu shinobi to notify the shinobi squads with genin members. If they wanted to participate in the Chunin exams, they had to finish registering within this month. Before long, there was a knock on the door. Natsuki. Nawaki walked in and asked impatiently, "Will your squad register for this Chunin exam?" "My 3 students already have Chunin level strength, so naturally they will participate." Natsuki asked in return, "Are you not planning to let your students participate?" "I was afraid your squad would not participate. If that happened, the Chunin exam would not be difficult for them." Nawaki laughed. "You have that much confidence in them?" Natsuki asked in surprise. "Not really." Nawaki shook his head and said, "My goal is to let Anko suffer some setbacks. She has been a little restless recently." "That sounds familiar." Natsuki could not help smiling as he said. Nawaki froze for a moment, then reacted as well. Tsunade had said something similar before. Thinking about it this way, Nawaki realized that Anko's personality really was similar to his own. Natsuki continued, "Minato's 3 students will probably participate as well. Then I'll leave first. I need to give Anko and the others special training during this period." Nawaki nodded and said. After he left, Natsuki returned to the Senju clan compound. Natsuki-sensei. When Guy and Kurenai saw him, they quickly stopped training. "There will be a Chunin exam next month." Natsuki went straight to the point and said, "I have already registered you." "Great." Guy instantly became excited. "I will bloom with my youth just like my father." Kurenai was not as excited as him, nor was she as confident. But she still had confidence in becoming a Chunin. After all, she had learned quite a lot of genjutsu and taijutsu from Natsuki. Spend this period training harder. After Natsuki finished speaking, he went to Konoha Hospital. Nona was not in her office. He immediately used observation haki and quickly confirmed her location. She was performing surgery in the operating room, and Shizen was with her. Natsuki was also a medical ninja. He observed carefully and found that the surgery had already reached its final stage. Natsuki did not disturb them. Since he had nothing else to do, he sat on the sofa and waited. He thought of his spirit transformation technique. After studying the spirit transformation technique for so long, he had fully mastered it, but it had not triggered a character template. Natsuki felt that the timing had not yet arrived. The triggering of some character templates required several conditions to overlap. Simply learning the spirit transformation technique was not difficult enough. But he could foresee that the character template triggered at that time would not be bad. Before long, the sound of the door opening rang out. Nono and Shizun walked in. When they saw Natsuki, both of them froze slightly. Shizun. Natsuki spoke first. Next month, you will participate in the Chunin exam together with Guy and Kurenai. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Shizun understood. Shizun, go rest first. Nono thought for a moment and said, starting tomorrow, I will give you targeted training. Hearing this, Shizun turned and left. The door closed. Nono walked toward Natsuki. She naturally sat on his lap. Are you tired? Natsuki reached out and stroked her soft thigh. I'm not tired. Nono said softly, this surgery was not difficult. I led it mainly to teach Shizun. I see. Natsuki asked again, do you have anything else to do next? Nono's breathing paused. She shook her head, then sat facing him before Natsuki could answer. Natsuki lowered his head, and could not help taking a breath against her. A pleasant fragrance came toward him. Nono's body trembled slightly, but she held him even tighter. Natsuki's right hand moved down and patted her shapely hips. Nono blushed and gripped the hem of her clothes. She was wearing a long robe, somewhat similar to a nun's habit. Her snow-white thighs were revealed. Natsuki leaned forward and kissed her. However, Nono was rather playful and kept avoiding him. Natsuki could not hold back any more and directly lifted her up. The sudden feeling of being suspended made Nono hold him tightly. Her beautiful eyes were full of haze, and she bit her rosy lips, looking as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. Natsuki held her body as he walked to the window. When Nono saw the window, she suddenly tensed. She steadied herself and barely regained some clarity. In theory, people outside could see them through the window. Natsuki immediately felt a tingling sensation. He guessed what Nono was thinking. In fact, he had done it on purpose. Moreover, Nono was too focused, so she had not noticed that he had already set up a concealment barrier. Do not worry. They cannot see us. After a brief grimace, Natsuki said. Nono looked at him with a slightly resentful gaze. In the end, she became a little angry and bit him. It was not until noon that her anger faded. Natsuki carried the soft and fragrant her home, letting her rest properly. 1 week later. Suna. Natsuki sat on the sofa and looked at Pakura in front of him. She had changed into combat clothing that suited battle very well. I can let you fight the third Kazekage first. Natsuki joked. If that is your order, I will naturally carry it out. Pakura said calmly, I can heavily injure the third Kazekage. At that point, you can kill him easily. With your strength, if the third Kazekage is heavily injured, you will be heavily injured too. Natsuki stood and walked in front of her. He pinched her cheek and said, you will look terrible after being heavily injured. I am under the blood curse. As long as you do not die, I will not die. Pakura froze slightly and said. All right. I brought you along to watch the battle. Natsuki told the truth. I never planned to let you take part in the fight. Can you really do it alone? Pakura hesitated for a moment and asked. You need to be punished for asking that question. Natsuki's gaze fell on her lips. Pakura noticed his gaze, and panic inevitably appeared in her heart. But in the next second, she stood on tiptoe and kissed him. She would not allow herself to act like a shy woman. Since you are this confident, I hope you will not need me to save you later. Pakura said without changing her expression. Of course not. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial gate. The two of them walked into it. When they walked out, they arrived on an endless plain. This was a route the third Kazekage had to take. Time slowly passed. Kazekage-sama. The ANBU shinobi in charge of sensing suddenly had a change in expression and said, "There are two shinobi blocking the road ahead." The third Kazekage raised an eyebrow in surprise. Only a few people knew that he was going to the metropolis of the Land of Wind. And even after knowing he was the Kazekage, they still dared to block his path. Thinking up to this point, the third Kazekage accelerated and moved forward. But when he clearly saw Pakura and Natsuki blocking the road, he could not help freezing. "Pakura, what is the meaning of this?" The third Kazekage stopped, looked at Natsuki, and asked with a frown. He naturally recognized Natsuki. After all, during the Second Shinobi World War, Suna's crushing defeat was closely connected to Natsuki. In particular, he had defeated Raza and captured Pakura. Wait. The third Kazekage suddenly had a terrifying guess. After Pakura was captured, had she reached a cooperation with Natsuki? He also thought of Pakura and her rainwater business with the daimyo of the Land of Rain. Although Amigakure could not control the daimyo of the Land of Rain, if Konoha truly wanted to stop it, there were many ways. However, up to this day, Konoha had not interfered with such a profitable rainwater business. Logically speaking, he should have noticed these suspicious points long ago. But the rainwater business was too profitable, causing him to overlook them. It is very simple. Pakura answered, "I am Natsuki's person." Why? The third Kazekage asked in confusion, "Has Suna treated you badly? When Raza and Retsu tried to kill me, why did you not ask why?" Pakura asked with a cold smile. The third Kazekage was suddenly speechless. But he was still the Kazekage, and he quickly regained his calm. "Since you have already become a missing nin, then you and Natsuki can die here together." By the end, his killing intent was fully revealed. The third Kazekage raised his hand without hesitation. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. The entire ground shook. Iron sand surged like waves, then shifted around him and formed countless iron needles. The iron needles suddenly accelerated, completely covering Natsuki and Pakura. Pakura looked at Natsuki. She was very curious about his strength. Natsuki naturally would not disappoint her. Countless swords and blades appeared from nothing in an instant. The sound of breaking wind rang out. They flew out one after another, and after colliding with the iron needles, they suddenly exploded. Flames surged out, and because there were too many, they immediately formed a sea of fire. The sea of fire spread over more than 50 meters, distorting the air as it swept toward the third Kazekage with terrifying momentum. "Fall back." After the third Kazekage finished speaking, he immediately formed hand seals. He had brought an ANBU squad with him on this trip. But at this moment, they could not play any role at all, and would only get in his way. Magnet release, iron sand wall. A thick wall appeared. But under the scorching heat, the wall made of iron sand instantly turned red. Fortunately, the ANBU squad had already taken the opportunity to leave. Magnet release, iron sand wings. The third Kazekage flew into the air. A pair of wings grew from his back, allowing him to avoid the sea of fire and reach the sky. The third Kazekage flapped his wings. Iron sand feathers shot toward Natsuki and Pakura. Their speed was pushed to the extreme, and they arrived in front of Natsuki and Pakura almost like lightning. Natsuki raised his hand. All the iron sand feathers stopped. Pakura could not help freezing. The third Kazekage's eyes widened. Natsuki waved his hand sharply, and the iron sand feathers shot back toward the third Kazekage one after another. "How do you know magnet release?" Pakura blurted out. This was also the question the third Kazekage wanted to ask. But he had no time to ask. He raised both hands, terrifying chakra surging out, and finally controlled the iron sand feathers. However, before he could breathe in relief, he felt the iron sand feathers accelerate and rush toward him again. The third Kazekage's heart shook, and he quickly dodged. With the same magnet release and the same control over iron sand, who was stronger depended on the amount of chakra. The fact that Natsuki could forcibly control his iron sand feathers meant everything. The third Kazekage found it unbelievable. How old was Natsuki? A ninja's peak usually arrived around 30 years old. But Natsuki was still far from 30. Even so, his chakra had already surpassed his own. One had to know that he was the Kazekage, one of the 5 people standing at the peak of the shinobi world. Magnet release, iron sand world method. The third Kazekage used his strongest killing move without hesitation. In an instant, with him as the center, countless iron sand grains spread out. In the blink of an eye, they formed a large barrier with long spikes in the air. Within the barrier, the third Kazekage could not only fly freely but also attack and defend. Be careful. Seeing this, Pakura could not help reminding him. She was very clear about how terrifying magnet release, iron sand world method was. Unlimited blade works. Natsuki stood in place without moving. The third Kazekage's pupils immediately contracted. He suddenly arrived in a world filled with swords and blades. Natsuki was not far away. In the next second, all the swords and blades shattered. Light flowed and formed a sword in Natsuki's hand. The third Kazekage felt a sense of danger unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Without hesitation, he waved both hands. The entire barrier moved, forming layer after layer of indestructible defense in front of him. Natsuki aimed at him and swung with force. A slash that was hard to describe in words suddenly cut across the sky. Wherever it passed, the defenses formed by iron sand were cut open one after another. A scream rang out. The third Kazekage fell from the sky. Blood splattered across the ground. How is this possible? Pakura lost her composure and showed a shocked expression. Because she was not the target of unlimited blade works, from her perspective, she only saw Natsuki swing once. After that one slash, the barrier formed by magnet release, iron sand world method was split in two, and even the third Kazekage could not dodge in time and was struck. The third Kazekage was not dead yet. However, a deep wound that exposed bone had appeared on the left side of his body. Kazekage-sama. The 4 Suna Anbu shinobi quickly appeared around him. Natsuki took out Minazuki. Bankai. The entire sky darkened. Under the horrified gazes of Pakura and the third Kazekage, blood seeped out from all around them. This was an extremely eerie scene. They had never seen a ninjutsu, secret technique, or Kekkei Genkai like this. Wind release, wind blade. The Anbu squad captain formed hand seals without hesitation. An extremely thin, circular wind blade about 20 centimeters in diameter was flung toward Natsuki. The other 3 Anbu shinobi also reacted and formed hand seals one after another. A terrifying hurricane formed. Natsuki stood in place and swung sharply. Minazuki rapidly lengthened, cutting through the wind blade and hurricane, then continued toward the third Kazekage and the others without losing momentum. Retreat quickly. The third Kazekage said while enduring the pain. But at that moment, Minazuki suddenly trembled and a large amount of blood seeped out from the blade. Blood demon art, exploding blood. Natsuki waved casually. The blood splashed toward the third Kazekage and the others, then immediately exploded. A deafening sound rang out. The blood burned and the intense heat made the Anbu shinobi scream. But the sound quickly stopped because they could not endure for long before they were burned to ash. Only the third Kazekage reacted quickly, using iron sand to form a wall in front of himself and block the splashing blood. But he felt no joy, only despair. Pakura subconsciously bit her lip. She had actually already estimated Natsuki's strength very highly, even believing that he could defeat the third Kazekage. The facts were just as she had expected. Natsuki had defeated the third Kazekage. The problem was that it had been too easy. So easy that Pakura felt as if she had fallen into a genjutsu. As a Suna shinobi, she naturally trusted the Kazekage's strength very much. Although she had already become a missing nin of Suna, that impression had not changed. But after today, the invincible image of the third Kazekage had completely collapsed. Natsuki took a step forward. The iron sand in front of him immediately split in two. When the third Kazekage saw him, he was scared out of his wits. But it was already too late to escape. He gritted his teeth and used magnet release, iron sand world method once again. Countless iron sand spikes rushed toward Natsuki as if they were alive. Armament hockey. Conqueror's hockey. The two types of hockey wrapped around Minazuki. Natsuki swung his sword. All the iron sand spikes were immediately cut apart. The third Kazekage only felt a substantial wave of air arrive before him. His entire body flew backward. In the air, as blood sprayed out, his body split into two halves. He is dead. Pakura muttered to herself. The battle between the third Kazekage and Natsuki had given her a great shock. Now she had only one question. Just how strong was Natsuki? Even the third Kazekage had been forced back again and again before him, suppressed from beginning to end. Was this how a Kage was supposed to perform? Natsuki put away Minazuki. Killing the third Kazekage could be said to have gone exactly as expected. Although he was a Kage, among the 5 Kage, the Kazekage's performance was at the bottom. In the original timeline, the third Kazekage was killed by Sasori when Sasori was around 15 or 16. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, was killed by Orochimaru and Kimimaro Kagaya. Both Kazekage died by assassination. Natsuki walked forward and put away the third Kazekage's corpse. His corpse might still be useful. If nothing else, he could use the reanimation jutsu to make him come out and work for free. Pakura. Natsuki looked at Pakura. Pakura returned to her senses and met his gaze. For a moment, she did not know what to say. I will leave the rest to you. Do not disappoint me. Natsuki walked in front of her and said with a smile. I will quickly take control of Suna. Pakura said with absolute certainty. Whether in terms of forces or strength, she now surpassed Raza and Retsu. There was no need to mention forces. Thanks to the money earned from the rainwater business, many shinobi had already stood on her side. As for strength, she had already unlocked complete Oni transformation and blood demon art, Kokoshibo, making her a true Kage-level powerhouse. I look forward to your good news. Natsuki nodded and said. After speaking, he opened a spatial gate. Pakura walked into it and disappeared. Natsuki waited for a moment and found that no new character template had been triggered. It seemed he had to wait until Pakura became Suna's fourth Kazekage before it would trigger. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 203, Chapter 203, Aizen Sosuke Template. 3080 words. 1 week later. In the conference room of the Kazekage building in Suna. Pakura pushed open the door and walked in. She was the last to arrive. Chiyo, Ebizo, Raza, Retsu, and the other higher-ups had already arrived and were sitting in their seats. Pakura swept her gaze around and found that they were in 2 different states. Raza, Retsu, and the others were uncertain and alarmed, while Chiyo and Ebizo were silent. Pakura did not need to guess to know what this was about. 1 week was enough time for the third Kazekage to return from the metropolis of the Land of Wind, but he had not returned. After Chiyo and Ebizo noticed the abnormality, they must have already investigated his whereabouts and learned the truth. Of course, that truth referred to the third Kazekage's disappearance. Natsuki had cleaned up the battlefield. Under normal circumstances, they would not discover the third Kazekage's death. But his disappearance was already enough. Raza, Retsu and the others were not too clear on what had happened. But from Chiyo and Ebizo's expressions, they could infer that something major had happened. After Pakura returned to the village, she was not suspected. Because neither Chiyo nor Ebizo believed that she had the strength to kill the third Kazekage. Moreover, the third Kazekage had also brought 4 Anbu Jonin with him. Since everyone is here, let us begin today's meeting. Chiyo took a deep breath and said, according to our investigation, we can confirm one thing. Kazekage-sama has lost contact with us. The conference room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, all showing expressions that seemed to say, did I hear that wrong? Chiyo-sama. Raza stood and asked, what do you mean by lost contact? It means Kazekage-sama has disappeared. He did not go to the metropolis of the Land of Wind. He vanished halfway there. Chiyo slowly said, an Anbu squad disappeared along with him. That is impossible. Raza denied it instinctively. With Kazekage-sama's strength, how could he disappear? Retsu asked with disbelief on his face. That is Kazekage-sama, who is praised as the strongest Kazekage. Maki said in a deep voice, even if he encountered a Kage from another shinobi village, it would be impossible for him to fail to escape. Could there be some mistake? Pakura asked with a frown. I also hope it is a mistake, but the facts are right in front of us. Chiyo clenched her fists and said, Anbu has already searched for 3 days, but they have found no clues at all. When everyone heard this, they all fell silent and became lost. On one hand, they were shocked by the third Kazekage's disappearance. On the other hand, they were lost because they had no idea who had killed him. The appearance of such a powerful person was undoubtedly a disaster for Suna. Keep searching. Pakura said firmly, I do not believe Kazekage-sama has disappeared. That is right. Maki echoed, Kazekage-sama must have encountered an urgent mission, and had no time to notify us. But we need to make thorough preparations, especially now that all the major shinobi villages are preparing for war. Ebizo reminded them, once the other shinobi villages learn of this news, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone's hearts sank, and they felt that something was wrong. What Ebizo said was true. With the war between Kumo and Kiri, the entire shinobi world was now a powder keg. It only needed a spark to explode. And the third Kazekage's disappearance was not just a spark to the other shinobi villages. It was an obvious fuse. Ebizo is right. We must prepare for both possibilities. Chiyo said solemnly, first, continue searching for Kazekage-sama. Second, secretly select the fourth Kazekage. As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of heat flashed in the eyes of Raza and Retsu. Without a doubt, they were the shinobi closest to becoming the fourth Kazekage. The others also realized that Suna was about to undergo a major change. Whether it would be good or bad, no one could predict. What do you mean by secretly selecting the fourth Kazekage? Maki could not help asking. Cancel the public vote by the villagers. Chiyo answered, use a Jonin vote to select the fourth Kazekage. Maki instinctively glanced at Raza. The public vote by the villagers was originally just a formality. The same was true for the daimyo's appointment. Under normal circumstances, the third Kazekage's recommendation was the most important. But with the third Kazekage missing, the decision could only be handed to the Jonin. Pakura thought to herself that it was just as expected. She had already guessed this result. The Jonin vote will be held in 1 month. Chiyo paused and said, if Kazekage-sama returns safely, then the Jonin vote will be cancelled. 1 month was enough time for Suna to confirm whether the third Kazekage was dead or alive. In truth, there was no need to confirm it. A Kazekage disappearing for no reason for 1 month was enough to explain everything. I will have ANBU notify all Jonin. Chiyo said again, starting tomorrow, nominations for Kazekage candidates will begin. Everyone answered in unison. At this time, Raza and Retsu had completely forgotten about the third Kazekage. They even hoped that he would not return. After the brief meeting ended, they began taking their own actions. Pakura was included. If she wanted to win the Jonin vote, she had to secure the highest number of Jonin votes. Sister, who do you think will become the fourth Kazekage? Ebizo asked. Everyone else had already left, and only the two of them remained in the conference room. Raza has the greatest chance. Chiyo thought for a moment and said, but Retsu and Pakura also have some possibility. Sister, why hold a Jonin vote? Ebizo asked in confusion, with your status and influence, it would be enough to make Retsu the fourth Kazekage. The Kazekage faction has great influence. If we do that, the result will be internal opposition within Suna. Chiyo said very calmly, with strong enemies nearby, we must unite. Ebizo wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Regarding the third Kazekage's disappearance, they had already discussed it many times. But each time, they felt it was absurd. Who exactly killed the third Kazekage? Would this person continue to take action afterward? What should Suna do? It is a pity Kazekage-sama did not decide on a candidate ahead of time. Chiyo shook her head and said. Kazekage-sama's original plan was to decide who the next Kazekage would be after the Third Shinobi World War ended. Ebizo sighed and said, plans cannot keep up with changes. I hope the new Kazekage can lead Suna out of this difficult situation. Chiyo finally offered her blessing. 1 month passed in the blink of an eye. The date arrived at April 15th. In the conference room of the Kazekage building in Suna. All the Jonin had gathered there. Some were grieving, some were secretly delighted, and some were very calm. Very soon, Chiyo and Ebizo walked in. Before the meeting begins, I will announce one matter. Chiyo said with great sorrow, after 1 month of searching, we can confirm that Kazekage-sama has already died. The conference room immediately became noisy. Although the fact that the third Kazekage had not appeared for a month already explained a lot, truly hearing this news still felt unbelievable. In their hearts, the invincible third Kazekage had died silently just like that. Kazekage-sama's death means that Suna is in an extremely dangerous situation. Chiyo continued, even if we keep it secret, the other shinobi villages will guess that the third Kazekage is dead within a month. After all, the other shinobi villages were not stupid. A Kazekage not appearing for 1 month was already strange, much less not appearing for 2 months. Most importantly, internal fighting would begin within Suna because of the third Kazekage's disappearance. In the original timeline, after the third Kazekage disappeared, Suna decisively attacked Konoha in order to avoid excessive internal conflict. In the end, Raza performed well in the war and became the fourth Kazekage. As for Pakura, she was sent to Kiri by Raza, and used her death to calm Kiri's anger. From this point of view, Raza becoming the fourth Kazekage did indeed involve quite a few methods. In order to stabilize Suna as soon as possible, we must choose the next Kazekage. Chiyo had already regained control of her emotions. The Jonin vote begins now. The Kazekage candidates are Raza, Pakura, and Retsu. After she finished speaking, Ebizo had people distribute blank ballots. Raza could not help becoming energized. The day he had long awaited had finally arrived. During this month, he had contacted most of the Jonin and received clear replies from them. Pakura did not look at him. She sat calmly in her seat. Those Jonin who had supposedly given Raza their replies were only pretending. Their purpose was to keep Raza steady. In Suna, Raza's faction was very powerful. For safety, Pakura had deliberately arranged this. After she became the fourth Kazekage, she would slowly deal with Raza. As for now, she would let him be happy for a while. Very soon, all the Jonin finished voting. I will count the votes. Ebizo walked in front of the ballot box and began reading the votes. As time passed, Raza realized something was wrong. He found that Pakura's name was mentioned more times than his. What was going on? Even Chio and Ebizo felt surprised. Both of them had agreed that Raza held the advantage. Because he belonged to the Kazekage faction. The Kazekage faction was the strongest force in Suna. Retsu had the support of Chio and Ebizo, but even he could not compare to Raza. Let alone Pakura. The counting ended and the vote totals for the three candidates appeared on the board. First was Pakura, second was Raza, and third was Retsu. How could it be Pakura? Retsu's expression became somewhat unpleasant. Because he and Raza had once tried to assassinate Pakura. One could imagine that after Pakura became the fourth Kazekage, she would oppose him at every turn. There is something wrong with the vote count. Raza could not help standing up and saying this. If Retsu's expression was merely unpleasant, then Raza's expression was extremely ugly. He had clearly been certain of victory, but the result told him that it had only been a dream. Who could accept that? Raza, what do you mean? At that moment a shinobi stood and asked, are you questioning all the Jonin? His name was Fuji. Although he was not an elder, he was also one of Suna's higher-ups. In the original timeline, after Gaara became Kazekage, Fuji opposed him. He even joined forces with Hoichi, the disciple of the one-tailed Jinchuriki Bunpuku, in an attempt to subdue Gaara. That is not what I mean. Raza hurriedly said. He did not dare bear the accusation of questioning all the Jonin. I request a new vote. Raza stated his demand. The Jonin vote is not a child's game. It cannot be redone just because you say so. Fuji opposed him and said, I do not agree. I have a method. Pakura stood and said with great composure, then let us decide by a show of hands. If everyone agrees, we will hold a new vote. Ebizo looked at Chio. Then we will decide by a show of hands. Chio thought for a moment and said, Jonin who agree to hold a new vote, please raise your hands. To be honest, she hoped Raza would become the fourth Kazekage more. First, his strength was greater. Second, Raza and Retsu were closer. But today's Pakura made her feel unfamiliar. Fuji had clearly already spoken for her. There was no need for her to hold a show of hands. Unless she had absolute confidence. Thinking of this, Chio looked at the Jonin present. Many Jonin raised their hands, but their number was only 1/3. This is impossible. Raza's expression changed greatly as he said this. Because many Jonin who had given him clear replies before were now all silent. Chio and Ebizo looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. But at this point, they could not openly favor Raza either. Because all the Jonin of Suna were present. If more than 2/3 of Suna's Jonin supported Pakura, and they still opposed her, they would become targets of public anger. I now announce that Pakura is the fourth Kazekage of Suna. Chio hesitated for a moment, then announced loudly. Applause immediately rang out in the conference room. Only Raza sat down again in a daze. Maki and Karura, who were sitting on either side of him, wanted to comfort him but did not know how. Thank you all for your support. Pakura stood and bowed as she spoke. At the same time, in the Hokage building in Konoha. You have awakened the Aizen Sosuke template. A sudden line of text appeared. Natsuki, who was working, suddenly widened his eyes. Who? Which Aizen? Natsuki immediately became energized. Why had the Aizen template suddenly been triggered? Was it because Pakura had become the fourth Kazekage? Calculating the time, it was indeed about right. During this period, Natsuki would occasionally go to Suna to pay attention to Pakura's situation. Without a doubt, this was Aizen Sosuke from Bleach. Captain of the 5th Division of the Godai 13, who later betrayed the Soul Society and fled to Hueco Mundo, becoming the ruler of Hueco Mundo. When he attacked the Soul Society, he was defeated by Ichigo Kurosaki and ultimately sealed by Kasuke Urahara. During the Thousand-Year Blood War, Shunsui Kyoraku temporarily released Aizen, and he ultimately assisted Ichigo Kurosaki in defeating Yhwach. He was one of the most classic masterminds and great villains in Bleach. His strength was astonishing. The Wandenrake recognized him as one of the 5 special war powers, and he could easily defeat opponents who were also captain-class powerhouses. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Aside from Pakura becoming the 4th Kazekage, the reason he could trigger the Aizen template most likely had to do with 2 other actions. First, he killed the 3rd Kazekage. Second, he learned the spirit transformation technique. Of course, the most important reason was that he had secretly controlled Suna. Thinking of this, Natsuki looked at the Aizen template. Name, Aizen Sosuke. Period, Thousand-Year Blood War. World, Bleach. Rank, S rank. Ability 1, Bakudo, unlocked. Effect, the Bakudo mastered by Aizen Sosuke, possessing different binding effects. Ability 2, Heido, locked. Effect, the Heido mastered by Aizen Sosuke, possessing different attack effects. Unlock condition, take an enemy village shinobi as a student. Ability 3, Kyoka Suigetsu, locked. Effect, an illusion-type Zanpakudo with a light green hilt. Unlock condition, kill a Kage-level powerhouse. Ability 4, Kyoka Suigetsu, Shurkai, locked. Effect, once any target sees Kyoka Suigetsu's Shurkai once, they will fall under complete hypnosis from that moment onward. Unlock condition, secretly control one of the 3 major shinobi villages other than Konoha and Suna, and establish Espada at the Jonin level. Ability 5, Hogyoku, locked. Effect, can materialize the user's inner wishes and promote the user's evolution. Unlock condition, absorb all chakra from the 9-tailed beasts. After Natsuki finished reading, he had only one thought. As expected of Aizen, both the abilities and the unlock conditions were difficult. There was no need to say much about Ability 1, Bakudo, and Ability 2, Heido. Natsuki had previously obtained Bakudo and Heido from the Unohana Retsu template. There was a lot of overlap between the Bakudo and Heido of the 2 templates. After all, both Unohana Retsu and Aizen were captain-class powerhouses. It was just that Ability 2, Heido's unlock condition was rather subtle. It required Natsuki to take an enemy village shinobi as a student. Was this a tribute to Aizen and Jin Ikimaru? Ability 3, Kyoka Suigetsu. Aizen's most classic ability, or rather, his Zanpakudo. Its unlock condition was quite extreme. He had to kill a Kage-level powerhouse. Fortunately, it said Kage-level powerhouse, not Kage. If it only meant Kage, then he would have only 3 targets. Aside from Orochimaru and Pakura, only Inoki, the 3rd Raikage, and the 3rd Mizukage remained. If it was a Kage-level powerhouse, then the range was much wider. For example, Chiyo, Raza, Kitsuchi, and others. Ability 4, Kyoka Suigetsu, Shurkai. Its effect could be summarized as complete hypnosis. It could be called an enhanced version of Shursui Uchiha's Koto Amatsukami. Complete hypnosis had 3 terrifying aspects. First, its hypnosis controlled the 5 senses. Second, its hypnosis was permanent. As long as one saw Kyoka Suigetsu's Shurkai once, it would take effect. Third, the only way to avoid the hypnosis was to touch Kyoka Suigetsu's blade before the Shurkai. In short, it was extremely invincible. Its unlock difficulty had also risen to another level, more troublesome than killing a Kage-level powerhouse. Because it required Natsuki to secretly control one of Kyumo, Iwa, or Kiri, and establish the Espada. Whether it was controlling a shinobi village or making 10 Jonin become subordinates, both were quite difficult. Ability 5, Hogyoku. The Hogyoku was formed by combining the Soul King's fingertip with the souls of many hollows and Shinigami. Its effects were extremely heaven-defying. First, it could grant the user's wish like the Holy Grail. but the premise was that the user had the strength to realize that wish. Second, it possessed high-speed regeneration and evolution abilities. It could stimulate the user's potential and allow the user to enter a timeline where they had already become more outstanding. Combined with its unlock condition, Natsuki suspected that after unlocking the Hogyoku, it would allow him to evolve into the Otsutsuki clan. After all, its unlock condition was to absorb the power of the nine-tailed beasts. And in Naruto, the power of the nine-tailed beasts combined with the demonic statue of the outer path could become the 10 tails. This was also the most crucial step in Akatsuki's Eye of the Moon plan. After the 10 tails appeared, Madara Uchiha became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, thereby allowing Kagaya Otsutsuki to be unsealed. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, New Progress with Mikoto. 3027 words. Natsuki fell into thought. Among the 4 abilities of the Aizen template that still needed to be unlocked, the Hogyoku could be left for last. Because its unlock condition was the most difficult. Absorbing the power of the nine-tailed beasts was no easier than directly unifying the shinobi world. For the time being, he could not do it. And it was not something that could be done in a short time. As for the remaining 3 abilities, he could begin making preparations. Among Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri, these 3 major shinobi villages, Kiri was undoubtedly the easiest to control. Because its overall strength was the weakest. Aside from that, the 3rd Mizukage was also currently the weakest among the 5 Kage. In addition, Natsuki still had the unlock condition of killing a Kage-level powerhouse. The 3rd Mizukage was a good choice. In the original timeline, after Obito Uchiha fell into darkness, he chose to control Kiri. Although part of the reason was that Rin Noara had been killed because of Kiri, the essence of it was still that Kiri was the weakest. If Obito had chosen to control Konoha, there would have been 2 problems. First, he might not have been able to defeat Hiruzen. Second, Konoha had the Hyuga clan. The Byakugan could see whether a target was being controlled by Genjutsu. For Natsuki, controlling Kiri would be slightly more difficult than it had been for Obito. Because he still had to establish the Espada. The Espada required 10 Kiri Jonin. Natsuki thought of Pakura. The best way to control Kiri was still to support a new Mizukage. Then taking an enemy shinobi as a student could be completed at the same time. The figure of Mei Terumi appeared in Natsuki's mind. Mei was the same age as Kakashi. She was about 10 years old now. Her age was very suitable. Natsuki nodded. Once the target was confirmed, the rest became much simpler. The first thing was to wait for the 3rd Mizukage to leave Kiri. This matter was not difficult. Now that the war between Kumo and Kiri was becoming more intense, the 3rd Mizukage would sooner or later personally go to the battlefield. The second thing was to take Mei as his student. This matter was actually more difficult. The unlock condition clearly stated an enemy shinobi. If Natsuki hid his identity and took Mei as his student, perhaps it would not count as an enemy shinobi. But if he did not hide his identity, under normal circumstances, Mei would not become his student. Natsuki pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. Then he would force Mei to become his student. In Bleach, Jin Ikimaru had approached Aizen with the goal of killing him. Aizen also knew this. Because he was curious about how Jin would try to kill him, he allowed him to stay by his side. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Natsuki returned to himself and said. The door was pushed open and Mikoto walked in. After she approached, she took out a file. "Natsuki, this is the list of genin who registered for the Chunin exams." Mikoto explained. Natsuki took the file and began reading. Although this was only a Chunin exam held by Konoha, quite a few shinobi squads had registered. The reason was that war was approaching. If they did not participate this time, no one knew when the next Chunin exam would be. A great war that affected the entire shinobi world could easily last several years. If they waited until then to participate in the Chunin exams, it would delay them for far too long. However, although there were many participating shinobi squads, there were likely only 3 squads that could truly break through. They were the squads led by Natsuki, Minato, and Nawaki. Send the notice. The Chunin exams will be set for next Monday. After Natsuki finished reading the file, he said. Understood. Mikoto nodded, then asked, how should the exam proctors and content be arranged? Have Shikaku handle the exam content? Natsuki paused for a moment and said, as for the proctors, have Minato find 3 shinobi. Whether it was Shikaku Nara or Minato, they were Hokage secretaries like him. It was in line with procedure to let them handle these matters. I will notify them now. Hearing this, Mikoto immediately replied. After speaking, she glanced at Natsuki before turning to leave. But she felt somewhat disappointed in her heart. After all, Natsuki had not taken advantage of her today. Thinking this, Mikoto suddenly shook her head. How had she become this kind of woman? Mikoto quickly drove the distracting thoughts from her mind, and headed to the Hokage secretary's office. Natsuki could not help smiling. He had noticed Mikoto's gaze, but unfortunately, he had something to do. Tajutsuheim was using the reverse summoning technique to summon him. Very soon, Natsuki arrived at the headquarters of the 7 warlords of the sea in the metropolis of the Land of Water. Master. Tajutsuheim bowed slightly and said, we have already found the location of Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses. Are they in Kyumo? Natsuki asked in return. They are indeed in Kyumo. Tajutsuheim nodded and said, but they were hidden away by Kyumo. Why? Natsuki's mind moved, and he thought of a reason. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses contain a large amount of Ninetales chakra. Tajutsuheim answered. Natsuki thought to himself that it was just as expected. In the original timeline, Kinkaku and Ginkaku had once been swallowed into the Ninetales' stomach. But relying on the bloodline of the Sage of 6 Paths, they not only did not die, they even devoured a large amount of chakra. In the end, the Ninetales could not stand it and spat them out. The Ninetales chakra they devoured remained within their bodies. Most exaggeratedly, they could even enter a partial-tailed beast transformation, making them practically 2 small Ninetales Jinchuriki. However, this was convenient for Natsuki. He could use the Black Holy Grail to absorb all of this Ninetales chakra. What is the specific situation? How many people are guarding them? Natsuki asked again. Only 1 Kyumo shinobi squad is guarding them. Tajutsuheim paused, then said, the 4 of them are not very strong. The captain is a jonin. Natsuki paused slightly and understood. Under normal circumstances, no one would have nothing better to do than steal corpses. Even if Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses contained a large amount of Ninetales chakra, it was the same. Because for the vast majority of shinobi, Ninetales chakra was far too violent and completely unusable. The only method was to become a Jinchuriki of the Ninetales chakra. But like the dragon vein, a mass of chakra without consciousness would continue to rampage, making the losses outweigh the gains. After the Chunin exams end, go to Kyumo, then summon me. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. He had never been to Kyumo, but he was too lazy to travel there himself. Having Tajutsuheim do it for him was the best choice. Yes, master. Tajutsuheim immediately replied. There is one more thing. Have Ichikishimaheim do it. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and said, help me monitor Kiri's 3rd Mizukage and Mei Terumi. Confirm their locations at all times. After he finished speaking, he opened a spatial gate. Natsuki arrived at Pakura's home in Suna. But she was not at home. Natsuki rubbed his chin, and quickly guessed where she would be right now. The Kazekage's office. Under normal circumstances, a new Kazekage had to complete the Kazekage succession ceremony before officially taking office. But Suna's current situation was special. The third Kazekage was dead, and the village had no leader. If Pakura did not begin work ahead of time, many matters could not move forward. Natsuki quickly arrived near the Kazekage building. After seeing the window of the Kazekage's office, he opened a spatial gate. The condition for the Dorador fruit's teleportation was that Natsuki had either been to the place before, or that the place was within his line of sight. Pakura, who was sitting behind the Kazekage's desk, instinctively raised her head. Space twisted and a door appeared. Pakura immediately relaxed her guard. Congratulations on becoming the fourth Kazekage. Natsuki walked out of the spatial gate and said with a smile. The procedure has not been completed yet. Pakura looked at him and said. It is only a matter of time. Natsuki casually asked, when is the Kazekage succession ceremony? Next Sunday. Pakura answered, we have to wait for the daimyo of the Land of Wind to arrive. Natsuki walked toward the Kazekage's desk. Pakura thought he wanted to sit, so she stood. But in the next second she paused slightly. Natsuki lightly jumped and sat on the Kazekage's desk. This was the first time Pakura had ever seen someone sit directly on a desk. Especially the Kazekage's desk. Pakura felt that Natsuki was displaying his authority. He was just short of directly saying that the fourth Kazekage was beneath him. Although you have already become Kazekage, you still have to be careful of Raza, Retsu, and the others. Natsuki reminded her, their influence in Suna is not small. I know. Pakura sat back down, looked up at him, and said, I already have a plan. I will gradually reduce their influence. Natsuki's gaze moved downward. Because he was sitting higher, he could see deeper. He clearly saw the snow-white skin near Pakura's collar, and the distinct outline of her clothing. Do you need my help? Natsuki blinked and said, I can help you get rid of Raza and Retsu. There is no need. Pakura shook her head and refused. Most importantly, I do not want to start a war with IWA and Kiri as soon as I take office. Natsuki nodded slightly. In fact, she had also overlooked Kyumo. In the original timeline, after learning that the third Kazekage had disappeared, the first to start a war was Kyumo. However, Kyumo attacked Suna once, then chose to leave. The reason was that the two shinobi villages were too far apart. Especially with Konoha and IWA between them. If those two shinobi villages launched a surprise attack while Kyumo and Suna were fighting, it would be very easy to succeed. Although Kyumo's sudden attack seemed very unreasonable, it did have an effect. That was confirming the rumor of the third Kazekage's disappearance and exposing the current state of Suna's internal chaos. After that, Suna chose to attack Konoha in order to shift its internal conflicts outward. But IWA and Kiri seized the opportunity and also launched attacks against Suna. It was under these circumstances that Suna sold out Pakura in order to reduce pressure, ending the war with Kiri. Of course, the Third Shinobi World War was not a siege against Suna. Rather, the 5 great shinobi villages fought each other. The most miserable one was Konoha, which fought all 4 other shinobi villages at the same time. The current situation was different from the original timeline. Kyumo and Kiri had already gone to war. Most likely, they would not come to attack Suna again. It was still the same reason. They were too far away, and the gains were not worth the losses. Although Kiri was close, it was fighting Kyumo, and would probably not pay attention to Suna for the time being. The one most likely to take this opportunity to act was IWA. I will keep an eye on Kiri. Thinking of this, Natsuki reminded her, you just need to pay attention to IWA. Pakura suddenly smiled and said, thinking carefully, being controlled by you has actually brought benefits to Suna. Under normal circumstances, Suna would have to worry about IWA, Konoha, and Kiri. But with Natsuki, it only needed to worry about one shinobi village. Then how will you thank me? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and asked. There have been many matters recently. I will pay you some interest first. Pakura stood, bringing her moist lips forward. Natsuki immediately lowered his head and kissed her. Pakura's calm expression instantly changed. Although she had kissed Natsuki before, that had only been a light touch. This time was different. The deep kiss made her feel short of breath, and her head became dizzy. She looked at Natsuki, who was so close to her, and felt her heart beating rapidly. Pakura suddenly felt that this kind of life was not bad. Natsuki was powerful, and his appearance was outstanding. If he were placed in Suna, there would definitely be countless women pursuing him. Perhaps even she would not be able to resist. After a long while, their lips separated. Pakura's cheeks were slightly red, and she moved her gaze away with some embarrassment. I will come again next time. Natsuki released Pakura and said with a smile. He opened a spatial gate and returned to his office in Konoha. But just as he walked out, he saw Mikoto. Natsuki. Mikoto walked in front of him, brushed the hair by her ear, and said, all notices have already been sent out. Thank you for your hard work, Mikoto. Natsuki looked at her rosy lips and kissed her. Seeing this, Mikoto happily moved forward to meet him. She stretched out both hands and wrapped her arms around Natsuki's neck. Her graceful body pressed into his embrace. Feeling his presence, Mikoto's face became dazed. Natsuki leaned close to her ear and said, help me with something. After being teased by two great beauties in a row, he naturally had some frustration as a man. WH. What is it? Mikoto's face was red as she asked subconsciously. Natsuki immediately said a sentence. Mikoto froze for a moment, and her entire body instantly became clear-headed. She subconsciously shook her head. Natsuki deliberately sighed. Seeing him like this, Mikoto felt shy, but she also softened. In the end, she nodded. Natsuki could not help feeling happy. As expected, only Mikoto would agree to this kind of thing. Natsuki then let go of her, and walked toward the desk. By the time he sat down, Mikoto had already disappeared from sight. Natsuki casually picked up a document. When he was halfway through reading it, he frowned. But he quickly relaxed again. Natsuki took out a pen. He wrote the handling instructions on it. Natsuki let out a long breath and looked at Mikoto. Her cheeks puffed slightly, and she did not make a sound. Natsuki continued working. Half an hour later, after sitting for a long time, he moved his tense legs. Mikoto, your work is already finished. You do not need to accompany me. Natsuki said without raising his head. Mikoto raised her eyes, swallowed, and nodded. She walked out from beneath the desk and subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth. For some reason, although she should have resisted it, she felt that this kind of behavior was acceptable. Mikoto patted her cheeks, forcing herself to calm down. But after thinking about it, she still decided to go home first and wash up. A new week quickly arrived. Although it was Monday, the Ninja Academy was still on break. The reason was that today was the Chunin exams. The first stage of the Chunin exams was a written test. The location of the written test was set at the Ninja Academy. To avoid disturbing the genin participating in the Chunin exams, the Ninja Academy had specially given everyone a day off. Of course, the students were very happy to have a day off. Why does the Chunin exam have a written test? Obito asked with a gloomy expression. Because a ninja who does poorly in studying cannot become Hokage. Kakashi said calmly. Damn Kakashi. When Obito heard this, he immediately shouted angrily, who said I can't? I can. Is that so? Kakashi glanced at him and said, pass the written test first. It's fine. Anko placed her hands on her hips and said, I already investigated clearly. Cheating is allowed during the written test. Really? Obito immediately became interested. Obito, cheating is not right. Rin said gently. I'm just curious. Obito smiled awkwardly, then asked in confusion, how could cheating be allowed during the written test? Strictly speaking, it is not that cheating is allowed. Asuma said casually, it is that if you are not caught, it does not count as cheating. That's right. Anko said confidently, with my strength, I definitely won't be caught. Obito's eyes turned, and he was also tempted. If he answered the questions by himself, he truly was not confident that he could pass. If he failed, would Kakashi not laugh at him for the rest of his life? He could not accept that. I do not need to cheat. Kurenai said with a smile. Me too. Shizune agreed. You honor students really are annoying. Anko snorted softly. I wonder who the chief proctor is. Asuma looked left and right and said. I investigated it. In previous Chunin exams, the chief proctor for the first stage was always a Chunin or Tokubetsu Jonin. Anko answered. No wonder you're so confident. Asuma's mouth twitched and he asked, why don't you investigate this clearly when we usually do missions? They are all low-level missions. There is no need to investigate. Anko waved her hand and said, anyway, for our squad, they are all easy. Why is Minato-sensei here? Rin suddenly saw Minato. Hello, everyone. I am the chief proctor for your written test, Minato. Minato walked in and introduced himself. It's over. Anko immediately felt a headache. At the same time, Natsuki was in his office, watching Mikoto eat a popsicle. He had bought it casually that morning. Although it was now late April and the weather was fairly cool, eating a popsicle could make things even cooler and help lower the temperature. Natsuki withdrew his gaze and thought again of the Chunin exams. The written test was nothing worth watching, so he did not plan to go. The second and third stages involved actual combat. He could go take a look at them. To be continued. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, Kakashi's First Battle. 3,310 words. Natsuki stepped forward and helped Mikoto up. He reached out and draped her clothes over her, covering her graceful body. I troubled you again today, Mikoto. Natsuki stroked her head and said. It is. It is what I should do. Mikoto's eyes shifted softly, and her face was full of shyness. Although she was already used to it, her personality made it impossible for her to act completely calm. Looking at her blushing face, Natsuki felt that her gentle, wife-like nature made her even more tempting. If it were someone else, there definitely would not be such a strong contrast. Do you want to watch the Chunin exam together this afternoon? Natsuki chuckled and asked. Mikoto slightly turned her head and answered softly. Then go back first. Natsuki pinched her cheek and said. Mikoto turned and left. The door closed. With a thought, Natsuki disappeared from where he stood. The next second, he appeared in front of Ichikishimaheim. Natsuki looked around and found that they were not far from a training ground. His gaze fell on the training ground. A young girl with long reddish-brown hair was practicing water release. Master. Ichikishimaheim moved closer, hugged his arm, rubbed against it twice, and said, right now is exactly when Meitarumi is alone. You did very well. Natsuki pulled his arm away from her flat chest and said, wait for me here. He casually raised his hand, and a concealment barrier unfolded. Mei noticed the chakra fluctuation and subconsciously showed a guarded expression. Natsuki walked forward. When Mei saw him, she could not help freezing. The reason she froze was because Natsuki's appearance was outstanding and perfectly matched her tastes. In the original timeline, Mei was somewhat fond of handsome men. When she first saw Sasuke, she thought he was very good-looking. But it was only somewhat, so she quickly reacted. Who are you? Mei narrowed her eyes and asked. I am Natsuki. Natsuki smiled slightly and said. When Mei heard this, her pupils could not help shrinking. She subconsciously took 2 steps back and widened the distance between them. "This is Kiri," Mei said as if to give herself courage. "This is indeed Kiri, but I can kill you without alerting anyone." After Natsuki finished speaking, he raised his hand. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Mei noticed his movement and formed hand seals without hesitation. Water release, hiding in mist technique. She knew very well that she absolutely could not defeat the legendary Natsuki, so in an instant, she spat out a large amount of mist and hid herself. However, just as she was about to use the mist to escape, 6 light panels descended from above and pinned her in place. Damn it! Mei struggled desperately, but it was useless. The current her was not the 5th Mizukage from the original timeline. Her strength had not even reached Jonin level, so she naturally could not break free. In fact, even a Jonin might not necessarily be able to break free. "Do you believe what I said now?" Natsuki raised his hand, and wind release chakra turned into a gust of wind that blew away the mist. "Why do you want to kill me?" Mei stopped struggling and asked in confusion. Although she had a little fame in Kiri, that fame came from her own talent. Outside Kiri, no one knew her reputation. And Natsuki was a famous powerhouse of Konoha. Logically speaking, the people he should deal with were big figures like the 3rd Mizukage, not an unknown girl like her who was not even a Jonin. "If I really wanted to kill you, would you still have a chance to speak right now?" Natsuki asked in return. "Then what exactly do you want to do?" After hearing this, Mei became even more confused. "I admire you." Natsuki stated his goal. "I hope you can become my student." "Ah?" Mei widened her eyes, and the shock in her heart reached its peak. What was going on? The famous Konoha powerhouse wanted to take her as a student. "I am a shinobi of Kiri." Mei took a deep breath and said firmly, "I will not leave Kiri." "I never said I wanted you to leave Kiri." Natsuki shook his head and said, "I can come over regularly to teach you." Mei's face was full of question marks. She was completely confused. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you in the future?" Mei steadied herself and asked. "If you can kill me, then it means you have already completed your training." Natsuki smiled and said. A dazed expression appeared on Mei's face. A question surfaced in her heart. "Am I under a genjutsu?" No, is Natsuki under a genjutsu? Other than this explanation, she could not understand why Natsuki would do this. Taking a shinobi from an enemy village as his student, and even allowing her to kill him in the future. Either he was under a genjutsu, or something was wrong with his head. "You want to control me?" Mei suddenly thought of a possibility. As a genius of Kiri's new generation, she had a chance to become Mizukage in the future. "I will not control you." Natsuki paused and said, "If you are worried, you can find a powerful shinobi from Kiri to examine you later." Mei was instantly stunned. She now believed Natsuki a little, because with her status, she could ask the 3rd Mizukage for help. If she had been controlled by genjutsu or something similar, the 3rd Mizukage would definitely be able to see it. "You only have 2 choices now. I kill you or you become my student." Natsuki looked at her and asked, "What is your choice?" I will become your student." Mei was silent for a moment, then finally answered. She did not want to die. Most importantly, no matter what Natsuki wanted to do, only by staying alive could she deal with him. A very wise choice. Natsuki released Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Mei looked at him and moved her body, looking as if she wanted to speak but stopped herself. "What ninjutsu do you know right now?" Natsuki asked. "Water release." Mei answered. Natsuki nodded slightly. It seemed she had not yet mastered lava release and boil release. Natsuki thought for a moment and decided to teach her Kido. If he taught her the Konoha 6 styles, even if Mei learned them, she would not be able to use them. Teaching her Kido was different. She could use it. Moreover, taking Mei as a student was for the sake of unlocking Heido from the Aizen template. This could be considered using what was available. Natsuki was also curious about what Mei would become in the future after learning Kido. As for the fact that she did not trust him now, that was actually a small matter. The fact that Mei could become the fifth Mizukage proved that she was a capable and ambitious shinobi. When someone could help her become the fifth Mizukage earlier, even if that person was a Konoha shinobi, she would selectively accept it. I will teach you a secret technique I created myself. It is called Kido. Natsuki said, ninjutsu requires hand seals. This requires chanting. Once you become skilled, you can discard the chant and cast it instantly. Mei froze. She had never heard of such a secret technique. And it could even be cast instantly. In her understanding, only no-seal ninjutsu could be cast instantly. But no-seal ninjutsu were rare, and their power was not enough. Mei suddenly thought of the Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro that Natsuki had used earlier. She remembered that he had only raised his hand before she was bound by 6 light panels. If what Natsuki said was true, then learning this Kido would definitely strengthen her. Kido is divided into Heido, Bakudo, and Kaido, corresponding to attack, support, and healing. Natsuki continued, I will teach you Heido first. The first one is Heido number 1, Sho. He raised his hand, and a shockwave came from his fingertip. The shockwave struck the ground. The ground shook, and a round hole appeared. Natsuki-sensei. Mei looked at the round hole and could not help asking, this is number 1, so how many Heido are there in total? 99. Natsuki answered, the higher the number, the greater the power. Mei could not help showing a stunned expression. This kind of secret technique actually had 99 spells. 99 instant ninjutsu. Just thinking about it felt terrifying. No wonder the third Mizukage and Elder Genji had such solemn expressions whenever they mentioned Natsuki. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 2 of the Aizen Sosuke template, Heido. Looking at the line of text before his eyes, Natsuki thought that it had truly gone smoothly. He had originally thought he would have to wait until Mei's strength reached a certain level before it unlocked. But this was fine. It saved him time. The morning quickly passed. From now on, come to this training ground every day. I will appear whenever I have time. Natsuki looked at Mei and said, today's lesson ends here. After saying this, he disappeared from where he stood. Mei froze for a few seconds, then raised her hand and pinched her own cheek. Only after confirming that she was not dreaming did she come back to herself. Mei thought for a moment and decided to go find Genji. Although Natsuki had said he would not control her, with his strength, even if he did control her, she would not know. Genji was different. As an elder, he had elite Jonin-level strength. It was just that he was somewhat old, and his strength had declined. Natsuki used the body flicker technique and returned to Ichikishimaheim's side, then used the Dordor fruit to return to Konoha. Natsuki. Mikoto had already arrived at his office ahead of time, and was waiting. The second stage of the Chunin exam starts at 2 in the afternoon. Natsuki smiled and said, you came a little early. I came early to see whether there was anything you needed me to do. Mikoto lowered her head and said softly. Have you eaten? Natsuki casually said, I have not eaten yet. Sorry. Mikoto froze for a moment, then quickly said in a fluster, I forgot to bring the bento box. I will go back and get it now. It is fine. I brought a bento box. Natsuki shook his head and said. It was my mistake. Mikoto said with embarrassment. All right, this is not your fault. Seeing that she still blamed herself, Natsuki said, in the future, if I want to eat in the office, I will tell you in advance. Mikoto let out a breath after hearing this. Natsuki walked toward the sofa. He took out a bento box and placed it on the tea table. You still have not told me whether you ate. Natsuki opened the bento box. I ate at home. Mikoto bent down and poured him a cup of water. Natsuki subconsciously glanced at the rise and fall of her clothing. Mikoto noticed his gaze. She set down the cup and sat on the sofa across from Natsuki. After hesitating for a moment, she reached out and tugged at her collar. She tugged it downward, so more of her skin was revealed. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and thought to himself that she was truly becoming more obedient. But what followed was a sense of pride. Because this was his achievement. Mikoto did not dare look at him. She lowered her head, only feeling that her breathing had become hurried. But this reaction made things more convenient for Natsuki. Natsuki finally understood what it meant to be a feast for the eyes. He quickly finished lunch. Seeing this, Mikoto quickly tugged at her collar and covered her skin. The two of them headed toward the forest of death. The first stage of the Chunin exam was the written test, and the second stage was a team battle. The content of the team battle was the same as in previous years, and had not changed. It was still a scroll contest. Let's watch from another place. Natsuki stopped walking. He took out Minazuki and released its shuriken. A giant manta ray appeared. Natsuki jumped onto its back and looked at Mikoto, who was somewhat astonished. She had never seen the giant manta ray, so naturally she found it strange. After all, a ninja sword turning into a fish was unbelievable no matter how one thought about it. Natsuki was not surprised. Anyone seeing the giant manta ray for the first time would have this reaction. He extended his hand and pulled her up. The giant manta ray flew upward and eventually stopped high above the forest of death. Natsuki looked left and right, then sat at the edge of the giant manta ray, his legs hanging in the air. He activated clairvoyance and looked down. At this moment, the genin participating in the second stage of the Chunin exam had all arrived. His students, as well as the students of Minato and Nawaki, had all successfully passed the first stage of the Chunin exam. Natsuki patted his thigh and said, "Come watch with me." Mikoto glanced at him, and her face flushed. She walked forward, crouched down, and sat on Natsuki's lap. Natsuki reached out and held her soft waist. Fortunately, he was taller than Mikoto. He rested his chin on her shoulder, allowing him to smoothly see the situation in the forest of death below. Mikoto's heartbeat quickened. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, showing her nervousness. The main reason was that her back was completely in Natsuki's embrace, allowing her to feel the warmth coming from him. Time reached 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The second stage of the Chunin exam officially began. Might Guy, Kurenai, and the others received a scroll and entered the forest of death. Natsuki played with Mikoto's hands while watching his squad. Her hands were very smooth, like soft jade. After all, Mikoto was in the prime of her youth. Natsuki fell into thought. Tsunade and Nono had the strength of 100 seal, so there was no need to worry about them growing old. Kushina could also learn it. The strength of 100 seal was originally a sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. But Mikoto probably could not learn the strength of 100 seal. The difficulty of learning the strength of 100 seal was quite high. In the original timeline, Shizen followed Tsunade for so many years, but still did not learn the strength of 100 seal. The current method Natsuki had to keep Mikoto from aging was the blood curse. He then thought of the Hogyoku from the Aizen template. Perhaps it could also do it. As Natsuki thought about this, he placed both hands into Mikoto's embrace to warm them. Mikoto's body trembled slightly, but she still tried her best to stay calm. The battles within the forest of death soon began. Might Guy, Kurenai, Kakashi, and the others all achieved easy victories. The three shinobi squads also encountered each other. However, they all had a tacit understanding and did not fight each other here. After all, there was still a third stage in the Chunin exam. That would be the more suitable time for them to fight. 3 hours later, the second stage of the Chunin exam came to an end. Mikoto only felt that her head was dizzy, and her chest was burning hot. The result is not bad. Natsuki stood and said, "Tomorrow, we will go to the Konoha arena to watch their individual battles." Mikoto nodded while covered in sweat. Time arrived at the next day. Konoha Arena. This was also the place where the third stage of the joint Chunin exam between Konoha and Suna was held in the original timeline. Although no audience had been invited, there were still some spectators today. These spectators were all connected to the genin participating in the third stage of the Chunin exam. For example, Might Due, Shinku Yuhi, Fugaku Tsukumo, and others. Obito and Fugaku did not have much of a relationship. But after Obito became Minato's student, he received attention from the Uchiha clan. After all, he had become a shinobi of the Hokage faction. In theory, he could also compete for the position of Hokage. Precisely because of this, Fugaku came to watch the battle. But the most important spectator was the long-absent third Hokage, Hiruzen. However, it was normal for him to come. After all, his son Asuma was participating in the Chunin exam. Just like yesterday, Natsuki used the giant manta ray. He and Mikoto watched the battle from atop the giant manta ray. But there was something slightly subtle about it. Because Fugaku was not far away. However, it did not matter. The current Fugaku and Mikoto already had no relationship. The chief proctor for the third stage was still Minato. Although Natsuki had instructed him to find 3 shinobi to act as chief proctors, he happened to have nothing to do, so he took the role himself. Aside from that, there was another reason. His 3 students were participating in the Chunin exam. There are 2 rules for the third stage. Minato said, first, the matches will be decided by random draw. Second, stop when the match is decided. Whether someone passed the Chunin exam was not determined by ranking but by performance. In addition, with war approaching, if nothing unexpected happened, most of the genin who entered the third stage would become Chunin. First round, first match. Kakashi vs. Aoba Yamashiro. Minato said loudly, "Please have both examinees enter the field." Kakashi, do your best. Rin immediately said. Do not embarrass our squad. Obito snorted softly and said. Kakashi entered the field without changing his expression. His opponent was Aoba Yamashiro, who was 3 years older than him. In the original timeline, Aoba became a Tokubetsu Jonin. But at this moment, Aoba was extremely serious when facing Kakashi. He had heard of Kakashi's reputation as a genius. Entering the academy at 5 and graduating at 5 could be considered creating the legend of the fastest graduation. Most importantly, his teacher was Minato. Minato was the student of Jiraiya, one of the Konoha Sannin. Fire release, great fireball technique. Aoba formed hand seals at the instant the match began and spat out a giant fireball. The scorching heat spread. Kakashi did not dodge. He charged forward directly. Rankyaku. He kicked out, splitting the fireball in 2. At the same time, he took out the blade of lightning fang that Natsuki had given him. Brilliant lightning appeared. Just as Aoba was about to form hand seals, he saw Kakashi swing his sword. A large amount of lightning gathered into a ray of light in the air and struck him. Aoba immediately stiffened in place and fell into a paralyzed state. His black hair was even shocked until it stood on end. Tsukumo, you truly are willing to spend a lot on your son. Hiruzen was somewhat surprised and asked, was lightning release chakra crystal added to this sword? It does contain lightning release chakra crystal. Tsukumo smiled and said, but this sword was given to him by Natsuki. As soon as these words came out, Shinku and the others all felt surprised. After all, lightning release chakra crystal could be said to be priceless. To be continued. Working on a book that I feel is quite unique. It's not fanfiction, but it has elements of fanfiction. I've posted it and would appreciate it if you could check it out and see if it's something you'd like to follow. Title: A Guide to Superhuman Extinction. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Might Guy vs. Obito. 2,793 words. Kakashi's victory did not surprise anyone. Although Aoba Yamashiro could be considered a genius, there were still differences between geniuses. Kakashi belonged to the category of geniuses among geniuses. The matches continued. There were many genin participating in the first round. Natsuki did not recognize quite a few of them. Naturally, their strength was not particularly outstanding either. From Natsuki's perspective, aside from the first match, the battles in the first round were rather boring. So he simply began teasing Mikoto. It was not until the second round began that he started watching seriously again. Mikoto finally got some rest and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She felt that the current her no longer seemed like herself, as if she had already fallen into an abyss. Second round, first match. Might Guy vs. Genma Shiranui. Minato shouted loudly. Wah! Might Dewey suddenly stood from the spectator seats and cried loudly, Guy, you must let your youth bloom. I will. Guy looked at Dewey, gave him a thumbs up and said, please witness my youth. Fugaku and the others looked at each other. Hiruzen secretly felt fortunate. Thankfully, he had retired early. Otherwise, who knew how much trouble this father and son would have caused him? Kakashi quietly widened the distance between himself and Guy. Guy entered the field. His opponent, Genma Shiranui, held a senbon in his mouth and stood across from him. He looked very relaxed. In fact, he was indeed relaxed. Because Guy did not have much fame. Genma was also 2 years older than him, and his own strength was not bad. In the original timeline, he even became one of the 4th Hokage Minato's guards and mastered the Flying Thunder formation technique. However, he would soon change his mind. Begin. After Minato shouted, he retreated to the side of the field. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy shouted and rushed toward Genma. Genma paused slightly. What kind of move involved shouting the name of a taijutsu technique during battle? Ninja art, senbon rain. Genma stepped back and kept his distance while spitting out the senbon in his mouth. After the senbon reached midair, it suddenly trembled and split into even more senbon. In the blink of an eye, Guy was covered by senbon and fell into danger. Tekai, wheel. Guy immediately gave up on Konoha Whirlwind. His entire body leaped up, turning like a windmill as he spun toward Genma. What? Genma could not help freezing. What was wrong with this guy? Did he not care about his life? The instant Guy rushed out, the dense senbon in the sky fell onto him. But the expected scene did not appear. The senbon seemed to strike an iron plate, and were bounced away one after another. In the moment Genma froze, Guy crashed into him. He felt as if he had been struck by a mountain rushing at high speed, and his whole body flew into the air. After landing, he was knocked unconscious. Winner, Might Guy. Seeing this, Minato was not surprised. Tekai, will was an advanced taijutsu derived from Tekai. It allowed the user to maintain terrifying defensive power, while also possessing powerful impact force. He actually learned Tekai, wheel. Asuma showed a surprised expression. Their 3 squads all knew the Konoha 6 styles. But everyone's progress was different. After all, they had only learned them for a little over a year. For someone like Asuma, he had only learned 4 of the Konoha 6 styles. When it comes to taijutsu, Guy is the strongest among us. Kakashi said in a deep voice. Even he had not learned armament haki, and the 3 advanced taijutsu forms of Tekai. Of course, there was another reason. Unlike Guy, who only learned taijutsu, Kakashi also had to spare time to learn lightning release. Even so, he had already learned the second most Konoha 6 styles. What use is only learning taijutsu? Obito curled his lips and said, when the time comes, I will definitely defeat him. That's right. Anko agreed. After seeing Guy's taijutsu, she had been somewhat discouraged. But Obito's words rekindled her hope. Kakashi shook his head. Was it really that simple? After all, Guy had learned the 8 gates. Kakashi had long heard of this forbidden taijutsu. But he had never seen it. First, because he and Guy were not on the same squad. Second, because Guy would not use the 8 gates normally. The 8 gates was a forbidden technique. It consumed a great deal, and had side effects. Second round, second match. Kurenai Yuhi vs. Ebisu. After Guy and Genma left the field, Minato spoke again. Kurenai. Shizen waved her hand and said, beat him. I will not fall in the second round. Kurenai smiled confidently and said. No matter what, she was not Natsuki's student. Kurenai and Ebisu entered the field. Their expressions formed a clear contrast. Ebisu appeared to be sighing. In the original timeline, he was a Tokubetsu Jonin, but that relied on his teaching ability. His own strength was not especially strong. Shadow clone technique. The moment the battle began, Ebisu immediately formed hand seals. Smoke flashed and 2 shadow clones appeared. The 3 Ebisu charged toward Kurenai at high speed. Kurenai glanced over and directly moved forward to meet them. Rankyaku. She suddenly kicked. A vacuum slash formed and struck the Ebisu at the front. With a puff, Ebisu turned into smoke. He was a shadow clone. At that moment, the Ebisu on the left formed hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The air twisted, and a huge fireball flew out. The Ebisu on the right flicked both hands, sending 6 kunai toward Kurenai. For a moment, Kurenai faced 2 attacks at once. She did not panic at all and immediately used Soru. Her whole body turned into an afterimage, avoiding both the great fireball and the 6 kunai. Seeing that both attacks had failed, Ebisu immediately had a bad feeling. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Kurenai reappeared. In an instant, she met the eyes of the Ebisu closest to her. Ebisu fell into a daze, and a terrified expression appeared on his face. The effect of demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, was to make the target see the thing they feared most in their heart. The other Ebisu quickly stepped forward, wanting to help release the genjutsu. Rankyaku. Kurenai kicked at him again. With a puff, this Ebisu turned into smoke. Then the remaining Ebisu was the real body. At this moment, he was trying to release the genjutsu, but Kurenai was faster than him. She closed the distance and punched him down. Winner, Kurenai Yuhi. Minato immediately announced the result. The corners of Kurenai's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a smile. Being able to enter the second round already met her expectations. The main reason was that the third round would be an internal battle between their 3 squads. At that time, the pressure would be much greater. Second round, third match. Asuma vs. Ibiki Marino. Minato continued announcing. What kind of luck is this? Asuma could not help complaining. How come when it is my turn, my opponent becomes my teammate? Both of you, do your best. Anko comforted them and said, as long as you show a brilliant performance, you can become Chunin. Asuma and Ibiki entered the field. After being teammates for over a year, they naturally understood each other very well. In the original timeline, the ninjutsu Ibiki displayed were all used for interrogation. But his current teacher was Nawaki, so he had not learned interrogation-related ninjutsu. He had learned swordsmanship instead. Asuma had not learned swordsmanship. The main reason was that he specialized in fire release and wind release. Although he had 2 chakra blades, those 2 chakra blades were very special. They were more like knuckle weapons or trench knives. They were used together with wind release and taijutsu. Because of this, compared to the original timeline, he had learned one additional thing, the Konoha 6 styles. Ibiki took out a ninja sword. Without hesitation, he used Soru and arrived in front of Asuma. Asuma held his chakra blades with both hands and blocked the strike. At the same time, he kicked out Rankyaku. He stirred up the air and created a slash. Kamii. Ibiki immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding Asuma's Rankyaku. One sword style, 36-pound Phoenix. But Asuma had the greater advantage. Because he had learned 4 of the Konoha 6 styles, only Tekai and Jeppo remained unlearned. Ibiki's talent was worse. He had only learned 2 styles. One was Soru and the other was Kamii. But it was not just an advantage in the Konoha 6 styles. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of high-temperature ash. Although his teacher was Nawaki, his father was Hiruzen. His fire release had been learned from Hiruzen. Facing the ash cloud, Ibiki could only dodge again. Asuma seized the opportunity and stepped forward. After arriving in front of Ibiki, he swung the chakra blades in his hands. Flying swallow. Chakra covered the 2 chakra blades and took shape. The 2 chakra blades became longer in another form. Ibiki had no choice but to use his ninja sword to block the 2 chakra blades. But in his haste, his strength was not enough, and he was forced to retreat uncontrollably. Rankyaku. Asuma pressed the advantage. Ibiki forcibly used Kamii. But Kamii was not omnipotent. Just as he avoided Rankyaku, Asuma threw the chakra blade in his right hand. Wind release, verdant mountain gale. Under his control, the chakra blade struck Ibiki. Ibiki screamed and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Asuma did not continue attacking. The 2 medical ninjas standing at the side of the field quickly stepped forward and began treating Ibiki. Fortunately, his injuries were not serious. He soon recovered and did not even need to be sent to Konoha Hospital. Winner, Asuma. Minato announced at the right time. Hiruzen could not help nodding. For Asuma, who had graduated only a little over a year ago, having this level of strength was already quite good. Although he was far weaker compared with Kakashi, everyone's talent was different and could not be forcibly compared. Hiruzen knew Asuma's talent very well. Becoming a Jonin would not be a problem, but reaching Kage level would be very difficult. Time slowly passed. Shizune, Rin, Anko, and Obito all went on stage. Their opponents were all characters never mentioned in the original timeline. In addition, they were strong, so they all won quite easily. That included the 2 medical ninja, Shizune and Rin. They had also learned the Konoha 6 styles, and their taijutsu was stronger than that of most genin. The second round ended and the third round began. By the third round, most of the genin had already been eliminated, and only 8 genin remained. These 8 genin were all members of the 3 squads led by Natsuki, Nawaki, and Minato. The only unlucky one was Ibiki. This generation really does have many geniuses. Hiruzen said with satisfaction, it seems there is no need to worry about Konoha's future. With Natsuki and Minato around, these geniuses will definitely be able to grow. Shinku Yuhi smiled and said. From the moment Kurenai became Natsuki's student, he felt that the Yuhi family had gained hope. Even if she could not become Hokage, becoming part of Konoha's upper ranks would absolutely not be a problem. After all, everyone knew that the 5th Hokage would definitely be Natsuki. Fugaku was also quite happy. After being suppressed by Danzo and Root for many years, the Uchiha clan could finally hold its head high. Obito had become Minato's student. And Mikoto had gone even further, becoming a Hokage secretary. Her relationship with Natsuki was also very good. Perhaps the first person produced by the Uchiha clan would not be Hokage, but the Hokage's woman. Of course, he did not know that Mikoto was currently being tormented. After a 15-minute break, the third round officially began. Third round, first match. Might Guy vs. Obito. Minato glanced at the draw results and secretly thought it was not good. Judging from the performances in the first 2 rounds, Kakashi and Guy were undoubtedly the strongest. Obito's mouth twitched. He had not expected the words he said earlier to come true. He was matched against Guy. But it did not matter. He would win. Because he was an Uchiha. Do not care too much about winning or losing. Kakashi looked at him and said, "Humph, I will definitely win. When the time comes, I will defeat you too." After Obito finished speaking, he turned to Rin and said confidently, "Rin, watch my performance." Rin was a little worried, but she still nodded. Guy's teammates, Shizen and Kurenai, were not that worried. After all, they knew his strength. The two of them quickly entered the field. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito quickly formed hand seals from the start. Scorching heat spread. A huge fireball smashed toward Guy. Rankyaku. Guy did not dodge. He kicked out. A vacuum slash split the fireball in two. Guy rushed in front of Obito in a flash. When the fireball was split in two, Obito immediately used Soru. Just as Guy arrived in front of him, the distance between the two opened again. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique. Obito formed hand seals again. Flames came toward Guy from every direction, sealing off his dodging space. Jeppo. Guy leaped up and arrived in midair. All of the flames missed. Obito's expression changed slightly. He immediately flicked both hands, and 6 kunai shot out. Tekai, wheel. Guy ignored all the kunai and descended from the sky, his speed as fast as lightning. Guy crashed into the ground, and with him as the center, the ground cracked, sending countless broken stones flying. But what surprised everyone was that Obito had dodged this strike. "Is that the Sharingan?" Asuma looked at Obito's blood-red eyes and said in surprise. "I heard the Sharingan is very effective against taijutsu." Shizen thought for a moment and said, "The One-Tomo Sharingan has extremely strong insight. This means Guy's movements will become slower in Obito's eyes." Asuma nodded and explained. "Only a One-Tomo Sharingan probably is not enough to threaten Guy." Kakashi shook his head and said. As his teammate, Kakashi had long known that Obito had awakened the Sharingan. "That's right." Kurenai agreed and said, "I believe in Guy." While everyone talked, Guy and Obito had already exchanged several rounds. Because of the insight brought by the One-Tomo Sharingan, Obito was no longer at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. This is the Sharingan. Obito could not help laughing. It really is amazing. Guy gave him a thumbs up and said, "But my youth cannot end here." Obito was just about to speak when he suddenly froze. 8 gates. First gate. Gate of opening, open. A large amount of chakra emerged from Guy's body. Obito felt his breathing stop. "It's here." Hiruzen's spirits rose as he said. Fugaku, Shinku, and the others also stared at Guy without blinking. They all knew that Dewey had learned the 8 gates. As his son, Guy had naturally learned the 8 gates as well. Front Lotus. Guy erupted with his fastest speed. Obito only felt his vision blur before that green light entered his eyes. But compared with him in the original timeline, the current him had learned the Konoha 6 styles. Shurgon. Obito subconsciously raised his finger. Armament Haki. Guy ignored his Shurgon and kicked him in the chin. Obito's body shook, and he flew into the air. Guy appeared behind him, held him, and dropped toward the ground. Before Obito could react, he felt pain in his body and fainted. Winner, Might Guy. Minato immediately announced the result. Although Obito was his student, there was no problem with Guy's victory. In the sky, Natsuki felt Mikoto's soft body and thought of something. In the original timeline, Obito first awakened his Sharingan during the Third Shinobi World War. Now that he had awakened it in advance, it was clearly because of Natsuki's butterfly effect. But from another perspective, the current him looked even more like a genius, so the probability of being chosen by Madara was even higher. Perhaps he had already been chosen. Natsuki returned to himself and looked at Mikoto. She had already fallen into a dazed state. Natsuki thought that after the Chunin exam ended, he would have to help her solve this problem. After all, he was not a saint. To be continued. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, The Chunin exam ends. 2,942 words. After Obito fell unconscious, the medical ninja at the side of the field quickly stepped forward to treat him. In less than 3 minutes, he woke up. When he realized what had happened, his face flushed red. He wished he could faint again so he would not have to face Rin. Fortunately, no one thought it was his fault for losing to Guy. After all, the result would have been the same no matter who fought him. On the contrary, awakening the One-Tomo Sharingan at his age made many people think he was a genius among geniuses. Especially Fugaku. He believed that whether in ninjutsu or resources, the Uchiha clan should increase its investment in him. Third round, second match. Kakashi vs. Shizun. After Guy and Obito left the field, Minato announced the next match. When Shizun heard her name, she could not help shaking her head. Barring anything unexpected, this was probably as far as she could go. You are a medical ninja. It is normal that you cannot beat Kakashi. Kurenai comforted her and said, it is enough as long as you can become a Chunin. Do not betray your youth. Guy said, his teeth flashing. The two of them entered the field. Kakashi recalled the previous battles. Aside from medical ninjutsu, what Shizun was best at was taijutsu, or more specifically, the Konoha 6 styles. But she had only learned 3 of the Konoha 6 styles. He had learned 6, second only to Guy. Thinking this, Kakashi stepped forward and closed in. He did not use the swordsmanship he was best at. He only used taijutsu to fight Shizun. Although Shizun tried very hard to endure, it did not take long before she was defeated. After medical ninja learn the Konoha 6 styles, it can be considered making up for their final weakness. Hiruzen commented. Shinku and the others nodded in agreement. Although medical ninja had a great role, they needed teammates to protect them in battle. At certain times, they could instead become a burden. If medical ninja had combat ability of their own, that would be perfect. Even if they could not compare to combat ninja, as long as they could protect themselves, they could greatly reduce the pressure on their teammates. Third round, third match. Asuma vs. Rin Noara. Minato quickly announced the next pair of fighters. This battle was similar to the previous one. Only Kakashi was replaced by Asuma. As for Rin and Shizun, their strength was almost the same. They had the same medical ninjutsu, and the same Konoha 6 styles. In the end, Asuma won. Rin was very calm about it. This was the expected result. And once again, she was a medical ninja, so it was normal for her to lose. Third round, fourth match. Kurenai Yuhi vs. Anko Mitarashi. Minato announced loudly. It is finally my turn. Anko placed her hands on her hips and said, I will definitely enter the fourth round. Before participating in the Chunin exam, her goal had been first place. But after watching Kakashi and Guy fight, she became much more clear-headed, so she changed her goal to entering the fourth round. That depends on your ability. Kurenai smiled and said. Although you are older than me, your strength may not be stronger than mine. Anko snorted softly and said. The two looked at each other and both could sense the tension between them. Very soon, they entered the field and stood facing each other. Fire release, great fireball technique. Anko formed hand seals with both hands, and chakra surged out, turning into a large fireball. Like Asuma and Obito, she specialized in fire release. Aside from that, she also specialized in Orochimaru's snake-related ninjutsu. Although Nawaki did not know snake-related ninjutsu, at Natsuki's suggestion, Orochimaru had taken some time to teach Anko. Anko also showed considerable talent in snake-related ninjutsu. After all, in the original timeline, she had learned it quite well. From this point of view, Orochimaru was still quite pleased. because his three students, Natsuki, Nawaki, and Nono, had not inherited his snake-related ninjutsu. Rankyaku. Kurenai kicked out. As the fireball split in two, she formed hand seals. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique. Invisible mental waves spread outward. Anko had long been prepared. She closed her eyes in an instant and dodged to the left. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique did not achieve its intended effect. Hidden shadow snake hands. Anko raised her right arm. Her right arm suddenly turned into 9 snakes that rushed toward Kurenai. Kamii. Kurenai had only learned 4 of the Konoha 6 styles. Only Shurgan and Tekai remained unlearned. Using the airflow produced by the 9 snakes, Kurenai shifted and moved, beginning to evade them. Seeing this, Anko formed hand seals again. Fire release, dragon fire technique. She suddenly took a deep breath. In an instant, a straight line of fire surged out. Its speed was very fast, like a fire dragon crashing toward Kurenai. Jeppo. Kurenai's body rose, and she arrived in midair. Seeing this, Anko instead smiled. Many hidden shadow snake hands. Dense snakes surged out and flew toward Kurenai. She was now in midair, surrounded by snakes from every direction with nowhere to escape. Just as Anko thought she was about to win, Kurenai avoided all the snakes along an extremely strange route. What is going on? Anko could not help freezing. The corners of Kurenai's mouth lifted slightly. This was the observation Haki Natsuki had taught her. Without another word, she seized the chance and formed hand seals. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. A tree immediately appeared behind Anko. Vines stretched out and bound her. Anko secretly thought things were bad. She returned to herself and quickly tried to release the genjutsu. But it was already too late. Kurenai appeared above her and punched down, sending her flying. Before Anko could get up, a kunai was already pressed against her neck. Winner, Kurenai Yuhi. Minato announced the result. Anko opened her mouth, then immediately looked dispirited. She had been full of confidence, yet she had not even entered the 4th round. But she had already done her best. It was not that she was weak. It was that Kurenai and the others were too strong. Anko then thought of Nawaki's words. It seemed she really had been a little too full of herself. Did Kurenai use some kind of taijutsu just now? Rin asked curiously. It was not taijutsu. It was a sensing ninjutsu. Shizun smiled and said, "This is something Natsuki-sensei taught us, but I have not learned it yet. It is called observation haki. It sounds like it is the same type as armament haki." Asuma said thoughtfully. It can be used together with armament haki. Shizun explained, its effect is to sense the surroundings and predict the target's movements and attacks. Obito widened his eyes and asked, "Isn't that the Sharingan?" It is indeed somewhat similar. Shizun froze for a moment and said. At that moment, Minato's voice rang out, interrupting their conversation. The 3rd round has ended. The ninja entering the 4th round are Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and Kurenai Yuhi. Minato continued, there will now be a 15-minute break. Mikoto. Natsuki asked, who do you think will win? Mikoto subconsciously raised her head to look at him. She had now entered an overheated state. The blush on her face had spread to her ears, and her skin looked rather pink. WH. What? Mikoto shook her head and asked. I am asking who you think will take first place in the end. Natsuki leaned closer, smelled her faint fragrance, bit her ear lightly and said. Mikoto barely recovered some clarity and spoke. Why? Natsuki kissed her neck. He is your student. Mikoto's voice trembled slightly as she said this. Then why did you not say Kurenai? Natsuki asked with a smile, she is also my student. I feel Guy's strength is greater. Mikoto's eyes were full of moisture, and her whole body gave off a trace of charm. But her own aura was very gentle, and mixed together, it created a different kind of feeling. Natsuki swallowed. He now hoped the Chunin exam would end sooner. In fact, Mikoto was thinking the same thing. She felt that if this continued, she would definitely catch a fever. The 15-minute break passed while Mikoto suffered through it. Fourth round, first match. Kakashi vs Kurenai Yuhi. Minato walked onto the field and announced the draw results. Your luck is about the same as mine. It is not very good. When Shizen heard this, she complained. After entering the fourth round, there is no opponent who is easy to fight. Kurenai shook her head and said. That is true. Asuma sighed and said. Kurenai's opponent was Kakashi. Naturally, his opponent could only be Guy. When he thought of Guy's earlier performance, he felt a headache. I will just do my best. Kurenai was very open-minded. In any case, since she had entered the fourth round, her promotion to Chunin was basically guaranteed. In fact, entering the fourth round had already exceeded her expectations. Only Kakashi said nothing with a calm expression before entering the field. Seeing this, Kurenai also walked to face him. Kakashi took out the blade of lightning Fang. Judging from Kurenai's previous performance, it would be difficult to defeat her with taijutsu alone. The battle began, and Kakashi suddenly swung his blade. The blade of the lightning Fang lit up, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Because lightning-released chakra crystal had been added to it, and because it was reforged from the thunder swords, Kiba, it had the effect of calling lightning. Kurenai's gaze sharpened. She activated observation haki and quickly dodged. But before she landed, Kakashi had already crossed several meters and arrived near her. The blade of lightning Fang brought a flash of white light as it attacked her. Its speed was almost like lightning. Fortunately, Kurenai had observation haki and barely sensed the path of the blade of lightning Fang. At the critical moment, she retreated and used Jeppo. After reaching midair, she kicked with force. Rankyaku. A vacuum slash flew out like a flash of blade light. Rankyaku. Kakashi's expression did not change as he also kicked. As the two slashes collided, he tightened his grip on the blade of lightning Fang. Brilliant lightning surged from the blade, then spread outward and enveloped Kurenai. Kurenai had no choice but to dodge again. Kakashi reached her once more. Demonic illusion, tree-binding death. Kurenai looked at him, gritted her teeth, and formed hand seals. But Kakashi gave her no chance. His wrist flicked, and the blade of lightning Fang moved to its limit. Kurenai only felt her vision blur, filled entirely with flashes of blade light and sword shadows. In the end, the blade of lightning Fang stopped in front of her neck. Kurenai could not help sighing. Observation haki was not omnipotent. Its effect depended on the user's strength. Facing Kakashi's Hitaki swordsmanship, which was known for speed, observation haki was powerless. Moreover, even if Kurenai could sense the path of the blade of lightning Fang, her strength was not enough to block or counterattack. Fourth round, second match. Asuma vs Might Guy. Minato immediately announced the next match. When Asuma heard this, he shook his head and walked onto the field. He was still very aware of himself. Being able to reach the fourth round is already quite good. Hiruzen had the same thoughts as him. He did not think Asuma would win just because Asuma was his son. Fugaku, Shinku, and the others could also see Guy's strength. After hearing Hiruzen's words, none of them answered. After all, no matter how open-minded Hiruzen was, Asuma was still his son. Saying too much could easily offend him. Although Hiruzen had already retired, his influence was still there. The current Hokage was also his student. Konoha Whirlwind. Guy opened with a kick. Fire release, ash pile burning. Asuma immediately spat out high-temperature ash. Guy quickly stopped and dodged to the left. A sound of breaking wind rang out. Asuma flicked both hands, and 4 kunai flew out. Rankyaku. After avoiding the high-temperature ash, Guy directly kicked and cut apart the 4 kunai. The remaining force continued toward Asuma. Asuma took out 2 chakra blades. Flying Swallow. The 2 chakra blades crossed and shattered the vacuum slash produced by Rankyaku. Rankyaku. Asuma returned the favor and kicked at Guy. Tekai, wheel. Guy charged straight forward. With Tekai, he forcibly endured Rankyaku. At the same time, his whole body crashed toward Asuma like a mountain. Flying Swallow. Asuma subconsciously crossed his 2 blades. But the terrifying force still sent him flying backward. Konoha Strong Whirlwind. Guy pressed the advantage, flashed forward, and delivered a spinning back kick. Asuma completely fainted. Winner, Might Guy. Minato announced. No one was surprised by this result. Very soon, they revealed looks of expectation. Because next was the final battle of the Chunin exam's individual matches, which would also be the strongest battle. 5th round, Might Guy vs Kakashi. Minato announced loudly. Although he was Kakashi's teacher, he did not dare guarantee that Kakashi would definitely win. This battle will determine the strongest member of Konoha's new generation. Hiruzen said with a smile, I wonder who it will be. Fugaku and the others were also unsure who would win this battle. Kakashi. Guy revealed a brilliant smile. This battle will definitely be filled with youth. Skip the time-wasting probes and use your 8 gates directly. Kakashi gripped the blade of lightning Fong and said. 8 gates. Guy froze for a moment, then shouted. A large amount of chakra surged out of his body. Gate of opening, open. Gate of healing, open. Gate of life, open. Guy opened 3 gates in one breath. In an instant, green chakra surrounded him, as if draping him in a cloak of chakra. Kakashi's breathing stopped for a moment, and he felt unprecedented pressure. Reverse Lotus. Guy's body disappeared from where he stood. More accurately, because his speed was too fast, it looked as if he had teleported. Kakashi immediately activated Kamii. Through the changes in the airflow, he locked onto Guy's position. The blade of lightning Fong in his hand flew out as if it had disappeared. Armament Haki. As soon as Guy clashed with him, he felt a sharp sting. Without hesitation, he added a layer of defense to himself. The two immediately became locked in close combat. Damn it. Obito widened his eyes. He discovered that his Sharingan could not clearly see Guy's movements, and it also could not clearly see Kakashi's movements. This gave him a strong sense of frustration. These two are really too strong. Shizune could not help sighing. My observation Haki can no longer capture their movements. Kurenai said in surprise. Asuma could not help twitching the corner of his mouth. He knew there was a gap between himself, Kakashi, and Guy, but he had not expected it to be this large. Ha ha ha. Guy laughed loudly and said, "This is the clash of youth." Kakashi took a deep breath. Dealing with Guy, who had opened 3 gates and also knew the Konoha 6 styles and armament Haki, was very difficult for him. Fortunately, his Hitaki swordsmanship was equally fast. Together with the support of the Konoha 6 styles, it allowed him to fight evenly with Guy. But this was not his full strength. It is time to end this, Guy. Kakashi raised his hand. In an instant, lightning spread out, and the piercing sound of birds chirping rang out. The next second, his entire body was covered in lightning, as if he were wearing a suit of armor. This was a variation of lightning release, Chidori current, with both attack and defense. In the original timeline, Chidori current was created by Sasuke. Kakashi was able to learn it because Natsuki had taught him. And because of the support of the blade of lightning Fong, the power of his Chidori current rose another level. As expected of my lifelong rival. My youth must rise to another level. Guy shouted, "Gate of pain, open. Gate of limit, open." After opening 5 gates, terrifying chakra erupted like the sea. With him as the center, air waves rolled and dust surged outward. Kakashi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Rankyaku. Guy kicked out. The vacuum slash that originally looked like blade light now expanded wildly. All of the chakra detonated at once. A huge vacuum dragon crashed toward Kakashi. Kakashi counterattacked in an instant. Dazzling lightning erupted from his body, and countless arcs of lightning gathered together, blocking in front of him. At the same time, the blade of lightning Fong in his hand also swung out rapidly. The lightning and the vacuum dragon collided. Countless waves of air swirled. Armament hockey. Tekai, wheel. Guy roared, and his whole body spun with a stream of chakra. He arrived in front of Kakashi. Kakashi subconsciously swung his blade, but it was useless. He could not break through Guy's defense at all. He was sent flying backward. The lightning on his body blocked much of the impact, but it was still not very useful. Kakashi landed on the ground and only felt as if his whole body had fallen apart. He could not move. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, First Night. 3,163 words. Winner, Might Guy. Minato waited for a moment. Seeing that Kakashi could no longer stand, he finally announced the result. Hearing this, Guy immediately released the 8 gates. At his age, opening the 5th gate was already very difficult, let alone maintaining it for too long. 2 medical ninja walked over to Kakashi and began treating him. Kakashi had been beaten into a bit of a daze. After all, the situation had suddenly reversed, and he had lost in an instant. But he quickly came back to himself. Kakashi said, "Next time, let's fight again." Although losing felt terrible, he could accept defeat. Most importantly, Guy under the 8 gates was indeed stronger than him. Then it's decided. Guy gave him a thumbs up and said, "Next time, let's have another youthful duel." At that moment, he heard a familiar shout. He turned around and saw Might Dewey. Dewey's face was covered in tears as he shouted, "I am proud of your youth." "I did it, father." Guy rushed forward and shouted excitedly, "This is youth." The two of them hugged each other and cried loudly as if no one else was around. After Kakashi finished his treatment, he glanced at them and quickly left the field. Seeing this, Minato could not help smiling. But the Chunin exam had not ended yet. Because it had not yet been announced which genin would be promoted to Chunin in this exam. Thinking of this, Minato really wanted to complain. Because this matter should have been announced by the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru. But Orochimaru had not come, and had handed the matter to Natsuki. The problem was that Natsuki had not come either. What should he do now? Delay it by 1 day. At that moment, an ANBU shinobi appeared. Minato-sama. He walked up to Minato and said, "This is what Natsuki-sama asked me to give you." Minato paused slightly and took the scroll, then opened it and read it. The contents of the scroll were very simple. The first sentence said that Natsuki had watched the entire match and had already left. The rest of the contents were the list of genin who would become Chunin in this Chunin exam, and he was to announce it. When did he watch it? Minato felt somewhat puzzled, but he did not ask further. He walked forward and announced the list. Among the names were all members of his squad, Natsuki's squad, and Nawaki's squad. When Asuma and the others heard this, they all revealed smiles. Although they had not taken first place, becoming Chunin had already achieved their goal. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan compound. "So this is your room?" Natsuki looked around and asked. Several seconds passed before he heard Mikoto's trembling reply. He turned his head and looked at Mikoto, who was leaning against the door. Her entire body seemed to be radiating heat, and even her skin was flushed pink. Natsuki chuckled. He walked toward Mikoto's bed. A faint fragrance lingered in the air. He slipped under the blanket. Come here. Natsuki looked at her and said, it just happens to be time for an afternoon nap. Mikoto's heart trembled. She lowered her head and walked forward. By the time she came closer, there was no longer anything between them. She took a deep breath and lay down in Natsuki's arms. How did today's Chunin exam feel? Natsuki reached out and gently stroked her smooth cheek. It was very exciting. Mikoto pressed her lips together and said, Kakashi and Guy already feel like they have Jonin-level strength. They are still barely there. Natsuki's hand moved down and rested over her chest as he said, after all, they are still young. Mikoto's breathing stopped for a moment. Do you not have anything you want to say? Natsuki asked with a smile. Say what? Mikoto looked at him in a dazed and confused manner. Does your room leak when it rains? Natsuki placed both hands on her waist. Ah! Mikoto's body instantly tensed, and she subconsciously opened her mouth. What kind of strange question was that? Her head was dizzy, and she did not know how to answer. Natsuki raised an eyebrow. He lowered his head and gently kissed her face and lips. I was just curious. Seeing that she had come back to herself, Natsuki smiled and said, because I think your talent for water release is quite good. I only know fire release. Although Mikoto felt that Natsuki's question was very sudden, she still answered honestly. Is that so? Natsuki patted her hips and said, then you simply have not realized that you have talent for water release. Mikoto froze. Where exactly did she have talent for water release? But soon, she could no longer focus on thinking about that question. It was not until before she fell into her afternoon nap that she finally realized what he meant. In the end, she fell asleep with her face full of shyness. Or perhaps she had fainted. 1 hour later, Natsuki opened his eyes. He took a deep breath and felt completely refreshed. In truth, with his strength, he would be fine even without sleeping. But that would mean losing one of the pleasures of being human. Natsuki looked at Mikoto, who was sleeping soundly. Her strength was far below that of Nono and Kushina. Although Nono's strength had been ordinary before, after learning the strength of 100 seal, her strength had increased greatly. Kushina was from the Uzumaki clan, so her physical constitution was naturally good. Especially with the enormous chakra inside her body, which gave her very strong recovery ability. Mikoto could not compare in that regard. However, she also had one very special trait. Her talent for water release was quite good. Natsuki returned to himself and stretched out his hand. Chakra flowed into Mikoto, whose face was full of exhaustion, and she relaxed. Natsuki kissed her forehead, then got out of bed. He changed into his clothes and went to the kitchen. Not long after he left, Mikoto woke up. She was not sleepy. She was tired. After Natsuki removed her fatigue, her drowsiness quickly disappeared. Mikoto subconsciously reached out, but she touched empty space. Her heart tightened and she quickly opened her eyes. Did he leave? Mikoto felt a little disappointed, but she soon regained her calm. Natsuki held 3 positions at the same time, and had many things to do. It was normal for him to be busy. Mikoto got out of bed and put away the sheets. She changed her clothes and left the room, then smelled a fragrant aroma. Mikoto froze for a moment, and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She trotted to the kitchen and saw that familiar figure. You're awake. Natsuki turned to look at her and asked. Mikoto reached out and brushed the hair by her ear. Only then did she notice that her hair was stuck together with sweat. Go take a bath first. Natsuki noticed her movement and said, after you finish bathing, you can eat lunch. Mikoto quickly nodded. She really did need to take a bath. She felt uncomfortable inside and out. Half an hour later, the two sat facing each other at the dining table. You can rest for half a day today and go to work tomorrow, Natsuki said casually. I'm fine. Mikoto shook her head and said. Be good. Natsuki raised his hand, pinched her cheek, and said this. Mikoto's heart trembled, and she immediately responded. She secretly glanced at Natsuki. When she thought of what had happened earlier, a faint pink color suddenly appeared on her cheeks. What is it? Natsuki withdrew his hand, picked up his chopsticks, and asked. Why are the dishes you make so delicious? Mikoto quickly found a question to ask. But this was indeed a question she truly wanted answered. As a traditional kunoichi who wanted to become a good wife and mother, her cooking skills were very good. But Natsuki's cooking was so good that she could not understand it. This made her feel somewhat defeated. That question is hard to answer. Natsuki coughed lightly and said, practice makes perfect. Mikoto did not suspect anything. She bit her lip. It seemed she had to spend more time improving her cooking. This taijutsu scroll is for you. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and took out a taijutsu scroll. Inside are the Konoha 6 styles I created. Thank you. Mikoto hesitated for a moment and did not refuse. If she improved her strength, it would be easier for her to help Natsuki. As for the Konoha 6 styles, they already had quite a reputation among Konoha shinobi. After this Chunin exam ended, their reputation would probably grow even further. After all, anyone with eyes could see that Kakashi and the others' excellent performances were closely related to the Konoha 6 styles. Especially medical ninja like Shizune and Rin. If you have any questions, come to me. Natsuki said with a smile. He had not taught Mikoto before because their relationship had not reached that point yet. Now that they knew each other so deeply, he would naturally help her improve her strength. Natsuki's gaze fell on her eyes. The fastest way for the Uchiha clan to improve their strength was naturally to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was clearly not that easy. Aside from intense emotional stimulation, it also required extremely strong talent. Otherwise, the previous Mikoto should have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan already. After all, she had received no small amount of stimulation, not only emotionally. The only explanation was that Mikoto did not have the talent to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But that might not be certain. Natsuki thought of the Hogyoku from the Aizen template again. It could allow the user to evolve, perfectly draw out their talent, and reach the optimal result. In theory, it could also allow Mikoto to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. But that was a matter for later. For now, she could first learn the Konoha 6 styles. After that, she could learn weather arts and combine it with the sorcery climate act. That would also make her an elite jonin. After eating, Natsuki went to the Hokage building. Natsuki-sama. When an ANBU shinobi saw him, he came forward. He was the ANBU shinobi Natsuki had sent to notify Minato. At that time, Mikoto was already burning up. Natsuki had to treat her, so he had no time to appear. He immediately threw down a list, accurately sending it to the ANBU shinobi below. During the Chunin exam, an ANBU squad was secretly responsible for security. Natsuki's object thrown from above happened to land right in front of them. After that, he took Mikoto to her home. The shinobi who passed the Chunin exam completed the corresponding procedures half an hour ago. The ANBU shinobi bowed slightly and said. Natsuki nodded, then walked into his office. After sitting down, he began today's work. Because the Chunin exam had delayed him in the morning, he had not come to work. After Natsuki picked up the first document, he raised an eyebrow. Because the war between Kumo and Kiri had escalated further. Both sides had sent another 1,000 shinobi. At this moment, the islands between the Land of Lightning and the Land of Water had completely become a battlefield. Natsuki felt that it would not be long before the third Mizukage and the third Reikage personally entered the battlefield. Especially the third Reikage. Every generation of Reikage led from the front during war. In the original timeline, the third Reikage even fought 10,000 IWA shinobi alone and ultimately died from exhaustion. The other Kage were not as reckless as the Reikage. Under normal circumstances, they would only enter the battlefield at the most critical moment. For example, Hiruzen. During the Third Shinobi World War, he never entered the battlefield. To be honest, if he had entered the battlefield, Minato's pressure would not have been so great. Of course, without pressure, there would have been no credit for constantly saving the situation, and it would have been much harder for Minato to become the fourth Hokage. Natsuki picked up the second document. He could not help narrowing his eyes. This document was related to IWA. IWA had been preparing war supplies before, but recently, it had stopped. If it were only that, there would be nothing worth paying attention to. But IWA had strengthened patrols along the southern border of the Land of Earth. And south of the Land of Earth was the Land of Birds. The Land of Birds bordered the Land of Wind. IWA most likely had designs on Suna. Natsuki could understand this. Not long ago, Suna had changed its Kazekage, and Pakura had become the fourth Kazekage. But the unexplained disappearance of the third Kazekage was a humiliation to Suna. In addition, in order to mislead the other shinobi villages, Suna publicly claimed that the third Kazekage had retired early. But this was only a temporary measure. The other shinobi villages were not stupid. They would definitely send people to investigate the matter. Natsuki guessed that once IWA confirmed the third Kazekage's whereabouts, it would send troops against Suna. In the original timeline, Iwa's ambitions in the Third Shinobi World War were no smaller than Kumo's. It fought Suna, Konoha, and Kumo one after another. Only Kiri was truly too far from it, so the two did not fight. There were two plot points involving IWA. One was the battle of 10,000 shinobi against the third Reikage mentioned earlier. The other was the surprise attack on Konoha that caused the Kanobi Bridge battle. There was no need to say much about the Kanobi Bridge battle. It could be called a turning point in the story. Obita was heavily injured and faked his death, then was saved by Madara, and eventually fell into darkness. Kakashi obtained one of his Sharingan, and became the famous copy ninja. Natsuki rubbed his chin. In the original timeline, IWA, Konoha, and Suna fought a chaotic battle in the Land of Rain. But now, he absolutely could not allow that to happen. Perhaps he could strike first and have Suna take the initiative to attack, fixing the battlefield in the Land of Birds or the neighboring Land of Bears. That way, the Land of Rain would not be affected. Of course, IWA would definitely be wary of the Land of Rain, or rather, Konoha behind it. But as long as Konoha did not attack IWA, war in the Land of Rain could be avoided. However, with Suna's strength, it was impossible for it to defeat IWA. And Konoha's location determined that it was impossible for Konoha to pass through the Third Shinobi World War peacefully. Even if it did not attack the other shinobi villages, the other shinobi villages would attack it. Fortunately, because of Pakura's existence, Suna would no longer attack Konoha. Thinking this, Natsuki opened a spatial gate and arrived at the Kazekage's office in Suna. Pakura, who was working, raised her head and looked at him. "Have you received the intelligence on IWA?" Natsuki asked first. "I have already received it. It is not unexpected," Pakura said calmly. "Suna needs to make preparations early." Natsuki paused and said, "Take the initiative and start the war with IWA in the Land of Birds. To avoid the Land of Rain." Pakura understood as soon as she heard it and nodded. "I can send people to the Land of Birds first. Once Suna moved, IWA would definitely move with it. The battlefield would naturally become the Land of Birds. How is your situation?" Natsuki looked at her and asked. "It is still fine." Pakura answered honestly, "But Raza and Retsu are not being obedient." I will deal with them first, then start the war with IWA. If you need my help, tell me. Natsuki nodded. I know. Pakura smiled and said, I will not be polite. Then I will leave first. See you next time. Natsuki turned and entered the spatial gate. He had just eaten lunch, so he was not in a hurry. It was still work time for now, so he would not disturb Pakura. Time arrived in June. With IWA and Suna making moves, the shinobi world became increasingly restless. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Konoha had not yet been drawn into the war. Somewhere underground, Madara Uchiha opened his eyes. White Zetsu appeared in front of him. It immediately told him all the major events that had recently happened in the shinobi world. It seems the full outbreak of the Third Shinobi World War is not far away. Madara nodded, then asked, how is the investigation of the Uchiha clan going? These are the investigation results. White Zetsu immediately handed over a scroll. Madara opened the scroll and read it. The so-called investigation was to find an Uchiha shinobi suitable to serve as his agent. The contents of the scroll were the information on the younger shinobi of the Uchiha clan. The reason he chose younger shinobi was because they were easier to control. Madara swept his gaze over the scroll. There were quite a few people. There were shinobi without much fame. There were also very famous shinobi. For example, clan head Fugaku, Hokage secretary Mikoto, and the new generation genius Obito. Madara quickly ruled out Fugaku. His age was still a little too high. Moreover, he was the clan head, making him too obvious a target. His actions would easily attract Konoha's attention. Mikoto was even more so. She was a Hokage secretary and close to Konoha's higher-ups. In the end, after scanning the list, Madara looked at Obito. When he saw Obito's bright and enthusiastic personality, his heart moved. He simply did not seem like a shinobi of the Uchiha clan. What kind of Uchiha went around helping old ladies cross the street? But this kind of personality often meant large emotional fluctuations. If Obito had enough talent, it would be very easy for him to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Since he was to be Madara's agent, his strength naturally could not be weak. After all, if he were too weak, he would have no way to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. Go monitor Obito. Madara said. Yes, Madara-sama. White Zetsu sank into the ground and disappeared. Madara fell into thought. The current situation was not yet suitable for contacting Obito. He would wait until Konoha was drawn into the war before making contact. Madara then thought of Nagato. There also needed to be some changes on Nagato's side. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, 6 Paths Ninja Tools, The War Between IWA and Suna. 3,175 words. August. Konoha had already entered the heat of summer. But Kyumo was even hotter than Konoha. Natsuki walked along the bustling street. Everywhere were Kyumo shinobi and residents dressed lightly for the weather. Although Kyumo was at war with Kiri, it had not affected them. After all, this place was far from the battlefield. And they all firmly believed that Kyumo would achieve final victory. Natsuki nodded slightly. He had to admit that Kyumo was indeed different. It carried a fierce atmosphere. This could be seen from the shinobi and residents on the street. Each of them had a sturdy build. Aside from that, there was another feature. Their skin tended to be darker. However, a large number of people also had normal skin tones. Natsuki could not quite understand the reason. Skin color was caused by environment. Logically speaking, if they were all darker, then everyone should be darker. But Kyumo was not like that. It was half dark-skinned and half light-skinned. Suddenly, a burst of noise caught Natsuki's attention. He raised his head and looked over, discovering a crowd gathered around a large viewing platform. Natsuki thought of the intelligence he had seen that morning. Today was the day Kumo was holding its Chunin exam, and it had already reached the individual battles, which was the third stage. Unlike Konoha's Chunin exam, many of Kumo's higher-ups had come. Natsuki looked around and found the third Raikage sitting on the high platform. His features were extremely obvious. He could be recognized at a glance. Natsuki then looked at the genin participating in the Chunin exam at the side of the field. He raised an eyebrow and recognized 3 young girls among them. Yujito ni, Mabui, and Samui. Due to the story's focus, there were very few named shinobi from the third Raikage generation in the original timeline. But by the fourth Raikage generation, there were many more named characters. A representative example was Yujito. She was the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails, Matatabi, and also a perfect Jinchuriki with powerful strength. But she had another flaw, which was excessive pride. In the original timeline, when she discovered Kakuzu and Haiden had come to capture her, she not only did not hide, but instead lured them out alone. Because she believed she could defeat the two of them by herself. The result was that she was killed instead, and the Two Tails was extracted. Mabui was the secretary of the fourth Raikage. Her position in Kumo was similar to Shikaku Nara's in Konoha. She was known for her high intelligence. Samui was the close friend of Mabui and Yujito. In the original timeline, her strength was Jonin level, though fairly standard. The only thing truly worth mentioning was her figure, which was comparable to Tsunade's. In the original timeline, Tsunade, Samui, and Hinata Hyuga could undoubtedly be ranked in the top 3 in terms of figure. After watching for a while, Natsuki turned and left. Naturally, he had not come to Kumo to watch the excitement. He had come for Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses. The reason he deliberately chose this day was to save effort. The third Raikage and other Kumo higher-ups had gathered together to watch the Chunin exam, so they would not notice his movements. Natsuki soon arrived at the Raikage building. He stood in a corner and recalled Dodai, whom he had seen earlier. Complete mimicry. Natsuki's appearance and height changed once again. Very soon, he became Dodai. Natsuki walked into the Raikage building. Dodai-sama. The Kumo shinobi who saw him greeted him one after another. Natsuki nodded slightly in response. A moment later, he arrived in front of a room on the basement level of the Raikage building. Dodai-sama. 2 ANBU shinobi appeared. Please show Raikage-sama's order. Otherwise, you cannot enter. Natsuki met their eyes. A flash of scarlet passed through them. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Caught off guard, the 2 ANBU shinobi were immediately controlled by him. Open the door. Natsuki spoke. Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses were sealed in this room. Hearing this, the 2 ANBU shinobi formed hand seals and opened the barrier. Natsuki pushed the door open and walked in. Dodai-sama. The other 2 ANBU shinobi in the room were both stunned when they saw him. Natsuki smiled slightly and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan again. These 2 ANBU shinobi, like the 2 at the door, had no guard up and immediately fell into a dazed state. Natsuki looked toward Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Blood-red chakra floated over the surface of their corpses. That was the Nine-Tails chakra. Their corpses looked almost the same as when they had first died. Natsuki guessed that the Nine-Tails chakra had acted as a preservative. This was convenient for him. If the corpses had rotted after death, there would be no way to bring them back with the reanimation jutsu. Natsuki took out a bow. Because there was a barrier around Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses, he chose the simplest way to break it, the sacred arrow. Natsuki drew the bowstring. The sacred arrow struck the barrier. With a crack, the barrier shattered. Natsuki then took out a summoning storage scroll and placed Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses inside. He also erased the 4 ANBU shinobi's memories of seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan, then entered a spatial gate and disappeared. A moment later, the 4 ANBU shinobi woke up. When they saw that Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses had vanished without a trace, their expressions changed greatly. When they thought back, they were even more shocked. Because they had lost consciousness after seeing Dodai. Had Dodai taken Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses? No. With his identity and status, there was no need for him to do such a thing. The only explanation was that someone had disguised themselves as Dodai. The 4 ANBU shinobi hurried to the location of the third stage of the Chunin exam, and reported the matter to the third Raikage. The third Raikage was instantly furious and immediately sealed off Kumo for a thorough investigation. As for Dodai, he had been beside him the entire time, and had no suspicion on him. Natsuki arrived at Hozuki Castle in the Land of Grass. He walked out of the spatial gate and arrived at an empty seaside. Natsuki took out the summoning storage scroll and released Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses. At the same time, his forehead trembled, and the Black Holy Grail flew out. The Black Holy Grail released a beam of light that enveloped Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses. A large amount of Ninetales chakra was completely absorbed by it. The Black Holy Grail flew back into his forehead. Natsuki sensed it, and could not help showing surprise. The chakra absorbed this time was no less than what he had absorbed from Morio and Satori before. Together with the dragon vein, he estimated that the chakra inside the Black Holy Grail was now roughly equivalent to 2-tailed beasts. Of course, that excluded the 9 tails and 8 tails. Among the 9-tailed beasts, those two undoubtedly had the most chakra. But compared with the 9 tails, even the 8 tails chakra was not worth mentioning. This was probably why, among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Konoha and Suna possessed a single-tailed beast. Konoha was because the 9 tails was far too powerful. Suna was because it was poor. The first Kazekage, Redo, refused Hashirama Senju's offer of 2-tailed beasts, and instead demanded funds and land. From this point of view, Suna's poverty had already been determined from the early days of the village's founding. Natsuki put away Kinkaku and Ginkaku's corpses again, opened a spatial gate, and arrived at Mui's office. Mui was now the leader of Kyuzugakyur. Mui. Natsuki asked, "Are the 2 prisoners I requested ready?" "They are ready. They are currently locked in ANBU's prison." Mui nodded and said. Natsuki had come here once before and told him to prepare 2 shinobi who had committed serious crimes. "Take me there." Natsuki paused and said, "Also prepare a sealed single prison cell." "Yes, Natsuki-sama." Mui immediately brought him to Kyuzugakyur ANBU's prison. Natsuki stepped forward and knocked the 2 prisoners unconscious. They had been hit by Mui's fire release, heavenly prison, so they could not use chakra. They were no different from ordinary people. "You can leave. You do not need to concern yourself with me." Natsuki waved his hand and said. Although Mui was somewhat curious about what he wanted to do, he could not go against the order, so he turned and left. After Natsuki positioned the 2 prisoners, he used the reanimation jutsu. The 2 prisoners were immediately covered by chakra resembling paper fragments. Very soon, they became Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Natsuki erased their consciousness without hesitation. When they were alive, they had killed Tobarama Senju. They might have a way to deal with the reanimation jutsu. "Summon the 6 paths ninja tools," Natsuki ordered. Kinkaku and Ginkaku formed hand seals and used the summoning technique. A burst of smoke flashed and 6 paths ninja tools appeared. They were the Kokinjo, the Bashozen, the Benehiseigo, and the 7-star sword. There was also another 6 paths ninja tool, the Kahaku no Johei. It originally belonged to Kinkaku, but it had been taken by the third Raikage. The function of the Kahaku no Johei was sealing. But the condition was that the target had to respond. Once they responded, they would be sealed. The Kokinjo's effect was to make the target spit out their most commonly used word, or word soul, after touching it. It had to be used together with the 7-star sword and the Benehisego. The 7-star sword could carve the target's most commonly used word, or word soul, onto the sword and curse it. The Benehisego's effect was that once the target spoke their most commonly used word, or word soul, they would be sucked inside and sealed. How should it be put? The effects of these 3 6-paths ninja tools were good, but their drawbacks were great. First, they required a huge amount of chakra. Second, it was not easy to make the target fall for them. Both sides had to scheme against each other. Especially because the target had to touch the kokinjo first. However, they were still good for catching someone off guard. Compared with the flashy 6-paths ninja tools like the kokinjo, 7-star sword, and Benehisego, the Bashozen was far more practical. Its effect was to fan out wind with the 5 chakra natures of fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth. Simply put, it could use all 5 elemental releases. In the original timeline, Tenten used the Bashozen to defeat the reanimated Kakuzu. The gap in strength between Tenten and Kakuzu was very large. From this, it was clear how powerful the Bashozen was. Its only drawback was that it consumed a huge amount of chakra. After Tenten finished fighting Kakuzu, she collapsed from exhaustion. Natsuki put away the 4 6-paths ninja tools. Then he opened a spatial gate and sent Kinkaku and Ginkaku to Amage Cure. Since they had already been reanimated, he would let them serve as a trump card for Akatsuki. They might be useful at a critical moment. Natsuki returned to the ninja tool shop in Konoha that Mikoto had prepared for him. He looked at the 4 6-paths ninja tools and fell into thought. First, all 4 6-paths ninja tools had to be reforged. Second, the functions of the kokinjo, 7-star sword, and Benehisego had to be changed. Finally, the Bashozen could retain its original function. Natsuki had the forging techniques brought by the Sengo Muramasa template. With some special materials collected for him by Suna and Akatsuki, changing the functions would not be especially difficult. Most importantly, he had ability 3 of the Sengo Muramasa template, Flame. In short, enough force could make miracles happen. He only needed to apply that force. After thinking for a while, Natsuki decided to reforge the Bashozen first. The Bashozen involved the 5 elemental releases, so it could be given to Nagato. Nagato did not lack chakra, and he was proficient in all 5 elemental ninjutsu. Without a doubt, he was the most suitable. Although Kakashi had 7 chakra natures, in the original timeline, what he specialized in were lightning release and earth release. His other elemental releases could only be considered acceptable. Now that he had the blade of lightning Fang, what he specialized in most had instead become swordsmanship. The only question was whether he would still obtain the Sharingan. But in Natsuki's view, it would be best if he did not. The Sharingan had actually become somewhat of a burden to Kakashi. As for the form of the ninja tool, Natsuki did not take long to decide. It would be a ninja sword. First, Nagato also knew swordsmanship. Second, any ninja tool was the same to him. Because Nagato's Azura path could use any ninja tool. Although the current him did not have the 6 paths of pain, the 6 paths abilities were all gathered in one body. He alone could use all 6 paths abilities. The Azura path was essentially a puppet, with things such as armor, cannons, and laser weapons. The next day, before Natsuki got up, he heard a knock at the door. He opened his eyes. What entered his sight was Nono's beautiful face and snow-white skin. "I'll open the door." Natsuki got out of bed and dressed. He left the room, arrived in the living room, and opened the door. He found Nawaki outside. "Aren't you going out on a mission today?" Natsuki asked first. "We are about to depart." Nawaki nodded and said, "I came to find you because your 3 students also want to go with us." "That is fine." Natsuki pondered for a moment, then agreed. "Good." Nawaki smiled and said, "Then please cover my Hokage guard duties for a while." "What duties does your Hokage guard position even have?" Natsuki waved his hand and said, See you next time. Nawaki turned and left. Natsuki thought for a moment and decided to send 2 shinobi squads to follow them, so they would not encounter any accidents. The current shinobi world was not very peaceful. Natsuki closed the door and went back inside. Nono had already woken up. After washing up, she began making breakfast. Natsuki stood at the kitchen entrance and looked at her. He felt that the good wife aura around her was comparable to Mikoto's. Suddenly, he thought of Kabuto Yakushi. Barring any accident, he should now be around 3 or 4 years old. Natsuki felt that when he had time, he could have Pakura pay attention to Kabuto. Kabuto was a war orphan whom Nono picked up during the Third Shinobi World War. Judging from the original timeline, he might have been a Suna shinobi. Sasori had also controlled him before. It was just unknown when that control happened. Although finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack, Kabuto was worth searching for. After all, in a sense, he was the peak of non-Kekkei Genkai shinobi. Moreover, like Orochimaru, he was very good at research. After breakfast, Nono went to Konoha Hospital, while Natsuki went to the Hokage building. He pushed open the door and walked into his office. The fragrance of tea greeted him. Natsuki, good morning. When Mikoto saw him, she held a cup of tea and walked to him with a gentle expression. Thank you. Natsuki smiled and said. This scene had already become normal for him. Mikoto had already been very much like a good wife before, but after their relationship broke through, she had completely become that way. In every matter related to him, she worked hard to do her best. Natsuki took the teacup and drank a sip. The temperature was just right, neither too hot nor too cold. Do you want some? Natsuki looked at Mikoto and asked. Mikoto subconsciously shook her head, but then she thought of something and nodded. Because she already understood Natsuki very well now. Since he asked this, he definitely had his own idea. Sure enough. Mikoto immediately saw Natsuki drink a sip of tea without swallowing it. Her face flushed slightly. She bent down, and her soft pink lips parted. Natsuki leaned forward and kissed her. After a long while, their lips separated. Mikoto breathed lightly, taking in the fresh air. She did not speak. Her eyes looked hazily at Natsuki. But what she expected did not happen. Natsuki picked up a document on the desk and began reading. Mikoto licked her lips and soon regained her clarity. She walked behind Natsuki and massaged him. Natsuki's gaze sharpened slightly. After 2 months of investigation, IWA had confirmed the disappearance of Suna's third Kazekage, so it had officially gone to war with Suna. The two sides had begun fighting in the land of birds. At present, the number of troops was not yet high. Both sides had only committed 1,000 shinobi each. How should it be put? IWA would not go all out in its war against Suna, because it still had to guard against Kyumo and Konoha. This was also the reason Kyumo had not yet launched a full-scale war against Kiri. Natsuki felt that Konoha would soon be involved as well. He just did not know which shinobi village would make the first move. He believed Kyumo and IWA were the most likely, because they were the strongest and still had strength to spare. Kiri was also possible. In the original timeline, Kiri had sent the 7 ninja swordsmen to sneak deep into Konoha's territory for a surprise attack. In the end, they encountered Might Dewey and were reduced to the 3 lucky survivors. However, the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen had all been killed by Natsuki. Not one had been left, and even all 7 swords were gone. It was hard to say whether Kiri would send the new 7 ninja swordsmen to sneak into Konoha. The current new 7 ninja swordsmen had already confirmed 4 members. Ryajetsu Hozuki, Yagura Karatachi, Kisame Hashigaki, and Ringo Amuri. There was no need to say much about the first 2. Although the latter 2 were young, one naturally had a great deal of chakra, while the other had extremely high talent in lightning release. Aside from them, there were also 3 Kiri geniuses who had become candidates: Mengetsu Hozuki, Mei Terumi, and Zabuza Momochi. Among them, the most famous was undoubtedly Zabuza. Because when he graduated last year, he killed all the students in his class. His brutality shocked all of Kiri. Because of this, the third Mizukage ordered the graduation system of killing classmates to be changed and abolished. Natsuki fell into thought. He felt that he could let Mei become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. That way, it would be convenient for her to build reputation and further become Mizukage. To be continued. Chapter 210, Chapter 210, Nawaki's would release. 3067 words. I'm going out for a while. Natsuki put down the document in his hand and said, the contents of this file need to be reported to Sensei. I'll wait for you to come back. Mikoto stopped massaging him and said softly. Natsuki stood and went straight to the building where the research department was located. He soon saw Orochimaru in the laboratory. Has there been a new change in the war? When Orochimaru saw him, he guessed immediately. Iwa and Suna have officially gone to war in the land of birds. Natsuki nodded and answered. In the past, they would have chosen the land of rain as the battlefield. Now that they have chosen the land of birds, it seems they are wary of Konoha. Orochimaru said thoughtfully. I think that is the reason as well. Natsuki agreed. Orochimaru did not know that Pakura was already under Natsuki's control. So being wary of Konoha became the only reason. The other 4 major shinobi villages have already gone to war. It will be very hard for Konoha to avoid it. Orochimaru looked at him and asked, which shinobi village do you think will declare war on us? Kumo and Iwa are the most likely. Natsuki said without hesitation. Strengthen surveillance on those 2 villages. If there is any movement, prepare to respond immediately. Orochimaru ordered. I understand, Sensei. Natsuki replied at once. Where is Nawaki? Orochimaru changed the topic and asked. He went out on a mission. He is still within the land of fire. Natsuki paused and said, he should return in about a week. When he comes back, have him come find me. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said, he can already undergo the cell transplant and awaken would release. That really is wonderful news. Natsuki smiled when he heard this. But there is bad news. Orochimaru frowned and said, the power of would release is not as terrifying as the legends say. The power of any release mainly depends on the user's chakra. Natsuki paused slightly and said, the reason the first Hokage-sama's would release was so powerful was because of his chakra. It is a pity that when Konoha performed would release experiments before, they did not realize this. Many shinobi were sacrificed for nothing. Orochimaru shook his head and said. There was no second would release shinobi, so naturally there was no reference point. Natsuki comforted him and said, the previous would release experiments cannot be considered wrong. I understand what you mean. There is no need to bring up the past anymore. Orochimaru's tone was calm. Go handle your matters. See you next time, Sensei. Natsuki turned and left, soon returning to his office. After sitting down again, he began thinking about how to monitor Kumo and Iwa. Without a doubt, the best method was still to have the snakes from Ryuchi Cave do it. It could save manpower while also being safe and accurate. Natsuki returned to himself and felt Mikoto's massage. Her slender fingers kneaded his shoulders with exactly the right amount of strength. Mikoto, there are still some documents left here. Read them out for me. Natsuki suddenly thought of something and said. Okay. Although Mikoto was somewhat puzzled, she still agreed. Sit in my seat. Natsuki stood and said. Mikoto stepped forward and sat in his office chair. At that moment, under her surprised gaze, Natsuki sat on her lap and lowered his head, burying himself in her embrace. Mikoto's body trembled, and she felt his breath against her chest. Only then did she understand why he had asked her to read the documents for him. After all, Natsuki could no longer see the documents in this position. Mikoto steadied herself, reached out, and picked up a file. She opened the document with both hands, and began reading in a gentle voice. Natsuki closed his eyes as he smelled the faint fragrance around her. The softness touching his face from every side made him feel slightly drowsy. Mikoto was very diligent. She read every word clearly. 1 hour later, all the documents had been read. Mikoto put down the last file in her hand, and looked at Natsuki. He still had no intention of getting up. A smile appeared on Mikoto's face. She reached out and gently stroked his head. At this moment, her gentle, wife-like aura reached its peak. The only thing slightly ruining the atmosphere was the blush on her face. The main reason was that Natsuki was not being very well behaved. He was clearly already an adult, yet he still acted like a newborn. "Thank you for today, Mikoto." Natsuki raised his head and said. "It is what I should do." Mikoto shook her head and said. "I have always been a fair person." Natsuki licked the corner of his mouth and said, "For the rest of the time, I will massage you." Mikoto's heart trembled slightly. With a flushed face, she nodded expectantly. "Go to the sofa." Natsuki stood and said. Mikoto walked toward the sofa. For the massage to work better, she removed anything that would get in the way and lay on the sofa without a thread on. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at Natsuki. For her, doing something like this still exceeded the limits of what she could calmly accept. But the gentle and devoted side of her did not allow her to refuse. Natsuki's gaze moved down from her flushed face, sweeping over her graceful curves before finally falling on her long legs. He kept feeling that something was missing. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki took out a pair of black stockings and helped Mikoto put them on. Looking at her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, he nodded in satisfaction. Natsuki stepped forward and began the massage. Mikoto's body tensed. Her legs subconsciously straightened, and the blush on her face grew even more obvious. In the end, under Natsuki's careful massage that did not miss a single inch, she fell asleep. Amage cure in the land of rain. After finishing the massage and sending Mikoto home, Natsuki appeared. He looked refreshed as he turned toward the leader's desk in Amage cure. But Yahiko was not there. He was not surprised. As the leader of Amage cure, Yahiko was very busy and often not in his office. Thinking this, Natsuki went to Konan's office. Fortunately, she was in her office. "Natsuki-sensei." Konan had not seen him for a long time, and was immediately somewhat happy. She quickly walked over to him. "Good afternoon, Konan." Natsuki reached out and stroked her head. He suddenly realized that Konan was now already quite a bit taller than Tsunade, almost reaching 1.68 meters. But that was normal. In another 2 years, Konan would already be an adult. Time really passes quickly. Natsuki could not help sighing. Konan blinked, somewhat unable to understand why he said that. "Tell me about the recent situation." Natsuki did not explain much and asked directly. Konan nodded. The current development of the Land of Rain and Amage cure was quite good. First, there were no longer any unstable elements within the country. Wandering shinobi, robbers, bandits, and others had all disappeared. Second, all shinobi and villagers now had their own homes, though they were only ordinary earth houses. Third, the rainwater business and hydropower business were flourishing. Fourth, a transportation system had been established in the country, mainly based on roads with waterways as support. Fifth, 2 new industries had been added, mining and agriculture. All the land in the Land of Rain had been inspected once, and in the end, 7 large mines and some small mines were discovered. Dawn Company was working hard to mine them. As for agriculture, by using chakra as fertilizer, they had developed many water-loving crops. Once promoted, they could allow the residents of the Land of Rain to live with enough food and warmth. After Natsuki finished listening, he felt that it would not be long before Excalibur was unlocked. Because the current Land of Rain, compared with the Land of Rain during the Second Shinobi World War, had truly been reborn. If this still did not count as rebuilding a country, then Natsuki could only call it a shady judgment. Do you know about the war between Suna and IWA? Natsuki thought for a moment and asked. We have already received the relevant intelligence. Conan paused and asked, do we need to help Suna? Suna of the Land of Wind had always been the largest client of the Land of Rain and Amigakure. Especially after Pakura became the fourth Kazekage. Not for now, but you need to make preparations. Natsuki shook his head and said. Although he was avoiding the Land of Rain becoming a battlefield, in reality, it would be very difficult to avoid. If IWA wanted to attack Konoha, it would definitely attack Amigakure first. Because IWA knew that the current Amigakure had Konoha behind it. If they bypassed the Land of Rain to attack Konoha, Amigakure might very well launch a surprise attack against IWA. Aside from that, there was another reason. Madara Uchiha and Black Zetsu. They absolutely would not ignore Nagato. The Third Shinobi World War was the best opportunity. In the original timeline, they acted against Obito and Nagato during the Third Shinobi World War. One relied on Kiri, and the other used Hanzo of Amigakure. Now Hanzo was dead, and Amigakure was controlled by Akatsuki, so the best choices became IWA or Kumo. As long as these two shinobi villages attacked Konoha, they could not bypass Amigakure. At that time, once Akatsuki was dragged into the war, Madara and Black Zetsu could begin their hidden operations. During this period, you can focus on improving the strength of Amigakure's shinobi. After thinking briefly, Natsuki said, have Nagato choose some talented shinobi and teach them ninjutsu. Nagato was proficient in all 5 elemental releases, making him the most suitable teacher. Although Amigakure's shinobi were not equal to the shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages as a whole, it could still find some ordinary geniuses. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Conan said with a serious expression. Although she did not like war, she was also very clear about the current situation in the shinobi world. It was not very possible for Amigakure to remain uninvolved. There is no need to be too nervous. Natsuki pinched her cheek and said, the main force in the war will definitely be the 5 great shinobi villages. Amigakure only needs to send part of its shinobi. There were 2 decisive factors in war. First was the total number of shinobi. Second was the number of powerful combatants. Although Amigakure had fewer shinobi, it had many powerful combatants. Especially the 14 moons transformed by Natsuki. Not to mention that among them was Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. If Nagato unleashed his full power and imitated the third Raikage, fighting 10,000 alone would be possible. Pass what I said to Yahiko and Nagato. You can begin now. Natsuki withdrew his hand and said, I will leave first. I will come again after a while. Conan nodded somewhat reluctantly. Natsuki opened a spatial gate and arrived at the ninja tool shop in Konoha. Now that the war had not yet affected Konoha, he needed to forge the remaining 4 ninja tools as quickly as possible. 1 week quickly passed. Natsuki's office. After finishing his work, he lay down on the sofa. More accurately, he was lying in Mikoto's arms. Today, according to Natsuki's instructions, she had changed into a secretary uniform, the classic women's suit, fitted skirt, black stockings, and high heels. At this moment, Mikoto had taken off her high heels, and was holding Natsuki in her arms. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings were stretched out, one on each side of the sofa. Natsuki felt as if he had begun living the Hokage's life ahead of time. Mikoto was his secretary. She could do anything and was extremely capable. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Natsuki stood from Mikoto's soft embrace. Mikoto also stood up. With a red face, She buttoned up her suit jacket and shirt. While Natsuki went to open the door, she looked left and right, then hid behind the bookshelf. To avoid being discovered, she also used a concealment ninjutsu. Natsuki opened the door. Standing outside was Nawaki. "You're back?" Natsuki asked first. "How did the mission go?" "A mission done by me was naturally completed perfectly." Nawaki took out a scroll and said confidently, "This is the detailed mission report. I guarantee you will not find a single problem with it." Natsuki opened the scroll and quickly scanned through it. It was indeed as Nawaki said. There was nothing wrong with it. "Come with me to see Sensei." Natsuki closed the scroll. "My mission was completed this well, and I still need to see Sensei." Nawaki froze, widened his eyes, and asked. "It is not because of this mission." Seeing that he had misunderstood, Natsuki smiled and said, "It is something good." "Why did you not say that earlier?" "You scared me." Nawaki complained, "I thought there was something wrong with this mission, and that you wanted Sensei to scold me." "If I wanted to scold you, would I need to find Sensei?" Natsuki asked in return. "That's true." Nawaki answered subconsciously, but soon realized something was wrong. "Wait. What do you mean, you scold me? I am older than you. What use is being older? Strength is what matters," Natsuki said with a smile. Nawaki's mouth twitched. Although he really wanted to refute him, he did not know how. "All right, come with me to see Sensei." Natsuki casually closed the door. Behind the bookshelf, Mikoto let out a breath. If an outsider saw her like this, it would be very embarrassing. "You still have not said what this is about." Nawaki followed behind Natsuki and asked. "What experiment has Sensei been working on this entire time?" Natsuki asked in return. "The wood release experiment succeeded." Nawaki reacted at once and asked excitedly. Natsuki nodded. "Sensei really is too amazing," Nawaki said with great excitement. Wood release had a special meaning not only for Konoha but also for him. Now that it could be reproduced, he naturally could not control his emotions. The two soon arrived at the building where the research department was located. "Sensei." Before Nawaki even saw Orochimaru, he was already shouting. "You have been a Hokage guard for so long. How are you still this rash?" Tsunade walked out. "Sis, why are you here?" Nawaki scratched his head and asked. Although Orochimaru's wood release experiment has already succeeded, he has not performed clinical testing, meaning human trials. Tsunade explained, "I have been helping him verify it during this period." "I see." Nawaki laughed, then asked, "What is the result?" "It has gone very smoothly." Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said, "Theoretically, there should not be any problems." "That's great." Nawaki said impatiently, "Then let me be the clinical test." "Shouldn't I go first?" Tsunade stopped Nawaki and asked. "Sis, what are you saying?" Nawaki quickly moved around her and lay down on the operating table. "Let Nawaki go first. You and I will perform the surgery together, which will guarantee the success rate. Even if it fails, Nawaki will be fine." Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade and said, "If you go first and I operate alone, the success rate may not be as high." In truth, he had quite a lot of confidence. But considering that this was the first clinical test, he decided to perform the surgery together with Tsunade to prevent any accidents. Hearing this, Tsunade said nothing more. She and Orochimaru walked to the operating table. Natsuki did not leave. He stood where he was and watched. He had learned medical ninjutsu, and also had Kaido from the Unohana Retsu template and Minazuki. In addition, he had the blood curse from the Muzan Kibutsuji template. As long as Nawaki did not die instantly, he could save him. Natsuki looked at Nawaki and suddenly thought of Danzo. Danzo had been very quiet during this period. There was no helping it. His old partner Hiruzen had retired, and the newly appointed Hokage, Orochimaru, did not give him face. Natsuki had also become the ANBU commander-in-chief, and could suppress Root at any time. No matter what Danzo wanted to do, he was restricted everywhere. But if he learned that Orochimaru's would-release experiment had succeeded, he might take action. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Had Danzo secretly conducted would-release experiments? Natsuki felt there was a high probability that he had. Even if Orochimaru had not participated, Danzo would have conducted would-release experiments alone. Judging from the original timeline, Danzo had always believed that would-release plus the Mangekyo Sharingan could make him the strongest in the shinobi world. After obtaining would-release and the Mangekyo Sharingan, along with his obsession with the Hokage position, he became increasingly reckless. Thinking of this, Natsuki decided to investigate Danzo. If he dared to make a move, Natsuki could take the opportunity to expose his would-release experiments and strike him hard. Even if he did not kill him, he could at least make him lose Root and his position as Hokage advisor. Time slowly passed. At noon, the surgery ended. It succeeded. A smile appeared on Tsunade's face. Orochimaru nodded. Although he was not as excited as Tsunade, he was also very happy. Would-release is the first Hokage-sama's Kekkei Genkai, and also the Kekkei Genkai of your Senju clan. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, aside from you and Nawaki, whoever receives the cell transplant will be decided by you. Tsunade paused slightly. This was indeed not an easy choice. In addition, the would-release awakened through cell transplantation will be very difficult to compare to the first Hokage-sama's would-release. Orochimaru reminded her, do not hold too much expectation. I understand that. Tsunade was not surprised when she heard this. Awakening would-release and gaining Hashirama's strength was impossible. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 211, Chapter 211, Danzo's move. 3,046 words. The three of them continued waiting. Very soon, Nawaki woke up. He subconsciously sat up and looked around, but he did not notice any changes. You received the cell transplant, so would-release has naturally awakened. Orochimaru took a potted plant from the windowsill and said, channel your chakra into it. Nawaki suppressed the excitement in his heart and nodded. After taking the potted plant, he took a deep breath. Chakra surged out and covered the flower in the pot that had not yet bloomed. Under Nawaki's excited gaze, the petals opened and fully bloomed. Without a doubt, this was the effect of would-release chakra. Every release had its own nature. The nature of would-release was vitality. It could promote the growth of plants, and it could also create a forest in an instant. Natsuki's mind moved, and he thought that would-release ninja were actually the most suitable people for agriculture. Not only could they accelerate crop growth, they could also build houses. Yamato had once used two special would-release techniques to build houses, would-release, 4-pillar house, and would-release, serial pillar houses. The former built a 2-story wooden house, while the latter built a row of wooden houses. The only pity was that wooden houses were not particularly suitable for the land of rain, where it rained all year round. But agriculture needed would-release ninja. Natsuki decided to choose one member of Akatsuki, and have them awaken would-release. He had just watched the entire process of Orochimaru and Tsunade performing the surgery. Although it was very difficult, it had not reached the point where others could not learn it. With someone teaching them, an elite medical jonin could learn and perform the Hashirama cell transplant. For example, Nono. Natsuki could also do it. In addition, with his identity, Orochimaru would definitely teach him. The rest would be easy. He could ask Orochimaru and Tsunade for some Hashirama cells, or he could get some Hashirama cells himself. For example, he could find Hashirama Senju's corpse. However, he would not do something like that because it would offend Tsunade and Nawaki. Aside from that, there was another method. Take them from Danzo. If Danzo was secretly conducting would-release experiments, he would definitely have preserved quite a few Hashirama cells. Starting tomorrow, you can officially learn would-release ninjutsu. Orochimaru guessed and said, you and Tsunade both have the bloodline of the first Hokage-sama. The power of your would-release should not be poor. Natsuki raised an eyebrow when he heard this. That was indeed possible. Yamato in the original timeline did not have Hashirama Senju's bloodline. Neither did Obito. Even so, their would-release was already enough to deal with most jonin. With the added support of Hashirama's bloodline, Nawaki and Tsunade might be able to become Kage-level powerhouses through would-release. Especially Nawaki. As for Tsunade, she already had Kage-level strength. However, her strength mainly relied on the strength of 100 seal, and the creation rebirth technique. Like Orochimaru, she had fully invested in recovery and survival ability. In terms of direct combat power, she was still somewhat inferior compared with other Kage. But with would-release, that weakness could be made up for. I will also receive the transplant today. Tsunade paused and said, as for the other ninja, we can wait a while and observe Mai and Nawaki's condition first. Orochimaru nodded after hearing this. What Tsunade said made sense. Although the transplant had succeeded, no one could guarantee whether problems would appear afterward. Observing 2 samples first was the safest choice. Nawaki got off the operating table, and Tsunade lay down on it. Sensei, I will help you. Seeing this, Natsuki immediately said. Follow my instructions. Orochimaru did not refuse. He knew Natsuki's medical ninjutsu was good. Although it could not compare to Tsunade's, it was still stronger than most medical ninja. Moreover, he had already planned to teach the Hashirama cell transplant surgery to Tsunade, Natsuki, and Nono. Because he did not want to waste too much time on it. Since the would-release experiment had already succeeded, it was time for him to research his next experiment. As for what the next experiment would be, he had not yet decided. Natsuki stepped forward and completed the Hashirama cell transplant under Orochimaru's guidance. By dusk, Tsunade woke up. Like Nawaki, she also used chakra to make a flower bloom. I never thought Nawaki and I would still be able to awaken would-release. Tsunade sighed. After Konoha's previous would-release experiment failed, she had thought that would-release would probably never appear again. Konoha's would-release has disappeared for a very long time. Natsuki smiled and said, the Shinobi World War is about to begin. When the time comes, you can make the other ninja remember the power of would-release. I'm afraid we will have a hard time doing that. Tsunade knew her limits and said. Although you cannot reach the level of the first Hokage-sama, restoring the name of would-release is something both Konoha and the Senju clan would want to see. Natsuki continued. I will do it. Nawaki immediately echoed. Then you will have to work even harder. Tsunade smiled. Letting Nawaki restore would-release's glory was more suitable than having her do it. The main reason was that she was also lazy. Observe yourselves for 1 month. During this period, if either of you feels any discomfort, tell me. Orochimaru wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it is getting late. You should all go back. Sensei, you worked hard today. Please rest well. Nawaki quickly said with concern. Orochimaru nodded. You all go back first. I will go to the Hokage building. Natsuki thought briefly and said. The shinobi world was changing very quickly now. He had been delayed for a day, so there might be new intelligence. Moreover, he still had to set up a plan for Danzo. Tsunade and Nawaki did not say anything more. They all knew that Natsuki was very busy now. In a sense, he was no different from an acting Hokage. Natsuki returned to his office. Natsuki. Mikoto, who had been waiting all this time, came forward to greet him. Is there any new intelligence? Natsuki reached out and held her waist, casually patting her fitted skirt twice. No. Mikoto's body trembled, and her hips quivered slightly, appearing quite soft. Then go home. Natsuki lowered his head, bit her lips lightly, and said, "See you tomorrow." Mikoto nodded. Only after Natsuki let go did she reluctantly leave the office. Natsuki went to the ANBU base. He found Zou and had him pay attention to Root's recent movements. Aside from ANBU, he also summoned Tajitsuheim. First, he had the snakes of Ryuchi Cave monitor Root together with the ANBU ninja. Second, he had them find Danzo's hidden laboratory. It would be even better if they could discover materials related to wood release experiments. Only after Natsuki finished arranging everything did he finally leave work with peace of mind. At the same time, in the Root base, Danzo-sama, an ANBU ninja, knelt on one knee and took out a scroll. This contains the major events that happened in Konoha today. Danzo casually took the scroll. This was something he did every day. Understanding Konoha's situation allowed him to respond in time. Although his actual authority had shrunk considerably after Orochimaru became Hokage, he was still the Hokage advisor and the leader of Root. There were still many things he could do. Danzo opened the scroll and glanced at it. He immediately let out a soft sound. The first matter was that Orochimaru, Tsunade, Natsuki, and Nawaki had spent the entire day in the research department. Danzo knew Orochimaru was conducting wood release experiments. After all, he spent day after day in the research department. Danzo would have to be a fool not to investigate. In addition, as Hokage, Orochimaru had not deliberately hidden it, so it was easy to find out. Danzo's first reaction was that Orochimaru was just like him. They were the same kind of person. Even after becoming Hokage, Orochimaru could not change his nature. Hiruzen had truly misjudged him. But since things had already reached this point, Danzo was powerless and could not stop Orochimaru. On the contrary, he hoped Orochimaru would succeed. Because the wood release experiments he had conducted had not succeeded. Not only had they not succeeded, he could not even see any hope of success. On top of that, after Orochimaru became Hokage, he restricted Root's research funds, making it even more difficult to secretly conduct wood release experiments. The four of them spent the entire day in the research department. This is absolutely abnormal. Danzo muttered to himself. Tsunade and Nawaki were one thing. They usually did not have much work. But Natsuki held 3 positions at once. There was no reason for him to waste an entire day in the research department accompanying Orochimaru. Thinking up to this point, Danzo became excited. Orochimaru's wood release experiment must have succeeded. After thinking for a long time, Danzo decided to proceed in 2 steps. First, follow Tsunade and Nawaki. If they had truly awakened wood release, they would definitely hurry to learn wood release techniques. Second, monitor Orochimaru. Is that so? Nawaki scratched his head and felt somewhat uncomfortable. Why are you acting so mysterious? Kushina immediately ran in front of Natsuki, jabbed him with her elbow, and asked, "Tell me quickly. What exactly is it?" "We can tell, Kushina." Tsunade walked out and said, "Go to my room." Natsuki blinked and said, "Let's go." Tsunade paused slightly, realized something, and said. The group entered Natsuki's room. But in reality, they entered the Infinity Castle inside the room. "There are 2 people monitoring us." Natsuki went straight to the point. "Who is so bold?" Nawaki frowned when he heard this and asked, "Could they be spies from an enemy village?" "Their presence is unfamiliar. They do not seem to be ninja, I know. Also, both of them are strong. They are Jonin." Natsuki answered. "Then we can rule out enemy village spies." Tsunade's gaze sharpened as she said, although the 5 great shinobi villages all send spies to each other, they rarely send jonin as spies. Jonin were too precious. Even in the 5 great shinobi villages, they were rare. Sending them out as spies would be too wasteful. The same was true of geniuses. No shinobi village would send its own genius to become a spy. Unless it was Danzo. Don't you think the timing is too convenient? Natsuki reminded them. You only awakened would release yesterday. What? Awakened would release? Kushina showed a surprised expression. It was Sensei's would release experiment that succeeded. Nawaki answered, then looked at Natsuki again. You are right. The other party is most likely coming for would release. Danzo. Tsunade said without hesitation, if they are not spies from an enemy village, then in Konoha, the one most interested in would release is him. Natsuki could not help nodding. This was what reputation meant. What does he mean by this? Does he want to attack us? Nawaki asked in confusion, does he have that much courage? Just attacking him and Tsunade alone, once Orochimaru found out, would be enough to make it difficult for Danzo to escape death. I am not sure. Tsunade shook her head and said. Then let's strike first and capture the ninja monitoring us. Nawaki clenched his fists and said. Danzo has operated route for so many years. It would be easy for him to train a few ninja with no official identities. Natsuki suggested, the best method is to wait and see. First, they had to wait for Danzo to take action first. Second, they needed time to find the laboratory where he was secretly conducting would-release experiments. That works. Tsunade thought for a moment, then agreed. This was Konoha. In addition, their strength was very high. Even if Danzo dared to make a move, he would not gain anything. As for Sensei, I will send Minato to protect him during this period. Natsuki continued. You have thought this through very carefully. Tsunade smiled and said, since Danzo wants to know whether we have awakened would release, then we will grant his wish. The group returned to the courtyard outside the house. Tsunade and Nawaki began practicing would release. Natsuki did not remain there. If he stayed, his intention would be too obvious. Moreover, they were only 2 jonin. It was impossible for them to threaten Tsunade, Nawaki, and Kushina. Natsuki arrived at the Hokage building. Not long afterward, after the 2 jonin confirmed that Tsunade and Nawaki had awakened would release, they turned and left. At the route base. After listening to the report, Danzo could not help walking 2 steps in excitement. Orochimaru's would-release experiment had actually succeeded. The next question was how to obtain the relevant materials. After all, he did not lack Hashirama cells. I still have to wait. Danzo was very clear about the consequences of attacking Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Nawaki. Even Hiruzen would not be able to protect him. The best method was to wait until Orochimaru taught the Hashirama cell transplant surgery to someone else. Just now, Danzo had received intelligence. Orochimaru had already begun researching his next experiment. 1 month later, in Natsuki's office. Mikoto curiously examined Taijutsuhime, who had suddenly appeared. She was certain that she had never seen her before, and she was also not a Konoha ninja. But at that moment, Mikoto subconsciously widened her eyes. Because Taijutsuhime called Natsuki master. What was going on? As a traditional woman, Mikoto felt that calling someone master was still too bold. Because her dream was to become a good wife and mother. If it was master, then that was a different kind of relationship. Mikoto could not help letting her thoughts wander. Could Taijutsuhime be a woman Natsuki kept? In her view, Natsuki was so outstanding that he definitely had no shortage of women. For example, Nono. Mikoto did not ask for any status. As long as she could continue taking care of Natsuki, that was enough. This was also the mission the Uchiha clan had given her. However, Tajitsuhime's appearance gave her a trace of crisis. She had to do even better. You may leave first. Natsuki casually opened a spatial gate. Tajitsuhime walked into it and disappeared. Natsuki opened the materials she had given him. The snakes of Ryuchi Cave were indeed very capable. After 1 month of investigation, they had finally confirmed the location of Danzo's laboratory. But because there was a barrier outside the laboratory, and because the defenses were strict, they had no way to enter. However, the goal had already been achieved. Natsuki planned to personally go to Danzo's laboratory. He put down the materials in his hand and looked at Mikoto. Mikoto froze for a moment, then quickly stepped forward and buried his head in her embrace. Caught off guard, Natsuki only felt as if he had fallen into soft jade. He looked at the snow-white skin in front of him, and could not help freezing. What was going on? Natsuki. Mikoto gently stroked his head with a tender expression and asked, "Do you want to rest?" Natsuki immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out and patted Mikoto's hips. "I still have work to do." Natsuki withdrew his hand and said, Sorry." Mikoto hurriedly let go and stepped back half a step, lowering her head with an embarrassed appearance. She had been affected by Tajitsuhime, and wanted to be more proactive, but she had not expected to make a mistake. "Wait for me to come back." Natsuki smiled and said. Mikoto immediately responded. Natsuki opened a spatial gate and arrived in the Forest of Death. Danzo's laboratory was hidden underground in the Forest of Death. The Forest of Death was close to Konoha and filled with dense trees everywhere, making it quite suitable as a hiding place. Natsuki thought for a moment and used complete mimicry. With a single shift, he transformed into Danzo. Following the information Tajitsuhime had given him, Natsuki quickly arrived at the ground above the laboratory. The sound of breaking wind rang out. 4 root ninja appeared. When they saw Natsuki, they had no suspicion at all and knelt on one knee. First, Natsuki's complete mimicry was realistic enough. Second, not many people knew about this laboratory. Third, they did not think anyone would dare impersonate Danzo. "Take me to the laboratory," Natsuki said. "Yes, Danzo-sama." The 4 root ninja immediately opened the barrier, revealing a passage leading underground. Natsuki was the first to walk down. The surrounding light became much dimmer, but the lamps that lit up ensured visibility. Natsuki looked left and right. This underground laboratory was nothing special. The only somewhat frightening thing was that many corpses were soaked inside transparent containers. Natsuki examined them briefly and confirmed that these were ninja who had failed to survive Hashirama cell transplants. Danzo-sama. 2 research ninja in white coats walked forward. Root has already obtained the key materials for the Hashirama cell transplant. Natsuki said, "Take me to the operating room. Bring out all the previous research materials and revise them." "That is wonderful," the 2 research ninja said with great excitement. They were pure science fanatics. Natsuki followed them and soon arrived at the operating room. "Danzo-sama, these are the previous materials." A moment later, the 2 research ninja took out 2 scrolls and handed them to him. Natsuki opened the scrolls and scanned through them. After confirming there was no problem, he immediately activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. The 2 research ninja instantly fell into a daze. To be continued. Chapter 212, Killed Instantly. 2,976 words. Natsuki casually put away the 2 scrolls. The contents of these 2 scrolls were enough to bring down Danzo. After all, on the surface, Konoha did not allow human experimentation, especially experiments using the village's own shinobi and residents. Just as Natsuki was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. Bringing down Danzo did not mean he could kill Danzo. Whether it was Hiruzen, Koharu Yutane, or Hamura Mitokado, they would definitely plead for Danzo. In addition, Danzo had worked hard for Konoha for many years, and had made contributions. Most likely, they could spare him from death. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He thought of Orochimaru in the original timeline. If Danzo chose to defect like Orochimaru, then Natsuki could wait until he left Konoha before killing him. The only question was whether he would defect. It would probably be difficult. Danzo was not stupid either. He definitely knew that he would not die in Konoha, but once he escaped from Konoha, that would be hard to say. Because missing Nin would be hunted down. Unless one of the other 5 great shinobi villages accepted him. Thinking of this, Natsuki had an idea. When the time came, he could have Pakura help by contacting Danzo. With a tempting enough offer, perhaps it would work. If that still failed, then only the final method remained. Forcibly kill Danzo. Natsuki left the laboratory. Before long, Danzo received news that the laboratory had been robbed. And what had been stolen was the most important material related to the wood release experiment. It was definitely Natsuki. Danzo said with an ugly expression. His laboratory was extremely well hidden. In all of Konoha, only Natsuki, who controlled ANBU, was the most likely to find it. If Natsuki knew, then that meant Orochimaru would know. What should I do now? Danzo paced back and forth, inevitably feeling anxious. The question now was not whether he could obtain Orochimaru's materials on Hashirama cell transplantation, but whether he could survive this disaster. He had not only privately stolen Hashirama cells, but had also conducted human experiments, killing many innocent people. For any ninja, this would be a capital offense. Right now, he had 2 paths. One path was to go all the way and kill Orochimaru, replacing him. But that would be very difficult. Killing Orochimaru would not be easy, and even if he replaced him, Tsunade, Natsuki, and the others would not accept him. The other path was to ask his old friends for help. Although Hiruzen had already retired, he was still Orochimaru's teacher. Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane were both Hokage advisors with high status and authority. With their help, it was possible for him to escape the death penalty. At the same time, Natsuki arrived at the building where the research department was located. He gave the 2 scrolls to Orochimaru. He really refuses to give up. After reading them, Orochimaru was not surprised. Sensei, should we arrest him? Natsuki asked. Not yet. In any case, he is still the Hokage advisor and the leader of Root. Orochimaru thought briefly and said, have him come to see me. What if he refuses to come? Natsuki asked again. Then arrest him. Orochimaru said without hesitation. Yes, sensei. Natsuki turned and left. He soon arrived at the Root base. Natsuki-sama. A Root ninja came forward and said, Danzo-sama has gone to see Hiruzen-sama. Natsuki thought to himself that it was just as expected. He then walked toward the Sarutobi clan compound. As expected, he saw Hiruzen and Danzo. Natsuki. Hiruzen sighed and said, I already know what Danzo did. I will go with you to see Orochimaru. Natsuki nodded. The 3 of them arrived at the Hokage's office in the Hokage building. Sensei, why have you come? When Orochimaru saw Hiruzen, he asked. Danzo did something like this, and I also bear responsibility. Hiruzen answered. There was nothing wrong with this statement. A large part of the reason Danzo had acted so recklessly in Konoha was Hiruzen's indulgence. Sensei, how do you think this matter should be handled? Orochimaru thought for a moment and asked. This matter violated Konoha's rules, and must be severely punished. But considering that Danzo has made contributions even if he has no great achievements, he can be spared from death. Hiruzen said in a deep voice, remove Danzo from his positions as Hokage advisor and Root leader. Danzo's face was dark but he said nothing. Clearly, this was the result he and Hiruzen had agreed on. We will do as Sensei says. Orochimaru said readily. If root had not been abolished, he would have ended up holding 5 positions at once. The news soon spread throughout Konoha. Most ninja felt surprised and shocked. Danzo was one of Konoha's old veterans, an absolute high-ranking figure. He not only controlled root, but was also the Hokage advisor. Like Hiruzen, Hamura, and the others, he had been a student of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Ha 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 ha. Quite a few bursts of wild laughter rang out in the Uchiha clan compound. Danzo losing power naturally made the Uchiha clan the happiest. Because Danzo and Root had always targeted them. This really is good news. Fugaku rarely laughed as he said, "It makes me happier than seeing a child born." His first child had been born in June. Although the person he married was Uchiha Ria, their first child was still named Itachi Uchiha. Fugaku then thought of Mikoto. Having her approach Natsuki was undoubtedly the most correct decision the Uchiha clan had made. Although the notice did not explain why Danzo had lost power, it mentioned that Natsuki had become Hokage advisor, and that Anbu had taken over root. Without a doubt, Danzo's fall was inseparable from Natsuki. Trading one Mikoto for Danzo's downfall was extremely worthwhile. In the Senju clan compound. Humph. Since Sensei already retired, he should not have come out to interfere with this matter. Tsunade said with some dissatisfaction. Danzo has lost his positions as Hokage advisor and root leader. He is no longer a threat. Natsuki said casually. That may be true, but he still got off too easily. Tsunade shook her head and said. With Danzo's personality, he may not necessarily enjoy a peaceful retirement. Natsuki said again, if he makes another move later, it will not end as simply as today. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. She felt there was something hidden in Natsuki's words. But if it was dealing with Danzo, she did not mind. Tsunade-sensei, Sensei previously said that you should choose the ninja who would receive the transplant. Have you decided on candidates? Natsuki suddenly thought of something and asked. During this month, Natsuki, Tsunade, and Nono had all learned the Hashirama cell transplant surgery from Orochimaru. Orochimaru is the Hokage, so it is most suitable for him to choose. Tsunade paused and said, as long as it is would release for Konoha, the Senju clan will have no objections. I understand. I will tell Sensei. Hearing this, Natsuki could not help thinking that both Hashirama Senju and Tsunade were truly selfless. I do have one candidate. Nawaki smiled and said, would release suits ninja with large amounts of chakra, so Kushina would work. Me? Kushina was somewhat surprised. Natsuki's eyes lit up. Kushina was indeed an extremely good candidate. As the Ninetales Jinchuriki, her chakra could be said to be endless. The power of her would release might even be able to approach Hashirama Senju's from back then. Kushina, if you are willing, you can have Natsuki perform the surgery for you. Tsunade nodded and said. She also felt Kushina was very suitable. Then all right. We can learn would release together. Hearing this, Kushina agreed. Natsuki brought her to Konoha Hospital. Together with Nono, he completed the Hashirama cell transplant surgery for her. A new day arrived. Natsuki came to his office. The ninja he met on the road greeted him one after another. Their attitudes were even warmer than before. After all, Natsuki now had another position, Hokage advisor. From now on, he held 4 positions at once, and his authority in Konoha was second only to Orochimaru. Even the 2 Hokage advisors, Hamura and Koharu, were slightly inferior to him. Natsuki. Mikoto took out a summoning storage scroll and said, this is something the clan had asked me to give you. What is it? Natsuki took the summoning storage scroll and asked curiously. Mikoto answered. Natsuki opened the summoning storage scroll and glanced inside, discovering that there was a bit of everything. But most of it consisted of various materials used for forging ninja tools. Natsuki thought for a moment and understood why Fugaku had sent him such a generous gift. Without a doubt, it was definitely related to Danzo losing power. Yesterday, the Uchiha clan must have been laughing non-stop. Natsuki put away the summoning storage scroll. There was no reason to refuse something offered for free. Moreover, this was indeed something he deserved. If not for him, the Uchiha clan would have been destined to walk toward the night of extermination. Natsuki looked at Mikoto and could not help smiling. What is it? Mikoto felt puzzled. Natsuki walked in front of her, lowered his head, and gently kissed her cheek. Mikoto's heartbeat immediately sped up. She quickly kissed Natsuki's face in return. There is something I need you to do. Natsuki walked toward the desk and took out paper and a pen. After writing a simple line, he folded the small note and handed it to Mikoto. Give this to your clan head. Natsuki instructed. The contents of the small note were very simple. He wanted the Uchiha clan to harass Danzo a little. Together with Pakura's invitation, the two-pronged approach would make it very difficult for Danzo to remain in Konoha. Understood. Mikoto took the note and turned to leave. Natsuki walked toward the desk. At the same time, in the Shimura clan compound, Danzo sat in the courtyard in a daze. He had not returned to the Shimura clan compound for a very long time. Ever since he became Hokage advisor and root leader, he had always lived in the root base. But this time, after returning to the Shimura clan, he faintly sensed something different. The Shimura clan members no longer respected and feared him as much as before. He could understand it. The current him was only an ordinary ninja. And unlike Hiruzen, who had retired normally, he had lost all of his influence. Because the newly appointed Hokage advisor and the new leader of the former root had nothing to do with him. Unlike Hiruzen, who could still influence Orochimaru. Damn Orochimaru. Damn Natsuki. Danzo raged helplessly. He knew that his life had already reached its end. Because he was already old, it was impossible for him to be used again. Especially with the current Hokage being Orochimaru. If Hiruzen continued to serve as Hokage, perhaps he might still have had another chance. Danzo clenched his fists, his face full of unwillingness. At that moment, the sound of breaking wind rang out. A kunai with a small note tied to it landed in front of him. Danzo leaped up onto the roof, but after checking in every direction, he found no trace of anyone. He landed again and picked up the kunai. Danzo opened the note with a puzzled expression. When he saw the contents, his pupils could not help shrinking. Summarized in one sentence, if he went to Suna, not only would he receive protection, he could also obtain the position of Kazekage advisor. Danzo could not help revealing a look of hesitation. Although he had done many things that violated Konoha's rules, his feelings for Konoha were extremely deep. Pakura of Suna's meaning was simple. He would defect to Suna and sell Konoha's intelligence in exchange for the position of Kazekage advisor. As one of Konoha's higher-ups, he understood Konoha's intelligence extremely well. If he truly was willing to defect, not to mention Suna, even Kumo, Iwa, and Kiri would welcome him. But how much they would offer was unknown. Judging from the contents of the note, Pakura had already shown enough sincerity by giving him a high-level position. As for Kiri, he could not say. But Kumo and Iwa definitely would not give him a high-level position. Danzo fell into thought. On one side was Konoha, where he had lived for decades. On the other side was Suna, which could give him power again. For a moment, he found it difficult to make a choice. After an unknown amount of time, a knock sounded at the door. Danzo returned to himself, somewhat puzzled. Who would come to find him at this time? Danzo walked forward and opened the door. What entered his sight were 8 ninja of the Uchiha clan. Danzo's heart tightened. An enemy village spy disappeared in this area. We need to search your residence. One of the Uchiha ninja spoke in an official tone. There is no enemy village spy here. Danzo frowned and said. Whether there is or not is not up to you. The Uchiha ninja shook his head and said. What do you mean? Danzo realized there was a problem. We are acting according to Konoha's rules. If you think this is improper, you may report it to Hokage-sama. The Uchiha ninja paused and said, Search. Let me see who dares to search. Danzo immediately blocked them. The 8 Uchiha ninja immediately activated their 3-tomo Sharingan, and looked at him. Danzo subconsciously retreated half a step. This was indeed the Uchiha clan targeting him. To investigate an enemy village spy, they sent 8 jonin at once. Even the Uchiha clan should not be that extravagant. The greatest possibility was that they were there to intimidate him, or rather, to take revenge. Search. Danzo suppressed the anger in his heart, and said through gritted teeth. The 8 Uchiha ninja immediately entered the residence, and began searching through everything. Over 10 minutes later, they reappeared. There is indeed no enemy village spy. After saying this, the 8 Uchiha ninja turned and left. Bastards. Danzo trembled with anger. Although it was only a small matter, he felt humiliated. Moreover, with his understanding of the Uchiha clan, this was definitely only the beginning. There would certainly be all kinds of harassment later. Most importantly, all of this harassment came from the Konoha police force's own duties. Even if he went to Orochimaru, it would not be resolved. As for Hiruzen, there was even less need to mention it. He had already retired, and helping him earlier had already been the limit of kindness. Hamura and Koharu were fence-sitters. Now that he had lost power, they absolutely would not oppose the Uchiha clan for his sake. Danzo subconsciously looked at the small note in his hand. 1 week later. On a dark and windy night, Danzo left Konoha. As he expected, during this week, the Uchiha clan had come to his door 3 times, making him increasingly irritated. In the end, he made up his mind and planned to defect to Suna. Danzo soon arrived at the agreed location with Suna. It was a stream in the southern part of the Forest of Death. Before Danzo came close, he saw a figure standing by the river. The next second, that figure turned around. Danzo's eyes suddenly widened, and disbelief appeared on his face. Because that figure was Natsuki. Natsuki gave Danzo no chance and activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo was already in shock, and he never expected Natsuki to have the Mangekyo Sharingan. He instantly fell under Genjutsu, and stood frozen in place. Natsuki walked forward and took out Minazuki, stabbing through his heart. The intense pain caused Danzo to wake up. You. How do you have the Mangekyo Sharingan? Danzo subconsciously asked. You are at death's door, and you are still concerned about the Mangekyo Sharingan. Natsuki laughed in spite of himself. Danzo Shimura, you really cannot stop obsessing over the Uchiha clan. Danzo opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he could no longer speak. Natsuki stepped back half a pace, and withdrew Minazuki. Danzo collapsed backward. Natsuki did not leave immediately but stood in place and waited. The current Danzo definitely did not have would release or Shursui Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, but he might have Sharingan. With Sharingan, one could use Izanagi. Izanagi was a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan that allowed revival at the cost of one Sharingan going blind. Simply put, any damage received during the duration of Izanagi would be healed after the duration ended. In the battle at the Valley of the End back then, Madara used Izanagi to fake his death and escape. Natsuki waited for 1 minute. Seeing that Danzo still had no reaction, he shook his head. It seemed Danzo did not have Sharingan, or perhaps without the arm transplanted with Hashirama cells, he had no way to use Sharingan. Natsuki thought for a moment, then set a fire and burned Danzo's corpse completely. With this, the darkness of the shinobi world, the first Nakage, ended his life. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 213. Chapter 213, Danzo's Final Use. 2,974 words. Natsuki secretly felt it was a little regrettable. Because he had just remembered something. If Danzo had possessed the would-release arm and the Mangekyo Sharingan, then he could have been considered Kage level. After all, in the original timeline, he had been able to fight evenly with Sasuke after Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and had even held a slight advantage at times. But the current Danzo was not Kage level. Otherwise, Natsuki could have conveniently unlocked Kyoka Sojetsu from the Aizen template. After watching Danzo's corpse turn to ash, Natsuki casually raised his hand. Earth release chakra surged out, and the ground rolled over, burying the remaining ashes underground. The earth returned to calm, showing no sign that the famous Shimura Danzo was buried beneath it. Natsuki turned to leave. But after taking only 2 steps, he stopped again. Because a line of text appeared before his eyes. You have awakened the Shimura Danzo template. The corner of Natsuki's mouth twitched. What was going on? Because he killed Danzo, he awakened the Shimura Danzo template. Or did the system believe he was the second scapegoat Kage? Although from the perspective of his actions, there was indeed a slight resemblance. As for the Shimura Danzo template, how useful it was depended on the period. If it was Danzo from this period, then it would be useless. At most, he would just be an elite jonin specializing in wind release. But if it was late-stage Danzo, then it would still be useful to Natsuki. Thinking this, Natsuki looked at his newly awakened template. Name, Shimura Danzo. Period, 5 Kage Summit. World, Naruto. Rank, S rank. Ability 1, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, unlocked. Effect, prevents the target from speaking secrets related to the user. Ability 2, Mangekyo Sharingan, locked. Effect, Uchiha Shirsue's right eye, possessing the Dojutsu Kodo Amatsukami. Unlock condition, secretly control a small shinobi village. Ability 3, Would Release, locked. Effect, the Would Release awakened by Shimura Danzo after transplanting Hashirama cells. Unlock condition, Rebuild root. Ability 4, Izanagi, locked. Effect, at the cost of a Sharingan, turns anything unfavorable to the user during Izanagi's duration into something that never happened. Unlock condition, Become Hokage. After reading it, Natsuki let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, it was Danzo from the 5 Kage Summit period. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. Ability 1, Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal. There was nothing much to say about it. It was the sealing technique Danzo used to control root. Natsuki had no use for it. Because he had better control methods, such as the blood curse. However, it was not completely useless. Perhaps it could be used to subdue those root ninja. Ability 2, Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's Mangekyo Sharingan came from Uchiha Shirsue. He had ambushed Shirsue and obtained one of his eyes. Like Uchiha Obito, Shirsue had the same dojutsu in both eyes. Both of his eyes possessed Kodo Amatsukami. The effect of Kodo Amatsukami, simply put, was to alter a target's will silently and without them realizing it. In terms of activation conditions, it was even more abnormal than Aizen's Kyoka Sojetsu. But Kodo Amatsukami had 2 drawbacks. In the original timeline, Danzo once used Kodo Amatsukami on Mifune, but it was seen through by Ao of Kiri with his Byakugan. Aside from that, Itachi also said that Kodo Amatsukami had a very long cooldown, requiring more than 10 years. These 2 drawbacks were undoubtedly fatal. Precisely because of this, Natsuki felt that Aizen's Kyoka Sojetsu was an enhanced version of Kodo Amatsukami. It could be used without limit. However, Danzo's Kodo Amatsukami came from Shirsue's right eye. Whether the left eye's Kodo Amatsukami was the same was unknown. Its unlock condition was secretly controlling a small shinobi village. It had to be said that this suited Danzo's style very well. It seemed the system really did see Natsuki as the second scapegoat Kage. But this was not bad. At least Natsuki would no longer be a one-eyed man. In the future, his left eye would be Obito's Kamui, and his right eye would be Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami. Natsuki thought of another question. If he awakened Obito's and Shirsue's templates later, how would those dojutsu be distributed? Would his left eye have double Kamui, and his right eye have double Koto Amatsukami? Or would both eyes each have Kamui and Koto Amatsukami? Ability 3 would release. There was no need to say much about would release. The only thing that puzzled Natsuki was its unlock condition. What exactly counted as rebuilding root? Moreover, Orochimaru had already ordered root to be abolished, with all personnel merged into ANBU. If Natsuki went to rebuild root, would that not be violating Orochimaru's order? Natsuki suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise. Would secretly establishing root behind Orochimaru's back count as rebuilding root? That kind of behavior did sound like something Danzo would do. Ability 4, Izanagi. This dojutsu was undoubtedly a life-saving divine technique. The only slightly strange thing was that its unlock condition was actually becoming Hokage. Was this because Danzo's lifelong obsession was becoming Hokage? However, this unlock condition was not difficult for Natsuki. Becoming Hokage was only a matter of time. Natsuki returned home. He took off his clothes and got under the blanket. Natsuki reached out and hugged Nono's soft body. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next day arrived. Before Natsuki even reached his office, he saw Zo standing at the door. Natsuki-sama. Zo walked forward with a solemn expression and said, Danzo has disappeared. Last night, he used a shadow clone to deceive us. After Danzo retired, Natsuki had sent an ANBU squad to monitor him just in case. After we discovered he was gone, we kept searching for him, but we found nothing. Zo continued. I understand. You no longer need to handle this matter. Also have the ANBU squad that was monitoring him withdraw. Natsuki nodded and ordered. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Zo paused slightly. Although he was puzzled, he did not ask any more questions. Natsuki turned and went to the building where the research department was located. What do you need me for? Orochimaru asked without looking back. Sensei, what are you researching? Natsuki asked curiously. After Orochimaru finished the wood release experiment, he taught the Hashirama cell transplant surgery to them. The meaning was obvious. He wanted to continue with his next experiment. Human life is very limited. Orochimaru said casually, I am researching how to extend the human lifespan. Natsuki was inevitably surprised. How had Orochimaru, who had not fallen into darkness, still reached this step? Do you have any ideas? Natsuki asked again. No. Orochimaru shook his head and said, this kind of experiment sounds too much like fantasy. I am only trying it. I do not hold much hope. I see. Natsuki returned to the main topic and said, Danzo disappeared last night. I suspect he has become a missing nin. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. Danzo understood Konoha extremely well. Becoming a missing nin was not the main issue. The real problem was if he went to defect to one of the other 4 major shinobi villages. Make sure to bring him back. Orochimaru paused, then added, dead or alive. He was hinting that Natsuki could deal with Danzo outside the village. Whether it was for him or for Konoha, Danzo's death would be a good thing. Yes, sensei. Natsuki understood Orochimaru's hidden meaning. If it had been Hiruzen or Tsunade, they would definitely not have been so ruthless. But Orochimaru was the kind of ninja who would use any means necessary. It was just that before falling into darkness, his methods were somewhat restrained. Natsuki arrived at the ANBU base. When Zo saw him, he came forward. Issue a notice. Shimura Danzo is to be designated as an S-rank missing nin. Natsuki ordered. Yes, Natsuki-sama. A trace of astonishment flashed across Zoe's face, but he still immediately responded. What about those root ninja? Natsuki suddenly remembered something and asked, was there anything unusual last night? There was some disturbance, but it was suppressed by ANBU. Zoe quickly answered. Natsuki thought to himself that it was just as expected. Once Danzo died, the cursed tongue eradication seal on the root ninja would automatically disappear. They must have noticed the disappearance of the seal, which caused the disturbance. Take me to see them. Natsuki thought of the unlock condition for rebuilding root. These root ninja had already been brainwashed by Danzo, and were no different from tools. Would tools care about their master? Obviously not. Natsuki could completely take over these root ninja and rebuild root. The two soon arrived at the prison holding the root ninja. Root's official personnel numbered 17. All 17 root ninja have already been captured. Zoe explained, as for the remaining root reserves, because there are many of them, they have not been brought here. Natsuki nodded. These 17 ninja had been completely brainwashed. Even if they were released, they would become a hazard. The root reserves could be screened. Those who should be released would be released, and those who should join ANBU would join ANBU. Natsuki-sama, this is the list. Zoe took out a scroll and said. Natsuki opened the scroll and read it. In the original timeline, Root had quite a few named ninja. For example, Aburame Toryun, Sai, Yamanaka-fu, Aburame Tatsuma, and others. Natsuki scanned through the list and found only one familiar name. That was Aburame Tatsuma. But this was normal. People like Sai and Toryun had not even been born yet, much less joined Root. Wait outside. After returning the scroll to Zoe, Natsuki walked into the prison. The 17 root ninja raised their heads and looked at him. All of them were expressionless, their eyes empty and numb. Danzo was killed last night. Natsuki spoke. The 17 root ninja finally showed some expression after hearing this. But it was not anger. It was confusion. After joining Root, they had been brainwashed to spend their entire lives serving Danzo. Now that Danzo was dead, they had lost their purpose. Before his death, Danzo ordered you to serve me as your master. Natsuki said without changing expression, I know you do not believe it, but I have proof. He walked forward and arrived in front of one root ninja, then extended his hand. Cursed tongue eradication seal. Chakra surged out and turned into black markings. These markings quickly gathered, finally condensing into a seal pattern on the root ninja's tongue. The appearance of the cursed tongue eradication seal seemed to bring these root ninja back to life. One after another, they knelt on one knee before Natsuki. Seeing this, Natsuki placed the seal on all of them. To these brainwashed root ninja, the cursed tongue eradication seal was not control but purpose. Danzo really had not treated them as people. But now, it had become convenient for Natsuki. From now on, you will retain Root's organization, but you will integrate into ANBU, and act under the identity of ANBU Ninja. Natsuki ordered. Yes, Natsuki-sama. The 17 root ninja spoke in unison. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 3 of the Shimura Danzo template, would release. Was it that simple? Looking at the text appearing before him, Natsuki still felt somewhat strange. But thinking carefully, it made sense. Because obtaining would release was not difficult for him now. He only needed to have Orochimaru and Tsunade perform a Hashirama cell transplant surgery. Natsuki walked out of the prison and said, from now on, they will be ANBU's 5th division. Arrange the appropriate living quarters for them. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Zoe immediately replied. Has Root been completely sealed? Natsuki continued asking. The Root base has already been sealed. There are also some hidden laboratories and bases currently being searched for. After Zoe finished speaking, he took out a scroll and said, "This is the inventory list after the root base was sealed." Natsuki opened the scroll and read it. At first glance, he saw Hashirama cells. "Give me the items." Natsuki reached out and said. Zoe immediately took out a summoning storage scroll. After Natsuki put away the scroll, he returned to the Senju clan compound. Natsuki. When Nawaki saw him, he could not wait to ask, "Is it true that Danzo became a missing nin?" "True." Natsuki answered, "Danzo disappeared last night." Danzo spent all day talking about doing everything for Konoha, but in the end, it was still because of power. Tsunade curled her lips and said with contempt, "Once he lost power, he immediately became a missing nin." "Natsuki, you must catch him." Nawaki immediately said, "If he runs to another shinobi village, he will definitely sell out Konoha's intelligence. Do not worry. He cannot escape. I will catch him soon." Natsuki chuckled and said. "That's good." Nawaki still trusted Natsuki very much. "I had the cell transplant surgery today, and also awakened would release." Natsuki said casually, "From now on, we can learn would release together." Tsunade and Nawaki did not feel anything strange when they heard this. Although Natsuki was not an Uzumaki clan ninja, he did indeed have a large amount of chakra. However, with his strength, would release would not increase his power that much. After learning from Tsunade for half an hour, Natsuki went to the Hokage building. He now had a lot of work, so he definitely could not train every day like before. However, his current talent was not bad, so learning would release would not be particularly slow. In half an hour, he had learned a beginner-level would release technique called wood transformation. Although he was not yet skilled with it, Natsuki was thinking about something. That was finding time to create wood release, 4-pillar house, and wood release, serial pillar houses. These two wood release techniques were both created by Yamato. They were not among the wood release techniques left behind by Senju Hashirama. Natsuki could only create them himself. He felt that these two wood release techniques were very useful. For an individual, they were incredible travel techniques. For a country, they were incredible construction techniques. Natsuki. When Mikoto saw him, she asked the same question as Nawaki. "Did your clan head ask you to ask?" Natsuki asked in return. Mikoto said without hesitation, "The clan head wants to confirm whether Danzo has truly defected. You can tell him that Danzo has not only defected, but will soon be killed." Natsuki said with a smile. Mikoto could not help freezing. To the Uchiha clan, this was undoubtedly the best news in history. Back when she became Hokage secretary, the Uchiha clan had given her 2 missions. The first was to approach Natsuki. The second was to keep an eye on Danzo and Root. Now, through an unexpected turn of events, both missions had been perfectly completed. "Why are you spacing out?" Natsuki raised his hand and heavily patted her hips. Her hips trembled enticingly. Sorry." Mikoto returned to herself and said. "That is not how you apologize." Natsuki extended his hand and brushed it across her lips. Mikoto's face flushed slightly, and she immediately understood. Without waiting for Natsuki to say more, she walked toward the desk. Natsuki did not pay her any more attention. After sitting down, he picked up the documents on the desk. He took a deep breath, relaxed his body, and began reading the files. After reading one document, he took a moment to stroke Mikoto's head. Natsuki then took out a map of the shinobi world. The shinobi world could not be called small, but aside from the 5 great shinobi villages, there were not many shinobi villages. The main reason was that small countries could not afford them. In addition, whenever a shinobi world war occurred, they would be used as battlefields. By the time the war ended, they would be left devastated. Under these circumstances, maintaining a shinobi village became very difficult. Natsuki scanned the map and confirmed 2 small shinobi villages worth controlling. One was Takigakure. Takigakure possessed the 7 tails. The Hogyoku from Natsuki's Eisen template required all 9-tailed beasts. However, this was not urgent. The other was Hoshigakure. Hoshigakure possessed a strange meteorite that had fallen from the sky, which they called the star. Centered around the star, they developed a special training secret art called the mysterious peacock method. But they soon discovered a problem. The star had radiation. Long-term training would cause severe side effects to the body and even shorten one's lifespan. After the 3rd Hoshikage discovered this, he deliberately had Natsuhi and Hatarubi take the star away. But Akahoshi wanted to continue using the star to train, so he killed the 3rd Hoshikage, became acting Hoshikage, and searched everywhere for Natsuhi and Hatarubi. Natsuki was mainly interested in the star. It could provide training energy for an entire shinobi village, which meant it itself contained a great amount of energy. The most direct use was to have the Black Holy Grail absorb it. In short, he would investigate Hoshigakure first and see the current situation. The plot Natsuki was thinking of happened much later. After all, in the original timeline, the Hoshigakure plot was handled by Naruto and the others. Natsuki closed the map. Since his work was also finished, he closed his eyes to rest. It was as if he had a dream and fell into a hot, humid summer. When he woke from the dream and opened his eyes, he found that Mikoto was already standing to the side, having waited for some time. Mikoto, go back first. Natsuki waved his hand and said. Mikoto swallowed, then turned and left. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 214, Chapter 214, Declaring War on Konoha. 3046 words. In the square outside Amigakure's leader building. Facing Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato, Natsuki took out a ninja sword. This ninja sword had been reforged from the 6 Paths ninja tool, the Bashozen. From the outside, it looked no different from any other ninja sword. It is called the 5 Elements sword. Natsuki introduced it, saying, aside from being indestructible, it can amplify ninjutsu of the 5 elemental releases. After saying this, he poured fire release chakra into the 5 Elements sword. The blade suddenly lit up as if magma were rolling inside it. Natsuki swung it toward the ground. A blade of flame formed out of thin air and struck the ground, immediately leaving behind a blackened sword mark. Natsuki then infused the 5 Elements sword with wind release chakra. The blade turned translucent. He swung it toward the ground again. A sharp wind blade flew out, cutting across the ground and leaving a deep trench. Nagato, this is your New Year's gift. Natsuki handed the 5 Elements sword to Nagato. Thank you, Natsuki-sensei. Nagato said gratefully. It is nothing. Natsuki smiled and said, now the 3 of you each have your own ninja tool. That makes it fair. With Nagato's strength, having the 5 Elements sword or not would not make a huge difference. In the shinobi world, the role of ninja tools was limited. The strongest thing was still bloodline. And Nagato possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and Madara's Rinnegan. In truth, he lacked almost nothing. If not for Madara and Black Zetsu watching him from the shadows, that would indeed be the case. I will leave first. During this period, pay more attention to Iwa's movements. After giving them a reminder, Natsuki stepped into a spatial gate. The Senju clan compound. Might Guy, Kurenai, and Shizun had already received Natsuki's notice in advance, and were waiting at the training ground. A moment later, a spatial gate appeared, and Natsuki walked out. Natsuki-sensei. The 3 of them called out in unison. I called you here because I have New Year's gifts for you. Natsuki said with a smile. After speaking, he took out 14 round white rings. They are called the 7-star rings. Natsuki looked at Guy and said, "Wear them on both arms." The 7-star rings had been reforged from the 6 Paths ninja tool, the 7-star sword. Natsuki had fully considered Guy's nature as a taijutsu ninja, and changed the sword into rings. Guy nodded. After receiving the 7-star rings, he immediately felt his arms sink. His eyes lit up. Wasn't this weight training? Guy quickly put on the 7-star rings. He clenched his fists and suddenly threw both fists forward. His already powerful punches looked even heavier. Moreover, the sound of the 7-star rings colliding with each other gave him a refreshing, mind-clearing feeling. The 7-star rings can usually be used as weights to strengthen your arm training. Natsuki introduced them, saying, "In battle, they can increase your defense. When the rings collide with each other, they can also break genjutsu." The 7-star sword's original function was to curse a target's frequently used word, or word soul. This function belonged to the category of in-release ninjutsu. After Natsuki's modification, the curse was changed into breaking genjutsu. Most importantly, what taijutsu ninja feared the most was genjutsu. Although Guy under the 8 gates would not fear genjutsu, his normal state was still vulnerable to it. In the original timeline, when facing visual genjutsu, he had once adopted a fighting style where he avoided looking into the enemy's eyes. When Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen heard this, all 3 showed surprised expressions. Although they did not know the exact value of the 7-star rings, judging from this effect, they were absolutely extraordinary. "Natsuki-sensei, I have done nothing. I cannot accept such a precious gift," Guy quickly said. "Then consider it something I am lending to you." Natsuki knew his personality, so he said this instead. Guy paused slightly, and hesitation appeared on his face. He truly liked the 7-star rings. "This is called Kokinjo." Natsuki looked at Kurenai and took out a bracelet. He pressed the bracelet, and it opened from the middle, turning into a long whip. It can be used to attack and bind targets. Natsuki chuckled and said, "After it binds a target, it can force the target to speak the truth." After the Kokinjo was reforged, its effect had only changed slightly. Attacking and binding targets were things it could already do. The only change was from making the target reveal their word soul to making them speak the truth. In the squad, Kurenai's role was control. With the Kokinjo, she could go one step further and take on intelligence work. "Thank you, Natsuki-sensei," Kurenai immediately said excitedly. In terms of effect alone, the Kokinjo was not inferior to the 7-star rings. Seeing this, Shizen subconsciously revealed an expectant expression. They are called the Guardian Pendants. Under Shizen's curious gaze, Natsuki took out a pair of silver earrings. Their effect is to absorb specific ninjutsu that attack you. Specific ninjutsu? Shizen subconsciously asked, which ninjutsu? In theory, all ninjutsu can be absorbed. Natsuki explained, the Guardian Pendants can absorb 4 ninjutsu a day. Which 4 depends on the enemies you encounter. So powerful. After understanding it, Kurenai could not help exclaiming. It depends on when you use them. Natsuki gave the Guardian Pendants to Shizen. The Guardian Pendants had been reforged from the Benehiseigo. The Benehiseigo's original effect was to absorb ninja who triggered their word soul. After being reforged, it became able to absorb specific ninjutsu. The only pity was that it could only absorb 4 types of ninjutsu a day. But for Shizen, it could still be considered a life-saving divine technique, equivalent to nullifying for fatal attacks from enemies. Congratulations, host! You have unlocked ability 2 of the Sengo Muramasa template, Trial Cutting. A line of text appeared before Natsuki's eyes. With this, all the abilities of the Sengo Muramasa template had been unlocked. Go back and familiarize yourselves with how to use them. Continue training after the New Year holiday ends. Natsuki instructed. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. The 3 of them happily left with their respective ninja tools. At that moment, Natsuki raised an eyebrow. Someone hugged him. A soft feeling pressed against his back. Do I not have a New Year's gift? Kushina stretched out her hand and asked. You do. Natsuki turned around, looked at her and said. What is it? Kushina asked in some surprise. She had not expected Natsuki to have really prepared a New Year's gift for her. Natsuki lowered his head and moved close to her ear. At the same time, his right hand squeezed her hips twice. What do you think? Natsuki breathed lightly and asked in return. Kushina froze for a moment, then reacted, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Are you not satisfied with this New Year's gift? Natsuki asked with a smile. What kind of New Year's gift is that? Kushina could not help asking. A gift is something that makes the receiver happy. Natsuki blinked and asked, when you receive this New Year's gift, are you not happy? Kushina rolled her eyes in anger. Although what Natsuki said was true, it still sounded like sophistry. You really are cute. Natsuki directly kissed her lips. Kushina's anger immediately disappeared, and she tangled with him. Only when they could no longer breathe did they separate. You have the sorcery climax, so you do not need any other ninja tools. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. I know. Kushina took a breath and said. In truth, she had only noticed Natsuki, Kurenai, and the others at the training ground, so she had come over to watch the excitement. She had not really wanted a gift. Then should we go back to training, or continue your New Year's gift? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and asked. Of course we go back to training. Kushina glared at him and said, it is daytime. And Tsunade-sama and Nawaki will notice. What does that matter? Natsuki said unconcernedly, they have probably already guessed. What about Nono? Kushina changed the topic and asked. Natsuki immediately froze. Why are you so nervous? Kushina curled her lips and asked somewhat resentfully, do you think I do not know why you go back every night? Kushina, Natsuki hesitated. All right, let's not talk about this. Kushina shook her head and said. She also did not know how to deal with the relationship between the three of them. She could only let things continue as they were and see what happened later. The two turned and left, returning to the courtyard to train would release together with Tsunade and Nawaki. The New Year holiday quickly ended. Everyone returned to work. As soon as Natsuki opened the door, he saw Mikoto. Natsuki, Happy New Year. Mikoto bowed slightly and said. Today, she had deliberately changed into her secretary uniform again, and had undone one button. With her movement, her snow-white skin looked as if it might spill into view. Happy New Year. Natsuki could not help smiling. He walked forward and placed his hand on her black stocking thigh. With a gentle squeeze, the feeling of the black stockings filled his fingers. Faced with his teasing, Mikoto showed a gentle expression. Natsuki immediately felt as if he were some kind of bad child. He withdrew his hand and walked toward the desk. Work should look like work. He had to read the documents first and could not immediately lose himself in beauty. Natsuki picked up the first file. It was related to the war between Kiri and Kumo. After fighting for so long, both sides had finally escalated to a full-scale war. A total of over 6,000 ninja from both sides had begun a chaotic battle among the islands. Not only that, Kumo had also sent out the two-tails Jinchuriki, Yujito ni. As for Kiri, the situation was unclear. Perhaps they had already sent out a Jinchuriki, but they had not appeared yet. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Kumo's Jinchuriki had great freedom, and appeared relatively casually. What Natsuki found regrettable was that the 3rd Mizukage still had not gone to the battlefield. Natsuki then thought of Mei. Mei's talent was very high. During this period, she had learned quite a bit of Kido, and her strength had advanced rapidly. She had successfully become one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kido could be called a divine technique for crushing weaker opponents. because after discarding the chant, it could be cast instantly. Against most ninja, instant casting could provide a huge advantage. The most typical example was Minato. He relied on the instant activation of the Flying Thunder God technique to prevent his enemies from reacting, allowing him to settle things with a single kunai. Natsuki picked up the second file. It was related to the war between Iwa and Suna. The two villages were comparatively restrained. At least, the total number of ninja committed by both sides had not exceeded 2,000. As for Suna, Pakura did not want to expand the scale of the war. After all, she still had to deal with Raza, Retsu, and the others. But Iwa was something Natsuki could not quite understand. The only reason he could think of was that Iwa was being so restrained, because it was preparing to deal with Konoha or Kyumo. As for the specifics, he could only wait for Iwa's movements. Natsuki picked up the third file. It was related to Hoshigakure. After ANBU's detailed investigation, they had already figured out the current situation of Hoshigakure. The third Hoshikage had not yet been killed by Akahoshi. But the star had already been taken away by Natsuhi and Hatarubi. Their location had also been found, in a toxic canyon north of Hoshigakure. Natsuki rubbed his chin. He was thinking about what exactly counted as secretly controlling a small shinobi village. Let Akahoshi kill the third Hoshikage first, then support Natsuhi and Hatarubi in killing Akahoshi and becoming the new Hoshikage. Natsuki nodded slightly and felt that this was feasible. He planned to let the three snake princesses handle this matter. With his current strength and position, there was no need for him to personally step forward. The main reason was that Hoshigakure was also very weak. Even with the star's support, the entire village had no more than 10 ninja who could reach Jonin level. Natsuki quickly finished reading the files. Compared with the first 3 files, the remaining files were not particularly important. Most were small matters. I am going out for a while. After saying this to Mikoto, Natsuki opened a spatial gate and arrived at the Land of Water metropolis. He found the 3 snake princesses and told them about Hoshigakure. After making the arrangements, he returned again. Since his work was done and he had nothing else to do, he tested Mikoto's water release again. Time arrived in February. The atmosphere of the new year had completely disappeared. Natsuki sat in his office chair and examined the stone in his hand. This was Hoshigakure's star. The meteorite that had fallen from the sky. Natsuki could sense that it contained a large amount of energy. This energy was very similar to chakra but also slightly different. But that was normal. Chakra itself was not poisonous. Yet ninja who trained with the star suffered severe aftereffects. This was clearly caused by the part of its energy that differed from chakra. Natsuki thought about it and felt that its only use was to be absorbed by the Black Holy Grail. After all, using it for training caused problems in the body. There was no need for that. Thinking this, Natsuki summoned the Black Holy Grail. The Black Holy Grail released a beam of light that enveloped the star and quickly absorbed it completely. Natsuki could not help letting out a soft sound of surprise. The energy contained in this star was truly considerable. He felt it was roughly equivalent to half a tailed beast. This star was a meteorite that had fallen from the sky. Could it be related to the Otsutsuki clan on the moon? He could not be blamed for thinking so. After all chakra in the shinobi world came from the Otsutsuki clan. As for the native power of the shinobi world, that was only natural energy. If it was not natural energy, then it was basically related to the Otsutsuki clan. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 2 of the Shimura Danzo template, Mangekyo Sharingan. Natsuki nodded in satisfaction. This Mangekyo Sharingan had come quite easily. At that moment, Natsuki raised an eyebrow. One of the eyeball clones he had left beside Yahiko had disappeared. Natsuki immediately stood, used a spatial gate, and arrived at the leader's office in Amigakure. To his surprise, not only Yahiko was there, but Konan, Nagato, and Yukaina were also present. Natsuki-sensei. When Yahiko saw him, he immediately said, "We received news that IWA has sent 500 ninja toward us. Their speed is very fast, and their movements are well hidden. They are most likely planning to raid us." Yukaina added, "Fortunately, my eyeball clone discovered them." Natsuki immediately thought of Iwa's surprise attack on the Land of Fire in the original timeline. If Minato had not arrived in time, they would have succeeded. Their true target is Konoha. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki said, "These 500 IWA ninja are only the advance force. Their goal is to deal with Amigakure first. IWA is looking down on us." Yahiko snorted softly and said, "For dealing with a small shinobi village, sending 500 ninja for a surprise attack is already very cautious in a sense." Natsuki smiled and said, "But IWA clearly has not figured out Amigakure's strength." "Natsuki-sensei, what should we do?" Yahiko clenched his fist and asked, "Hit them back hard." "We do need to hit back." Natsuki thought briefly and said, "Since we already know their movements, set up an ambush and eliminate them at the smallest cost. We will arrange it immediately." Yahiko's spirits rose as he said this. "With your strength, plus an ambush, you can wipe out these 500 IWA ninja." Natsuki reminded them, "But you must understand that after this, you will face Iwa's storm-like attack. Amigakure definitely cannot defeat IWA." Yahiko knew his limits and said, "At most, we can hold them off for a while. You only need to delay them for 3 days." Natsuki smiled and said, "When the time comes, I will bring Konoha's ninja to support you." "Yes, Natsuki-sensei." The four of them answered in unison. "I will return first. All of you be careful." Natsuki thought about it. Since the fighting had only just begun, Madara probably would not make a move immediately. Once IWA and Konoha fully began fighting, there would be many opportunities to act. Natsuki opened a spatial gate and returned to Konoha. He immediately found Orochimaru and explained the matter to him. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war against Konoha. Orochimaru frowned and said. Everyone knew that Amigakure had Konoha behind it. Iwa's purpose in raiding Amigakure was self-evident. Amigakure's intelligence capability is not bad. They were able to discover Iwa's movements. Orochimaru praised them briefly, then ordered Natsuki, "Send the notice. Hold a Jonin meeting at 1 in the afternoon." "Yes, sensei." Natsuki turned and went to the ANBU base. After Zo received the order, he immediately sent all ANBU ninja to notify Konoha's Jonin. For a time, undercurrents surged through Konoha. Holding a Jonin meeting during wartime made the purpose far too clear. Natsuki. The moment Tsunade saw Natsuki, she asked, "Is there going to be war?" "IWA has sent 500 ninja toward Amigakure." Natsuki answered. "As expected." Tsunade shook her head and said, "War is ultimately unavoidable." To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 215, Chapter 215, Akatsuki's First Battle. 2,977 words. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Natsuki, Tsunade, Nawaki, and Nona walked into the meeting room of the Hokage building. When the nearby Jonin saw them, they greeted them one after another. The four of them were all part of Konoha's upper ranks now. No one could ignore them. Especially Natsuki. Hokage advisor, Hokage guard, Hokage secretary, and leader of both ANBU and Root. In terms of authority, he was even above Tsunade. Of course, that was mainly because Tsunade was lazy and did not hold an official position. After greeting everyone, the four of them walked toward the first row. Very soon, the entire meeting room was filled with Jonin. The door opened. Orochimaru walked in. The Jonin meeting officially began. ANBU has just received news. Orochimaru went straight to the point. IWA has already sent 500 ninja to raid Amigakure. A commotion immediately spread through the meeting room. They were not fools. They all understood that Iwa's real target was Konoha. In other words, the Third Shinobi World War had finally reached Konoha. But this was also expected. The other 4 major shinobi villages had already begun fighting. It was impossible for Konoha to remain untouched. Quite a few Jonin even felt this was a good thing. Because the fastest way to gain merit was war. Natsuki, take 1,000 ninja to the land of rain and support Amigakure. Orochimaru raised his hand, suppressing the commotion, and said this. Yes, sensei. Natsuki stood and immediately responded. Nawaki, prepare yourself. Orochimaru continued, if IWA sends reinforcements, or if Suna makes any moves, immediately lead people to support Natsuki. Yes, sensei. Nawaki said with great excitement. Although he did not know how many ninja he would lead, this meant he had already become a battlefield commander. To him, this was undoubtedly a huge step forward, bringing him one step closer to his dream of becoming Hokage. Minato, take 500 ninja to the northeastern border of the Land of Fire and guard against Kumo. After thinking briefly, Orochimaru said this. Once war broke out, the thing they had to fear most was a surprise attack from another village. Although Kumo and Kiri were currently at war, with Kumo's strength and style, it was very possible for them to run over and launch a surprise attack on Konoha. Yes, Hokage-sama. Minato stood, then nodded. Tsukumo, keep an eye on Kiri's movements. Just in case, Orochimaru did not forget Kiri either. Although it seemed insane for Kiri to fight 2 villages at the same time with its current strength, if there was a chance to take advantage, Kiri would not let it slip by. War has arrived. Everyone, raise your guard. Orochimaru stood, paused, and said, dismissed. Yes, Hokage-sama. All the Jonin answered in unison. The brief Jonin meeting ended. Orochimaru, Hamura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane, and the others stood and left. Natsuki, be careful. Tsunade looked at Natsuki and said seriously. If I cannot win, can I not still run? Natsuki asked with a smile. That is true. As long as you are alive, there is still hope. Tsunade paused slightly and said this. Although Natsuki had used the Dorador fruit many times, every time he used it, he tried his best to avoid being seen. Because the Dorador fruit had strategic significance. The fewer people knew about it, the better. However, Tsunade knew. She was mainly worried that Natsuki was young and full of spirit, unable to understand when to advance and when to retreat. Fortunately, judging from his current performance, he was not that kind of person. Sis. Hearing this, Nawaki quickly said, we will definitely beat IWA until they run with their tails between their legs. It is a good thing your sensei did not send you. Tsunade raised her hand and flicked his forehead. I just have confidence in Konoha. Nawaki laughed and said. All right. We will leave first. See you later. Tsunade knew Natsuki still had things to do, so she left together with Nawaki and the others. Natsuki. Uchiha Fugaku walked over. Clan head Fugaku. Seeing him, Natsuki was somewhat surprised. Clan head. Mikoto quickly stood to greet him. She was a Jonin and also the Hokage secretary, so she naturally had the qualifications to attend the Jonin meeting. But she had not sat together with Natsuki. Thank you for your support, clan head Fugaku. Natsuki froze for a moment, then smiled and said. It is a small matter. Fugaku said indifferently. Natsuki had done the Uchiha clan a great favor by helping them get rid of Shimura Danzo and disband Root. Putting that aside, Natsuki's status alone was enough for the Uchiha clan to build a good relationship with him. After all, unless something unexpected happened, he was most likely the next Hokage. The benefits of forming ties with the future Hokage in advance were self-evident. It was equivalent to becoming a retainer who had followed the winning side from the beginning. Natsuki also understood Fugaku's thoughts. But this suited him. The Uchiha clan was actually very easy to get along with. Because they respected strength. As long as Natsuki's strength remained above theirs, they would continue to support him. It would be even better if they could see hope of competing for the Hokage position. Natsuki suddenly thought of someone, Uchiha Shisui. Shisui made his name during the Third Shinobi World War. During the war against Kiri, he received the title Shisui of the Body Flicker. The most frightening part was that he had still been very young at the time. Although the original timeline did not state his exact age, it could be compared with Uchiha Itachi. He was probably only 4 or 5 years older than Itachi. In other words, he was around 8 or 9 years old when he earned the title Shisui of the Body Flicker. Most importantly, he was a firm believer in the will of fire. Between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, he chose the latter. In order to stop the Uchiha clan's rebellion, he even told Hiruzen about Kotoama Tsukumi. Unfortunately, he also told Danzo. In the end, Danzo ambushed him and took his right eye. After entrusting his left eye to Itachi, Shisui chose suicide. Even before his death, he did not say that Danzo had ambushed him. Because once he said it, the hatred between the Uchiha clan and Konoha would deepen. From the Uchiha clan's perspective, Shisui was a traitor. But from the perspective of the Hokage faction, he was an extremely useful subordinate, or rather, a very useful tool. Natsuki felt that a genius like Shisui definitely could not be missed. Now that Danzo was gone, his tragedy would not repeat itself. Does the Uchiha clan have any geniuses under 18? Thinking this, Natsuki asked. Fugaku immediately felt puzzled when he heard this. Why had he suddenly asked this question? Obito. After thinking for a moment, Fugaku answered. Anyone else? Natsuki asked again. Shisui. Fugaku's mind moved and he said, although he is not yet 6, he has already learned Uchiha-style swordsmanship. That talent is indeed astonishing. Natsuki nodded and said with a smile, after he graduates, I can take him as my student. Although a team leader normally had only 3 students, there was no rule saying they could not take more or fewer. Orochimaru and Tsunade had taken fewer. Each had only 1 student. Jiraiya had taken more, with 4 students. Aside from Minato and his 2 teammates, he had also taken Naruto as his student. What did you say? Fugaku subconsciously widened his eyes, thinking he had heard wrong. The Uchiha clan was now already very close to the Hokage position. One path was Mikoto. But in the end, her strength was not enough. Becoming Hokage secretary was already her limit. The other was Obito. He had become Minato's student, which meant he had become a ninja of the Hokage faction. But once again, the ninja with the greatest hope of becoming the next Hokage was Natsuki. There was a huge difference between being the Hokage's student and merely being a ninja of the Hokage faction. If Shisui could become Natsuki's student, it meant he would be even closer to the Hokage position than Obito. This is Shisui's honor. After I return, I will definitely tell him, and have him graduate early. Fugaku returned to himself, and his tone was rarely filled with excitement. Let nature take its course. Natsuki paused and said, I will leave first. I still have things to do. After saying this, he walked toward his office. After greeting Fugaku, Mikoto quickly followed him. What a pity. Fugaku thought of Itachi. What he found regrettable was that Itachi was too young. He was not even 1 year old this year. If Itachi could become Natsuki's student, that would be even more perfect. Natsuki walked into his office. Because he had to support Amigakure, the first thing he needed to do was gather 1,000 ninja. Natsuki. Mikoto said firmly, I am going to the land of rain this time too. That is fine. Natsuki thought for a moment and agreed. Having Mikoto accompany him could help him quite a bit. For example, she had water release that could counter fire release. Hearing this, Mikoto immediately let out a breath of relief. The main reason was that if Natsuki did not bring her, she would not dare disobey. Go get the Jonin list. Natsuki ordered. Chunin and Genin could be chosen casually, but the choice of Jonin needed his approval. Okay. Mikoto walked to the bookshelf and took out a scroll. She turned, walked to the desk, and opened the scroll. Dense rows of names appeared before Natsuki. This was the complete list of Konoha's Jonin. In theory, all Jonin could follow him to the land of rain. But in reality, that was obviously impossible. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Nawaki, and the other Jonin had to be excluded. Aside from that, there was also a numerical limit. 1,000 ninja, with 4 per squad, meant 250 squads. But he could not possibly take 250 Jonin. That would be far too wasteful. At most, he would take 100 Jonin. Considering Amegekuru's strength, Natsuki felt that he did not even need 100 Jonin. He picked up a pen and selected the first Jonin, Might Dewey. There were 2 reasons Natsuki chose him. First, Dewey was powerful. Second, he planned to take his 3 students along as well. When father and son went to battle together, 2 users of the 8 gates would already make Natsuki feel like they had won half the fight. Time slowly passed. In less than an hour, Natsuki finished selecting the troops. As Fugaku wished, he selected quite a few ninja from the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha clan's ninja really were useful. Combat, support, and control. They could do everything. Mikoto, go to the ANBU base, and have them send out the notice. Natsuki stood and said, prepare today. We depart at 9 tomorrow morning. Mikoto took the list and turned to leave. Natsuki raised his hand, opened a spatial gate, and arrived at Amegekuru's leader office. Natsuki-sensei. Yukaina stood and called out. Have Yahiko and the others already set out? Seeing that she was the only one there, Natsuki guessed. Yukaina nodded and said, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan have already set out with 500 ninja. I will head over now. Natsuki stepped into the spatial gate and disappeared. Because he was uncertain of Yahiko and the others' exact location, he could not arrive directly. He could only continuously use spatial gates within his field of vision. Although it was somewhat troublesome, the speed was fast enough. In less than half an hour, Natsuki had already caught up with them. With a flash, he appeared in front of them. Natsuki raised a finger to his lips, signaling them not to make a sound. Then he followed them as if he were an ordinary Amegekure ninja. Night fell. Everyone stopped because they had already reached the area where the land of rain bordered the land of earth. According to ANBU's intelligence, Yahiko said, the IWA ninja will need about half a day to arrive here. Although the land of rain and the land of earth bordered each other, Amegekure and IWA were very far apart. Traveling from IWA to Amegekure took around 2.5 days. Because of Natsuki's order, Amegekure had been keeping watch on IWA. Yukaina used her blood demon art, eyeball clone, to create many eyeball clones in the land of earth. Less than half a day after the IWA ninja set out, they were discovered. Yahiko and the others then promptly notified Natsuki. What is your battle plan? Natsuki nodded and asked. My idea is to first use our advantage in the air to reduce their numbers. Yahiko answered, once they fall into chaos, we will launch a full attack. That is a good idea. Natsuki praised him. The current Amegekure, or rather Akatsuki, had quite a few ninja who knew Jeppo. If they launched attacks from the air, the ninja on the ground would have a hard time counterattacking effectively. Of course, there would definitely be a few counterattacks. But those few counterattacks could be blocked by Nagato and the others. Begin setting it up now. Natsuki instructed. Yahiko nodded, then immediately issued orders. The 500 ninja began moving. Time slowly passed. When the sky began to brighten, Iwa's 500 ninja stepped into the encirclement that Yahiko and the others had set up. Move. Yahiko stood and said. Konan, Nagato, Chino, and 16 Amigakure Anbu ninja used Jeppo at the same time and flew into the air. These 16 Amigakure Anbu ninja were from Akatsuki's former CP9, all of them orphan-born. Yahiko followed closely after them. Natsuki thought for a moment and flew into the sky with them. Although he did not plan to act. After all, this was Akatsuki's first real hard battle after its founding. He would observe the situation first. We have already entered the land of rain. Everyone, stay alert and guard against an ambush from Amigakure. Higashishido, the commander of Iwa's force, spoke to remind them. He was also the commander of Iwa's raid on the Land of Fire in the original timeline, and he had ultimately died at Minato's hands. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something wrong. A large number of chakra fluctuations appeared above their heads. Higashishido subconsciously raised his head, and his pupils shook. High in the sky, 21 figures entered his sight. Enemy attack. Higashishido shouted sharply, watch the sky. Everyone defend. Shinra Tensei. Nagato was the strongest. His attack landed first. Invisible repulsive force descended from the sky. In an instant the ground shook and collapsed downward. Screams rang out. Under this single strike, the dense formation of IWA ninja was torn apart, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Higashishido's expression changed drastically when he saw this. Fortunately, the IWA ninja did not react slowly and raised earth walls one after another. But at that moment the sky suddenly darkened. Konan raised the sorcery climb attacked. After dense rumbling, brilliant lightning followed. Lightning poured down. In the end, the earth walls only protected one side. The lightning ran along the earth walls and quickly struck the IWA ninja hiding behind them. Their bodies trembled violently, and they screamed one after another. Damn it! Higashishido's face darkened, and an ominous feeling rose in his heart. If this continued, all 500 ninja would die. Everyone gather together and use Earth Release, Great Earth Flow Wall. Higashishido shouted in urgency. The remaining IWA ninja quickly formed hand seals with both hands. A thick and long wall appeared in front of them. Simply put, Earth Release, Great Earth Flow Wall was a longer and thicker version of Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Watch me. Yahiko raised both hands. All of his chakra was transformed into blood. Blood Demon Art, Mist Ice, Water Lily Bodhisattva. A giant ice bodhisattva statue appeared. Yahiko directly swung both hands, and the ice bodhisattva dropped downward. The ice bodhisattva smashed through the wall. Countless shards of ice and chunks of earth shot toward the IWA ninja like Senbon. Screams rang out again. Shinra Tensei. Nagato continued attacking. Konan and the other Amigakure Anbu ninja did the same. Although Higashishido organized several counterattacks, they all ended in failure. Retreat. Seeing that more than half of his force was already dead or injured, Higashishido gritted his teeth and gave the order. They had been beaten into chaos before even seeing Amigakure's people on the ground. When he returned to IWA, he would definitely be severely punished. But Yahiko and the others naturally would not let them leave. Everyone, attack! Yahiko shouted. The Amigakure ninja who had been lying in ambush charged forward one after another. Meanwhile, Yahiko, Nagato, and the others continued attacking from the air. By the time the sky fully brightened, Higashishido and the 500 IWA ninja had all died here. Flying gave them not only an advantage in the air, but also an advantage in speed. No matter how fast the IWA ninja ran, they could not outrun Jeppo. In the end, not a single one survived. Akatsuki's first battle ended in a complete victory. To be continued. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, Excalibur. 2,985 words. As the last IWA ninja fell, the Amigekure ninja immediately burst into thunderous cheers. To achieve such a complete victory against IWA, one of the 5 great shinobi villages, far exceeded their expectations. Most importantly, they had suffered almost no casualties. Some Amigekure ninja, who had followed Hanzo, even had tears in their eyes. They felt as if Amigekure had returned to the era when it could stand alongside the 5 great shinobi villages. Because Yahiko, Nagato, and Conan's performance just now had left them completely stunned. Although they did not know how the 3 compared to Hanzo in strength, in their eyes, they were all extremely powerful. Natsuki descended from the sky. He had not even found a chance to act. It had to be said that the current Nagato already possessed Kage-level strength. If he erupted with full power and summoned the demonic statue of the outer path, his strength could rise even further. As for Conan and Yahiko, their strength surpassed most Jonin. They could already be considered elite Jonin. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko came forward with a smile all over his face. Nagato and Conan were also smiling, though not as obviously as Yahiko. You handled this battle perfectly. But do not grow arrogant. The real test is still ahead. Natsuki instructed, after cleaning up the battlefield, enter the land of Earth and establish a camp and sentry posts. Move the battlefield into the land of Earth. Yahiko immediately understood. You worked hard to build the land of rain to this point. It cannot be destroyed by war again. Natsuki patted his shoulder and said, hold out for 2 days. I will bring Konoha's ninja to rendezvous with you. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko said firmly, we definitely will not let Iwa's ninja take even one step into the land of rain. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 5 of the Artoria template, Excalibur. The sudden line of text made Natsuki freeze. But what followed was joy. After working hard for so long, he had finally unlocked Excalibur. There was nothing complicated to say about Excalibur. It was pure overwhelming power. Its might depended on the user's chakra. If there was enough chakra, its power could even surpass a tailed beast ball. Natsuki had the Black Holy Grail. Together with Excalibur, he felt like a human-shaped tailed beast. The timing is about right. I will return to Konoha first. Natsuki glanced at the sky and said, all of you be careful. After saying this, he used Jeppo and leaped high into the air. Natsuki opened a spatial gate and stepped inside, disappearing. This was to prevent Amigekure's ninja from leaking the fact that he possessed the Dordor fruit. After Natsuki returned to Konoha, he went to see Orochimaru. He told him the intelligence that Amigekure had annihilated Iwa's advance force. Orochimaru was a little surprised but not too much. He mistakenly thought Natsuki had personally acted. Natsuki did not explain further and returned to the Senju clan compound. Before he even got close, a figure threw herself into his arms. It was Kushina. Did I not tell you? Natsuki stroked her red hair and said gently, I have space-time ninjutsu. I will come back every day. I know. Kushina raised her head and said, but the battlefield is different. There will be danger. With my strength, do you still need to worry? Natsuki asked confidently. Did the 2 of you forget someone? Tsunade looked at them embracing each other and reminded them. Natsuki and Kushina subconsciously looked at her. Not me. Tsunade paused slightly and pointed at Nono. Kushina subconsciously let go of Natsuki. There is nothing much to say. I will return whenever I have time. Natsuki coughed lightly and said. After greeting everyone, he arrived at Konoha's village gate. At this moment, all 1,000 ninja had already gathered and were waiting for his order. Natsuki. Mikoto walked forward. Because of her position as Hokage secretary, she had become the deputy commander this time. Natsuki-sensei. Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen also came forward. Move out. Natsuki nodded without saying anything more. The group headed toward the Land of Rain. In the Land of Earth at IWA, inside the Tsuchikage's office. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, heard a burst of urgent knocking. He subconsciously raised his head and glanced at the sky. Barring anything unexpected, there should already be a result from the war in the Land of Rain. Come in. Inoki said with a smile. Father. To Inoki's slight surprise, the one who entered was not an ANBU ninja, but his son, Kitsuchi. He immediately had an ominous feeling. The 500 ninja led by Higashishido encountered an ambush from Amigakure. Kitsuchi took a deep breath and said, "The entire force has been wiped out." Wiped out? Inoki's smile froze, and he immediately stood up and asked, how were they all wiped out? If they had encountered an ambush from Konoha and been wiped out, he could understand. But Amigakure had no Hanzo now. What right did they have to annihilate Iwa's advance force? Because no one survived, we do not know the exact course of the battle. Kitsuchi said in a heavy voice, what can be confirmed is that it is definitely connected to Akatsuki. Inoki sat back down. Naturally, he knew Akatsuki's origins very well. It had first appeared during Hanzo's era. Originally, it had only been a small organization, but with Konoha's support, it had taken control of Amigakure. With Amigakure's intelligence capability, they should not have known the movements of our advance force. Kitsuchi continued, Konoha must have secretly acted. After speaking, he handed Inoki a scroll. This is the intelligence we just received. Kitsuchi explained, Konoha's Natsuki is leading 1,000 ninja toward the Land of Rain. It is impossible for 1,000 ninja to be assembled in a single morning. They discovered our advance force yesterday. After reading the scroll, Inoki said this. Only that can explain how Amigakure was able to set up an ambush for our advance force in advance. Kitsuchi agreed. At this point, saying anything is useless. Inoki immediately ordered, have Gari lead the explosion corps, and 2,000 ninja to the Land of Rain. IWA had suffered a loss and lost 500 ninja. It could no longer stop. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain things to the families of those 500 ninja. Fortunately, IWA was powerful. Even if it fought Kiri and Konoha at the same time, it could still hold out for a long period. Yes, father. Kitsuchi nodded and said. At the same time, Kiri, Kumo, and Suna all received the same intelligence. Regarding the annihilation of Iwa's advance force, the three Kage had the same thought as Inoki. They believed Konoha must have helped from the shadows. As for the war between Konoha and IWA, the three Kage had different thoughts. The third Raikage believed this was a good thing. Konoha and IWA were both powerful shinobi villages. If they fought, at least one of them would be wounded. At that time, Kumo could take advantage. The third Mizukage felt troubled. What if Konoha fought on two fronts and turned to deal with Kiri? Kiri did not have the strength to deal with Kumo and Konoha at the same time. As for the fourth Kazekage Pakura, there was no need to say much. Konoha joining the war could ease the pressure on Suna and on her. She was undoubtedly the one who supported it the most. The previous shinobi world wars had all been stages for the 5 great shinobi villages, but this shinobi world war was somewhat different. In a dim underground place. Madara-sama. Good news. White Zetsu's voice rang out. What good news? Madara opened his eyes and looked at him. Konoha and IWA are fighting. White Zetsu said with a grin. What about Amigakure? Madara's eyes narrowed as he asked. Amigakure has also joined the war. Early this morning, Yahiko and the others completely wiped out 500 IWA ninja. White Zetsu immediately gave a simple account of the battle. Nagato's current strength is quite good. Madara smiled faintly and said, "That's right." White Zetsu nodded heavily and said, "He just waved his hand a few times, and a whole bunch of IWA ninja died." Madara ignored him and fell into thought. The great war between Konoha, Amigakure, and IWA was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. In his view, Nagato's growth had gone far too smoothly. If he did not experience the pain of war and see the darkness of the shinobi world clearly, he would be unable to truly mature. 3 names appeared in Madara's mind: Natsuki, Yahiko, and Konan. These 3 were the people Nagato cherished most. After thinking for a while, Madara decided to start with Yahiko. Natsuki was powerful and difficult to deal with. Konan was about the same as Yahiko, but Yahiko was the leader of Akatsuki, so his influence on Nagato was definitely deeper. Monitor this war between Konoha, Amigakure, and IWA completely, Madara ordered. "Yes, Madara-sama." White Zetsu immediately agreed. Night fell. After traveling for a full day, Natsuki's group arrived in the northeastern part of the Land of Fire. Barring any accident, they would reach the Land of Rain tomorrow and rendezvous with Yahiko and the others. "Rest here for the night." Natsuki stopped and spoke. "Yes, Natsuki-sama." The nearby ANBU ninja immediately passed down his order. This time, Natsuki had brought 2 ANBU divisions with him. After all, intelligence was extremely important in war. "Reconnaissance unit." Natsuki called again. "Natsuki-sama." 2 young ninja appeared before him. One was Aburame Shibi, and the other was Hyuga Haman. "Hyuga Haman, take people and inspect the area around the camp. Set up early warning traps as well." Natsuki ordered. "Yes, Natsuki-sama." Hyuga Haman turned and left. Aburame Shibi, take people ahead of the camp to scout the route. Pay attention to whether any IWA ninja have infiltrated. Natsuki continued. "Yes, Natsuki-sama." Aburame Shibi nodded. Konoha's 1,000 ninja quickly began moving. Aside from the reconnaissance unit, everyone began pitching tents and establishing the camp. As the commander, Natsuki did not need to pitch a tent himself. Naturally, someone arranged everything properly for him. After the simple camp was established, it was time to eat. There was no open flame. The ninja all took out food prepared in advance. Natsuki walked into the tent. Mikoto had already prepared a small table and 2 bento boxes. Natsuki walked forward and sat opposite her. Unlike his casual sitting posture, Mikoto used seiza. Her legs were together and folded beneath her, with her pale soles turned outward. Seiza was actually not comfortable, but it was a traditional form of etiquette. Especially for Mikoto, who wanted to become a good wife and mother, it was something she felt she had to observe. Natsuki did not try to persuade her otherwise. He reached out and picked up the chopsticks. He picked up a rice ball, took a bite, and found that it was warm. "I heated it with fire release chakra," Mikoto explained. The old her would not have wasted chakra like this, but after spending so much time with Natsuki, her thinking had inevitably been influenced. "You are very thoughtful," Natsuki praised her. When Mikoto heard this, a gentle expression appeared on her face. Dinner ended quickly. "I am going out for a while." Natsuki stood and said, "If something happens, notify me in time." After leaving an eyeball clone with Mikoto, he used a spatial gate and arrived at Pakura's house in Suna. Natsuki stepped out of the spatial gate and looked left and right. Pakura was not in the living room. But the next second, he looked toward the bathroom and faintly heard the sound of water. At that moment, the water stopped. "Who is it?" Pakura's voice reached the living room. It is me. Natsuki answered, keep washing. Wait for me a moment. After Pakura spoke, the sound of water rang out again. Natsuki sat on the sofa and waited. 10 minutes later, the sound of a door opening rang out. Natsuki subconsciously looked toward the bathroom. Pakura walked out. Natsuki could not help raising an eyebrow. Because she was only wrapped in a bath towel. The towel was fastened beneath her shoulders, revealing her shoulders, collarbones, and fair skin. As Pakura walked, the bath towel outlined her curves, fully displaying her graceful and full figure. At the same time, the towel ended at her calves. Why did you not change clothes? After examining her for a moment, Natsuki asked. Do you not like it? Pakura asked in return. I do. A smile appeared on Natsuki's face as he spoke. I thought so. Pakura walked to the sofa opposite him and sat down. She crossed her legs and the bath towel slipped slightly, exposing her fair thigh to the air. Natsuki subconsciously glanced at it. Unfortunately, he still could not see the end. He was very curious whether Pakura was wearing anything besides the bath towel. Have you reached the land of rain? Pakura thought for a moment and asked. Not yet. I will arrive tomorrow. Natsuki's gaze fell on her face. There were still droplets of water on her skin, sliding down her neck. Why did you come to find me? Pakura asked again. Do you need Suna to cooperate with you in ambushing IWA? There is no need to cooperate for now. Natsuki smiled and said, you can send Raza to the land of birds. You want to help me deal with him? Pakura paused slightly and asked. I know you have already weakened much of Raza's influence, but that only treats the symptoms, not the root. Natsuki said slowly, Raza will not give up on the Kazekage position. Once he has a chance, he will strike at you without mercy. That is true. Pakura nodded and said, with Konoha entering the war, sending a strong fighter there to guard against you is indeed appropriate. Although Konoha and Suna were allies, an alliance was only a sheet of paper. It could be torn whenever one wanted, and no one would truly take it seriously. Aside from Pakura, Suna's other ninja all regarded Konoha as an enemy. Some ninja had even proposed temporarily stopping the war with IWA and solving Konoha first together. Konoha clearly drew much more hatred than IWA. Tell Raza that the commander Konoha sent this time is me. He should be very willing to go. Natsuki smiled faintly and said. During the Second Shinobi World War, he had captured Raza alive. To Raza, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation. If there was a chance for revenge, he definitely would not miss it. Natsuki having Pakura send Raza out was actually a sudden idea. First, it would remove Pakura's hidden danger. Second, it would unlock Kyoka Sogetsu from the Aizen template. Although Natsuki had wanted to unlock it by killing the third Mizukage, the third Mizukage had stubbornly stayed inside Kiri and refused to come out. In any case, Raza was also a Kage-level powerhouse, so he met the condition. Unlocking Kyoka Sogetsu first would never be wrong. The only pity is Karura. Pakura shook her head and said, she just became pregnant, and now she is going to lose her husband. Natsuki paused slightly. Pakura's reminder made him remember. Raza's 3 children were Temari, the eldest, then Kankuro. Gaara was the youngest, the same age as Sasuke and Naruto. In other words, Karura had just become pregnant, and the child she would give birth to would be Temari. If Raza died, then the future Kankuro and Gaara would no longer exist. War is just that cruel. Natsuki's expression did not change as he spoke. If Raza were his friend, Natsuki could spare him once, but they were enemies. Even if Kankuro and Gaara were born, they would see him as their father's killer. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. Is there anything else? Although Pakura felt pity for Karura, she did not intend to let Raza go. After all, she still remembered how Raza and Retsu had hunted her down. That is all for now. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. Then will you stay here tonight? Pakura looked at him and asked calmly. Natsuki could not help pausing. But since things had already been said to this point, leaving now would be impossible to call manly. Go bathe. I will wait for you in the bedroom. Seeing that Natsuki agreed, Pakura stood and walked toward her room. The door closed. Only then did Pakura reveal her true mood. She let out a long breath, and the bath towel rose and fell slightly with her hurried breathing. As for Natsuki, he went to the bathroom to take a shower, then arrived in front of Pakura's room. He pushed gently, and the door opened. What entered his sight was Pakura without a single thread on. She sat at the edge of the bed, quietly looking at him. Matched with her snow-white skin and beautiful face, she looked like a moonlit elf. But at this moment this elf did not look pure at all. Show me your back. Natsuki stepped forward and said. Even now, he had not forgotten what Pakura's special charm was. Pakura turned around and lay on the bed. Natsuki patted her shapely hips, bent down, and held her from behind. His gaze moved downward, letting him see her smooth, beautiful back. Very soon, the skin along that beautiful back grew tense. Natsuki lowered his head and kissed her back. Pakura closed her eyes and thought of nothing. In the end, she welcomed a new beginning. To be continued. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 217. Chapter 217. The IWA Explosion Corps Night Raid. 3,146 words. Morning. A knock sounded at the door. Pakura woke up. She subconsciously pressed a hand to her forehead and felt a wave of exhaustion. Only after steadying herself did she remember what had happened. A faint blush appeared on Pakura's face. She had misjudged Natsuki's strength, leaving her with no ability to resist at all. Pakura vaguely remembered that she had even begged him for mercy. When she thought of that behavior, the blush on her face became even more obvious. At this moment Pakura was deeply regretful. If she had known, she would not have been so stubborn last night. Pakura let out a breath. She had even considered finding 2 female ninja in Suna to act as helpers. But after thinking about it carefully, she decided not to make any decisions on her own, in case she was pushed into begging again. Pakura put on her clothes and left the room. She walked to the entrance and opened the door. Standing outside was a little girl. Her student, Maki. Sensei. Maki asked curiously, why didn't you go to the training ground today? I was just about to go. Pakura said without changing expression, I slept late last night because of the war and lost track of time. I see. Maki quickly said, then, Sensei, you can keep resting. I can train by myself. I am already awake. There is no need to rest any longer. Pakura thought for a moment and said, wait for me. She turned and walked into the living room. Before long, she reappeared and handed Maki a scroll. Give this to Raza. Pakura instructed, tell him to carry it out immediately. Yes, Sensei. Maki took the scroll and said, I will go now. After giving the scroll to Raza, go to the training ground and wait for me. Pakura nodded and said. Maki turned and jogged away. She soon arrived at the Kazekage building, and handed the scroll to Raza. Raza opened the scroll in confusion. When he saw its contents, he could not help gripping it tightly. Being captured alive by Natsuki was an eternal pain for him. Originally, Raza had not wanted to go to the land of birds, because Pakura had been continuously weakening his influence. If he went to the land of birds, no one in Suna would be able to oppose her. But after seeing Natsuki's name, he decided to go to the land of birds. Iwa was not inferior to Konoha. Once the 2 villages fought, perhaps he would have a chance for revenge. At that time, he could help IWA and take the opportunity to kill Natsuki. As for Suna, he planned to bring his own forces with him to the land of birds. This way, first, he could avoid Pakura's suppression, and second, if he gained merit on the battlefield, he could instead expand his influence. At the same time, in Konoha's temporary camp in the Land of Fire, Natsuki sat up and yawned. He had been quite busy last night. After leaving Suna, he had gone to Konoha, and only after that did he return to the camp. In one night, he had visited 4 different rooms. Mikoto woke up. She looked at Natsuki in a daze, then reached out and threw herself into his arms. "Good morning." Natsuki smiled as he felt her soft skin. Mikoto subconsciously answered. But she soon remembered her duties. She steadied herself, picked up the clothes on the ground, and helped Natsuki dress. In the past, she would first put on her own clothes before helping him dress. But Natsuki did not like that order. So it had become like this. Only after Natsuki was dressed did Mikoto use clothes to cover her snow-white skin. After breakfast, the group dismantled the tents and continued on their way. 2 hours later, they entered the Land of Rain. Everyone changed into rain cloaks and headed toward the Land of Earth. By dusk, they finally arrived at their destination, the main camp Amigakure had built near the border of the Land of Earth. But Natsuki did not let Konoha establish its main camp right beside Amigakure's. First, Amigakure and Konoha were ultimately not the same shinobi village. Second, if the 2 main camps were built together, it would instead increase the risk of being exposed. If IWA found one, it would be equivalent to finding both. At that time, it would be bad if they were taken out in one strike. Amigakure's main camp was on the Land of Earth border, close to the Land of Rain. After thinking about it, Natsuki had Konoha's main camp built on the Land of Earth border, but close to the Land of Birds. This would make it convenient for him to make a move against Raza. Of course, the reverse was also true. It would make it convenient for Raza to make a move against him. What is the situation? Natsuki came alone to Amigakure's main camp. IWA has sent 2,000 ninja. Yahiko answered, the commander is Gari. He possesses the Kekii Genkai, explosion release. Natsuki nodded. Explosion release referred to a Kekii Genkai that converted chakra into explosions. It sounded very similar to Daidara's explosive clay, but it was not the same thing. Because explosion release did not require explosive clay. It could directly make chakra explode. From this point of view, it was more like projection magecraft and broken phantasm. It seems IWA has counted both Amigakure's and Konoha's ninja numbers together. Natsuki returned to himself and said. He had brought 1,000 ninja. If Amigakure gathered its forces, it could also put together 1,000 ninja. Together, the 2 villages had 2,000 ninja. Although only 500 Amigakure ninja were actually here. Do you need me to transfer another 500 ninja from Amigakure? Yahiko immediately asked. Not for now. Natsuki shook his head. It had not been easy for Amigakure to develop. There was no need to throw everything onto the battlefield. If they all died, everything would be wasted. Although that kind of thing was not very likely to happen. How are your strongholds and sentry posts coming along? After thinking for a moment, Natsuki asked. Most of the Land of Earth is rocky terrain. The area we occupy happens to have a rocky mountain in front of it. Yahiko took out a map and said, we built many strongholds and sentry posts around this rocky mountain. Like the Land of Lightning, the Land of Earth had many mountains. The Land of Wind had many deserts. The Land of Water had many seas. Only the Land of Fire had a superior location with large plains. Precisely because of this, in each shinobi world war, Konoha was usually the one under siege. Then Konoha will build strongholds and sentry posts on both sides of yours. After reading the map, Natsuki said this. Do you need our help? Yahiko nodded, then asked. No need. Natsuki refused and said, Konoha is still one of the 5 great shinobi villages. Yahiko laughed awkwardly after hearing this. All right, go handle your work. After greeting him, Natsuki returned to Konoha's main camp. The main camp was still under construction. Because they would be staying for a long time, they could not be careless like last night. Aside from setting up tents, they also had to arrange traps and barriers. The command tent was built first. Natsuki immediately held a jonin meeting. Mikoto, Nara Suzaku, Might Dewey, Aburame Shibi, Hyuga Haman, and the others all arrived. IWA has sent 2,000 ninja led by Gari. Natsuki took out a map and said, they are now all north of this rocky mountain, while we are south of it. In other words, we will be fighting IWA in an offensive and defensive battle around this mountain. Nara Suzaku asked. That is the current situation. Natsuki nodded and said, we need to establish our strongholds and sentry posts as quickly as possible. He then began assigning tasks. In less than an hour, all the jonin received their respective assignments. Tonight, just finish establishing the main camp. Natsuki clapped his hands and said, meeting dismissed. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Everyone answered in unison, then left the command tent. In the end, only Mikoto remained. Come. Go with me to that rocky mountain, and take a look at the situation. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial gate. Hearing this, Mikoto quickly stepped forward and held his hand. The two passed through the spatial gate and arrived high in the sky. Natsuki immediately had Minazuki transform into a giant crocodile. The two sat on the giant crocodile's back and flew toward the rocky mountain not far away. The rocky mountain was not very tall, but it was especially long. Under normal circumstances, attacking the land of Earth would be very difficult. Because this rocky mountain would block the way. But right now, the anxious side was IWA. They wanted to drive Konoha and Amigakure out of the land of Earth. The giant crocodile soon reached the sky above the mountain. Natsuki activated observation haki. Amigakure's strongholds and sentry posts immediately entered his perception. Although there were quite a few of them, compared with the entire mountain, there still were not enough. But Amigakure could not be blamed for this. After all, their number of ninja was limited. Once Konoha's strongholds and sentry posts were added tomorrow, they would be able to form a decent defensive line. Wait for me here. After saying this to Mikoto, Natsuki flickered and landed on a piece of rock. He stretched out his hand, and his chakra transformed into blood and surged out. After falling to the ground, it turned into eyeballs one after another. Yukaina had not come, so he could only do this personally. Although Konoha and Amigakure both had many sensory ninja, the rocky mountain was so large that gaps could easily appear. With his eyeball clones added in, it could truly be considered foolproof. No, it had not reached the level of being foolproof yet. Natsuki raised an eyebrow and thought of something. With such a large rocky mountain, there were definitely many wild snakes. After waiting for the dense mass of eyeball clones to disappear, Natsuki used the summoning technique and summoned Tajitsuhime. Master. Tajitsuhime bowed slightly and said, take control of all the snakes in this area and make them my eyes. Natsuki ordered. Yes, Master. Tajitsuhime nodded and said. After finishing all this, Natsuki returned to the giant crocodile's back. Ninja warfare was intelligence warfare. War itself was the same. Natsuki felt that with these 3 layers of sensory measures, he was already in an invincible position. What he needed to do next was unlock his current character templates and try to trigger new ones. Let's go back. Natsuki patted the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile returned along the original route and finally stopped high above Konoha's main camp. Natsuki opened a spatial gate. He and Mikoto stepped inside, returning to the command tent. The command tent's function was as a meeting room, not a personal tent. Natsuki's personal tent was near the command tent. Mikoto also had a personal tent. But she would obviously be staying in the same tent as Natsuki. I am going out for a while. Natsuki kneaded her hips. Mikoto said nothing and only showed a gentle smile. In the past, she would still have been shy. Now she could accept it calmly. However, anything deeper than this kind of teasing was still difficult for her to bear. Natsuki arrived at Pakura's house in Suna. It was already night. Pakura was eating dinner. It seems I came at the right time. Natsuki walked forward and sat opposite Pakura. I have not eaten yet. I will make another dish. Pakura put down her chopsticks and said, "Sit down." Natsuki grabbed her wrist and said, "I will cook." Pakura paused slightly, then sat down again. Natsuki stood and walked toward the kitchen. He opened the refrigerator and glanced inside. Then he decided to save effort and simply cook a bowl of ramen. Before long, he appeared in front of Pakura with a bowl of ramen. Why ramen? Pakura was somewhat puzzled. She knew Natsuki's cooking skills were extremely refined. It is nothing. Natsuki smiled and said, "The sooner we finish eating, the sooner we can handle proper business." Pakura's face suddenly turned red. Her snow-white skin rose and fell slightly with her breathing. That nightgown is nice. Natsuki glanced at her and said. Pakura returned to herself, looked down briefly, and immediately understood what he meant. But she quickly regained her composure and even lifted her chest slightly as she looked at Natsuki. "Do not disturb me while I am eating." After examining her for a moment, Natsuki withdrew his gaze. Pakura curled her lips. What a fake serious man. She reached out, picked up her chopsticks, and continued eating dinner. After dinner ended, Pakura stood, collected the bowls and chopsticks, and walked toward the kitchen. Natsuki thought for a moment and followed her. Pakura stood in front of the sink, bent down, and washed the dishes. Natsuki stepped forward and hugged her from behind. Wait until I finish washing. Pakura's body stiffened as she said this. But naturally, Natsuki would not listen. His hand rested over her heart. Pakura bit her lip. She had already discovered Natsuki's preferences, or rather, the two parts of her that attracted Natsuki the most. One in front and one behind, one smooth and one full. Pakura tried to steady her breathing, and continued washing the dishes with both hands. But very soon, she realized she had been lifted up, both feet leaving the ground. Pakura sighed and released her hands in exhaustion. She leaned back tightly against Natsuki, letting all her weight press onto him. Before long, she grew dizzy and wanted to ask for mercy. Natsuki carried her toward her room. As a result, before they even reached the room, she fell asleep. Natsuki shook his head. Fortunately, he had already drawn out the information he wanted. That was that Raza had already arrived in the land of birds. Natsuki closed the door and returned to Konoha's main camp. Natsuki. Mikoto paused because she smelled a strong fragrance. This fragrance had not been on Natsuki before he left. She could roughly guess what had happened. Mikoto walked forward and hugged him. She wanted to add a new fragrance to Natsuki. Night fell. Natsuki lay on the carpet, raising his head and admiring Mikoto. Her beautiful face carried a blush, her long black hair stirred as if by wind, and her graceful body was filled with feminine beauty. After an unknown amount of time. Just as Natsuki was preparing to sleep, he suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately raised his hand. The view in his eyes changed, sharing sight with an eyeball clone on the rocky mountain. In the distance, within a gap between the rocks, a group was moving forward cautiously. IWA Ninja. Natsuki noticed the forehead protectors on their heads. Were they trying to launch a night raid? But what could 8 people do? Thinking this, Natsuki left Mikoto's soft embrace. No matter what their goal was, he could not allow them to succeed. Natsuki changed clothes and opened a spatial gate. Something is wrong. The IWA sensory ninja immediately spoke. We were discovered. Another IWA ninja asked. After asking, he noticed the spatial gate not far away. Everyone could not help looking at each other. When had this door appeared? The next second, Natsuki walked out. Natsuki. The leading IWA jonin subconsciously blurted out. The others' expressions changed drastically. Attack. The IWA jonin accelerated without hesitation. After arriving in front of Natsuki, he clenched his fist and swung it. With one punch, the air distorted and immediately produced an explosion. Natsuki instantly confirmed their identities. They were ninja from Iwa's explosion corps. If they managed to reach Konoha's main camp, they could cause a chain of explosions. 8 people could create results far beyond 800. Clearly, Gari had judged that Konoha would not have time tonight to arrange strongholds and sentry posts, so he planned to launch a night raid. To be honest, without the eyeball clones and the snakes of Ryuchi Cave, this night raid might have succeeded. It might not have wiped out Konoha's entire force, but at the very least, it could have recovered some of the face IWA had lost when its advance force was annihilated. Tech-Eye, break. Natsuki ignored the explosion and punched through the IWA jonin's heart. What? The other IWA ninja's expressions changed drastically. Natsuki gave them no time to react and raised his hand. Heido number 90, Kurohitsuji. The remaining 7 IWA ninjas suddenly felt all light vanish before their eyes, as if they had fallen into darkness. Although it was night, there was still starlight in the sky. Moreover, as ninja, they could use chakra to achieve night vision. If someone were watching from a distance, they would see the 7 of them trapped inside a black, wall-like rectangular coffin. But as members of Iwa's explosion corps, their reactions were not slow. In an instant, they erupted with a large amount of chakra. The chakra exploded, producing firelight. Everything it passed became fragments. The next second, countless shadow blades appeared in the darkness. The 7 IWA ninjas screamed. Their bodies were riddled with holes, and blood splashed in every direction. Natsuki casually waved his hand. The screams stopped. 7 heads fell to the ground. Natsuki walked forward and found the IWA jonin from before. His heart had been pierced through, but he was not yet dead. Natsuki's eyes trembled. Both eyes activated the Mangekyo Sharingan at the same time. The only slightly strange thing was that the pattern in each eye was different. After all, they came from 2 different people. Natsuki controlled the IWA jonin, and learned the purpose of their mission from him. It was almost exactly as he had guessed. Gari had sent them out to launch a night raid on Konoha's main camp and carry out a bombing. If they could not find Konoha's main camp, Amigekure's main camp would do as well. Natsuki took out a summoning storage scroll and stored all their corpses inside. As the commander, he also needed merit. More accurately, he needed fame. To become Hokage, fame was essential. Since Natsuki had stopped a night raid by Iwa's explosion corps, naturally, it could not go unknown. After all, there had been 2 jonin among them. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves, just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 218. Chapter 218, Madara makes his move. 2,936 words. The next morning. After breakfast, Natsuki held a temporary jonin meeting in the command tent of the main camp. The timing happened to be right before everyone left to carry out their missions. Last night, 8 ninja from Iwa's explosion corps attempted to launch a night raid on our main camp, but I discovered them and dealt with them. Natsuki spoke. The jonin could not help freezing. None of them had known about this. Especially the reconnaissance unit's ninja. At this moment they felt some pressure. Under normal circumstances, they should have been the first to discover the enemy. This was undoubtedly their failure. These are their corpses. Natsuki took out a summoning storage scroll and said, "Reconnaissance unit, take them and extract their memories. See if there is any important intelligence." Naturally, he would not blame the reconnaissance unit for failing. After all, he still knew the limits of their abilities. "Yes, Natsuki-sama." Aburaim Shibi stepped forward and took the summoning storage scroll. The explosion core is Iwa's trump card unit. On the battlefield, they can cause tremendous destruction. Natsuki warned them, "When carrying out your missions, pay close attention to their movements." "Yes, Natsuki-sama." All the Jonin answered in unison. Dismissed. Natsuki waved his hand and said, "Hurry up and carry out your missions." The Jonin turned and left. Very soon, only Uchiha Mikoto remained. Natsuki. Mikoto said with some guilt, "I slept too deeply last night, and did not notice the enemy's infiltration." She had not even noticed that Natsuki had gone out once. "This is not your fault. It is mine." Natsuki reached out and placed his hand on her hips as he spoke. When Mikoto heard this, her face could not help turning red. She had slept so deeply because she had been too tired. Why had she been so tired? That really was Natsuki's fault. She truly feared that one day, even if the enemy reached the main camp, she would not have the strength to fight. Stay in the command tent. If anything urgent happens, handle it according to the situation. After kneading twice, Natsuki withdrew his hand and said, "I will take my 3 students out on a mission." As the commander, he should have stayed in the command tent and issued orders. But that did not suit his personality. Moreover, he had the Dordor fruit, and could return in time. Mikoto nodded. Natsuki left the command tent and soon found Might Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen. "Natsuki-sensei, do we have a mission?" Guy asked impatiently. "We do." Natsuki answered, "We are going to destroy Iwa's sentry posts." "Great." Guy said excitedly, "We can finally let our youth bloom. Let's go." Natsuki smiled and turned to walk outside. Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen quickly followed him. "Whether it is us or IWA, the main task this week is establishing strongholds and sentry posts." As Natsuki walked, he said, "If we go destroy Iwa's sentry posts, we will definitely encounter quite a few enemies. You need to be careful." At first he had planned to bring Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen to build sentry posts, but after thinking about it carefully, he felt that would be a waste. After all, his team was not weak. The battlefield was undoubtedly the fastest place to build a reputation. After some thought, Natsuki made a decision. He would help his 3 students make their names. Perhaps doing so would trigger another teacher-type character template. The 4 of them soon arrived at the endless rocky mountain in the distance. Natsuki activated observation haki. With him at the center, his perception continued to expand. This way. Natsuki did not use a spatial gate. He rapidly leaped along the rugged mountain path. Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen did the same. "There are 4 IWA ninja ahead." Kurenai spoke. Although Natsuki was present, she had not forgotten her role in the team, which was control and support. After entering the rocky mountain, she had kept observation haki active the entire time. They are planning to build a sentry post in the mountain forest. Naturally, Natsuki had already noticed it. He casually said, "Prepare for battle." As he spoke, he slowed down. Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen immediately passed him. The 3 paused slightly, then understood. He wanted the 3 of them to destroy this sentry post. The 4 of them are all Chunin. After getting closer, Kurenai confirmed their strength through their chakra reactions. "Leave it to me." Guy accelerated and rushed into the mountain forest. Enemy attack. The IWA team immediately noticed his appearance. Armament haki. Guy clenched both fists and suddenly punched out. Two invisible forces tore through the air and attacked the closest IWA ninja. Sensing danger, the IWA ninja hurriedly took out a ninja sword. But the next second he was sent flying. He let out a scream and fell to the ground unconscious. Earth release, Earth-style rampart. A female ninja formed hand seals. The ground rose and countless sharp rocks stabbed toward Guy. Jeppo. Guy leaped upward. Seeing him avoid her earth release, the female ninja prepared to form hand seals again. At that moment, her vision blurred and she suddenly could not move. It was Kurenai's attack. She raised her hand. The bracelet on her wrist immediately opened and turned into the kokinjo, flying out and binding the female ninja at once. Shizen suddenly stepped forward. Chakra enhanced strength. She clenched her fist, and chakra instantly gathered. With one punch, it was as if 1,000 June force had been unleashed. The female ninja bound by the kokinjo was sent flying, landing on the ground with her life or death unknown. The remaining two IWA ninja were not idle. The moment Kurenai and Shizen appeared, both of them formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth mausoleum dumpling. One IWA ninja lifted a huge rock and smashed it toward Kurenai. Rankyaku. Guy arrived in time and shattered the boulder with one kick. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Kurenai formed hand seals. The IWA ninja was immediately bound by a tree. Seeing this, Guy stepped forward and struck with an elbow. 7 7-star rings were worn on his right arm. With that elbow strike, the IWA ninja immediately became a bloody mess and died on the spot. Kurenai turned her head and discovered that the final IWA ninja had disappeared. Underground. Shizen immediately reminded her. Observation hockey. Kurenai's eyes narrowed, and she directly raised her leg. Rankyaku. A vacuum slash fell onto the ground. The earth split in two. A scream rang out. Blood sprayed. The IWA ninja underground was also split in two. With this, the battle ended. Kurenai let out a breath and looked toward the unfinished sentry post. The sentry post was a rectangular defensive structure. Its most important function was to help IWA occupy this area. Kurenai stepped forward. Rankyaku. With a rumble, the sentry post collapsed. You did well. Natsuki descended from the sky and appeared before them. Rest for 10 minutes, then we continue to the next mission. The battle just now had not even taken 10 minutes in total. Although logically, after completing a mission, they should return, Natsuki found that too troublesome. In any case, he was the commander. He could assign missions on the spot. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. The three of them immediately found a place to sit and recover chakra. 10 minutes later, Natsuki took them to another sentry post. After another battle, their team once again easily destroyed Iwa's sentry post. Time arrived in March. At Iwa's main camp in the land of Earth. The weekly Jonin meeting began as scheduled. Over this past month, we have encountered many troubles. Gari slowly spoke, especially Natsuki's team. When the Jonin heard this, they could not help nodding. In terms of ninja numbers, IWA should have held the advantage in this war. Because IWA had 500 more ninja. But in actual battle, things were completely different from what they had expected. Instead, IWA had fallen into a disadvantage. Because in this war, Konoha and Amigekure had displayed extraordinary intelligence-gathering ability. Gari had once suspected that a traitor had appeared inside IWA. But after testing several times, he dismissed this suspicion. Because even missions known only to him had still encountered problems. Was he the traitor? And over this past month, what gave Gari the greatest headache was Natsuki's team. Because Natsuki's team could always accurately find the locations of Iwa's sentry posts. On top of that, all 4 members of the team were powerful. Over the course of a month, they had already killed over 300 IWA ninja. If IWA had only known Natsuki before, now they knew the information on Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen by heart. The IWA ninja, including Gari, all wanted to kill the 4 of them as quickly as possible. If this continues, IWA will definitely lose, Gari said in a heavy voice. Most importantly, after the battle reports were sent back to IWA, the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki, was already very dissatisfied with him. If he returned to IWA after a crushing defeat, his future would be completely finished. He still did not understand why Konoha and Amigakure had such strong intelligence capabilities, as if they understood all of Iwa's actions perfectly. But no matter what, once there were more operations, the intelligence would become more complicated. In the confusion, it would be easier to conceal their true objective. Yes, Gari-sama. All the Jonin answered in unison. I will begin assigning missions now. Gari nodded and said, at present, we have confirmed 3 of Konoha's larger strongholds. Use them as the targets. The meeting ended half an hour later. Beneath the command tent, White Zetsu turned and left, moving through the earth at extreme speed. Very soon, it left the range of Iwa's main camp. It headed north all the way and finally arrived in a dense forest. Madara-sama. White Zetsu emerged from underground and looked at Uchiha Madara sitting on a tree. This was not the real Madara, only one of his shadow clones. What is it? Madara opened his eyes and asked. White Zetsu immediately repeated the contents of the Jonin meeting it had just heard. It sounds like a good opportunity. Madara nodded slightly and said. I thought so too. White Zetsu said proudly. Madara jumped down from the tree. The opportunity he spoke of was to control key members of Iwa's explosion corps. When the explosion corps attacked Amigakure's main camp, that would be the time Yahiko died. He could actually act personally. But his condition was extremely poor, and he relied entirely on the demonic statue of the outer path to prolong his life. If he were injured again, the result would be unpredictable. He could not die yet. After all, his proxy had not been decided. The proxy Madara had currently chosen was Uchiha Obito. But Obito had followed Minato to the northeastern border of the Land of Fire to guard against Kumo. Kumo had not fought Konoha for now. Without war, there was no opportunity. Therefore, Madara first wanted to let Nagato witness the darkness of the shinobi world. In Konoha's main camp in the Land of Earth, Natsuki sat on the carpet and leaned back, falling into Mikoto's soft embrace. He raised his head, but his vision was blocked, and he could not see her face at all. If he could not see, then he might as well not look. Natsuki closed his eyes. Over this past month, whenever he had time, he had taken Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen to destroy Iwa's sentry posts. Although his 3 students' fame had increased quite a bit, unfortunately, no corresponding character template had been triggered. Among his current character templates, only one ability could be completed in a short period. That was Kyoka Suigetsu from the Aizen template, which required killing a Kage-level powerhouse. Natsuki secretly thought that it seemed he still needed to find a way to deal with Raza. However, to deal with Raza, he needed to change his identity. If he killed Raza as Natsuki, it would put Pakura in a difficult position. Under normal circumstances, Pakura would have to go to war with Konoha to calm Suna's internal emotions. The best method was to kill Raza while disguised as an IWA ninja. At that moment, a snake suddenly slithered into Natsuki's tent. Mikoto, who was using pressure to massage his head, was startled. It is a snake from Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki explained. Mikoto immediately relaxed. She knew about Ryuchi Cave and also knew that Natsuki was a contractor of Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki bit his thumb and summoned Taijutsu. He did not understand snake language, so he could only have her translate. IWA is making a big move. They have recalled many ninja. Tajitsuheim repeated, their targets are 3 of Konoha's strongholds. When IWA held its Jonin meeting, neither the snakes of Ryuchi Cave nor Natsuki's eyeball clones could enter the command tent. After all, with so many Jonin gathered together, aside from White Zetsu, any disturbance would be discovered. However, Iwa's follow-up troop movements allowed the snakes of Ryuchi Cave to gather specific intelligence. But the intelligence on the explosion core was still missing. Because they had not moved yet. Have they finally lost patience? Natsuki fell into thought. Since the war began, IWA had been at a disadvantage. It was normal that Gari wanted to change the situation. This time, did they want to take Konoha's strongholds? Continue monitoring them. Natsuki waved his hand. Tajitsuheim and the Ryuchi Cave snake both disappeared. Natsuki had no choice but to give up the comfortable feeling of being wrapped in warmth. He stood and walked toward the command tent. Before long, all the Jonin in the main camp arrived. I just received intelligence. IWA plans to attack 3 of our strongholds. Natsuki spoke, the time will be tonight. Quite a few Jonin revealed surprised expressions. On one hand, they were surprised by Iwa's large-scale offensive. On the other hand, they were also surprised by Natsuki's intelligence ability. To be honest, they were like Gari and the IWA ninja. They did not understand Natsuki's intelligence capability. Fortunately, he was on their side. Otherwise, it would have been far too terrifying. Natsuki began making arrangements. In truth, there was not much to arrange. It was nothing more than strengthening the defenses of the 3 strongholds. The brief Jonin meeting ended. Natsuki returned to his own tent. He held Mikoto and placed both hands in her embrace to warm them. Night fell. Natsuki let Mikoto go. Just as he was planning to inspect the 3 strongholds, he heard a faint sound. A snake appeared. Natsuki grew puzzled. Was there new movement from IWA? He bit his thumb and summoned Tajitsuheim. More than 1,000 IWA ninja have split into 3 groups and are heading toward Konoha's 3 strongholds. Tajitsuheim paused and said, Gari is leading the explosion corps toward Amagekyu's main camp. Natsuki's gaze sharpened. After thinking for a moment, he understood. The strong attack on Konoha's strongholds was most likely Iwa's diversion. Their real target was Amagekure. Thinking this, Natsuki immediately opened a spatial gate. He stepped inside and arrived at Amagekuru's main camp. Natsuki-sensei, why are you here? When Yahiko saw him, he was somewhat surprised. Natsuki-sensei. Nagato and Konan followed right after and greeted him. This was the command tent of Amagekuru's main camp, so all 3 of them were present. I just received intelligence. Gari of IWA is leading the explosion corps toward your main camp. Natsuki went straight to the point. What? Yahiko subconsciously showed a surprised expression. Because he had not received any related intelligence. If not for Natsuki's timely notice, Amagekure might have suffered heavy losses because of this. The explosion corps can only make full use of its power in places with many people. Natsuki smiled and said, but since we already know in advance, there is no way we will let them use that advantage. I think the 4 of us can go ahead and kill them first. Yahiko clenched his fist and said. That is also what I was thinking. Natsuki nodded. Great. Yahiko said happily, it has been a long time since we fought side by side. When Nagato and Konan heard this, they also revealed anticipation. Let's go. Natsuki stroked Konan's head and said, we will take the air route. He withdrew his hand and opened a spatial gate. The 4 of them stepped inside and arrived high in the sky. Natsuki then took out Minazuki. The giant crocodile carried them toward the Rocky Mountain. Very soon, Natsuki saw Gari and his explosion corps. They were hurrying toward Amagekuru's main camp. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, Kira Yoshikage Template. 2,943 words. This place is good. Natsuki looked around and said. There were no other Konoha or Amigekyo ninja nearby. Attack. Natsuki raised his hand and said. The moment his voice fell, countless swords appeared around him and beneath his feet. Seeing this, Nagato's mind moved, and he used Shinra Tensei. His Rinnegan trembled. Invisible repulsive force wrapped around the swords Natsuki had taken out from Unlimited Blade Works and drove them downward at even greater speed. Scatter. Gari subconsciously raised his head. His expression changed drastically, and he roared. The other IWA ninja did not need his reminder. They had already heard the thunderous sound caused by the blades plummeting from high in the sky. They all ran outward. But there were too many swords, and they were too densely packed. In their haste, they could not escape the range. Left with no choice, they formed hand seals and tried to counterattack. At that moment, Natsuki snapped his fingers. All the swords suddenly trembled and flames shot into the sky. A mass of explosions gathered together, instantly forming a chakra storm and a scorching sea of fire. Screams rang out, only to be drowned by the explosions. Only the corpses flying everywhere and the splattering blood proved the might of Natsuki and Nagato's combination attack. But it was not over yet. Conan raised the sorcery climb attacked. Thunder Egg, Thundercloud Rod. Thunderclouds formed in the sky. Under Conan's control, bolts of lightning fell one after another. Blood Demon Art, Winter Icicles. Yahiko raised both hands. A large number of ice pillars appeared, cooperating with Conan's lightning, as they attacked the surviving IWA ninja. Damn it! Gari had never expected his explosion core to suffer such heavy losses in a single instant. He immediately locked onto Natsuki. Although he could leave now, if the explosion core was wiped out, returning to IWA would be no different from death. Earth Release, Earth Core. Gari formed hand seals. The ground rose, lifting his body into the sky. After reaching the limit, he leaped up and used the body flicker technique to arrive in front of Natsuki. Gari's face twisted as he punched out. You three go deal with the explosion core. Natsuki waved his hand, stopping Nagato, Conan, and Yahiko from helping. At the same time, he calmly swung his left hand. The instant their fists touched, Gari's chakra exploded. Countless flames and raging winds roared out, rushing straight toward Natsuki. Armament Hockey. Natsuki stood in place. The force produced by the explosion seemed to strike an invisible wall, and did not harm him in the slightest. Seeing this, Gari's pupils contracted. Rankyaku. Natsuki kicked out. A vacuum slash shot toward Gari. Body flicker technique. Gari dodged the vacuum slash and fell downward. Fighting high in the air gave him no advantage. Bakudo number 61, Rikujikoro. Natsuki casually waved his hand. 6 bars of light descended from the sky and directly surrounded Gari. Gari sensed the danger. He immediately clenched his fists. A large amount of chakra surged out. Explosion Release, Landmine Fist. A deafening explosion erupted. Wherever it passed, even the air distorted. The 6 bars of light shattered in the explosion, losing their effect. Gari landed on the ground and immediately let out a breath of relief. But in the next second, the lingering force of the explosion was rapidly cleared away. Heido number 88, Hiryagekizoku Shinten Reiho. A massive straight beam of light fell from the sky again, like an enormous dragon. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Gari's face went pale, and he could only choose to block it. The ground trembled and a large amount of earth flew up, forming a wall in front of him. The straight beam struck the wall. In the explosion, the earth wall was pulverized. Gari smashed both fists into the ground. Explosion release defense technique. Another boom rang out. The explosion formed a shockwave that rushed toward the remaining beam. Air currents rolled violently. Gari hurriedly retreated. He looked at the smoke caused by the explosion in front of him, and the thought of retreat rose in his heart once again. The pressure Natsuki gave him was simply too great. But the moment that thought appeared, he immediately felt his hair stand on end. A terrifying pressure swept over him. The ground cracked and countless broken stones and dust flew in every direction. Gari subconsciously raised his head. Even Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko, who were still fighting, raised their heads as well. The night sky lit up. 5 enormous dragons looked down on them from high above. Heido number 99, Goryu Tenmitsu. Natsuki casually waved his hand. The 5 giant dragons roared and charged toward Gari. Chakra of overwhelming intensity burned around the 5 dragons like flames. Gari roared, clenched both fists and struck out. But his small body was no different from an ant before the 5 giant dragons. He pushed his chakra to the limit, and all of it exploded at once. A fire dragon soared into the sky. But halfway up, it was extinguished by the 5 giant dragons. The 5 dragons swallowed Gari. A violent explosion erupted, followed by the earth shaking and the mountains trembling. The ground caved in, and cracks of all sizes spread outward. The remaining IWA ninja panicked and hurriedly dodged. Even so, they were still caught in the aftermath. Amid screams, they were struck by falling rocks and dropped into the cracks. Konan, Nagato, and Yahiko calmly flew into the air. A moment later, the commotion disappeared. A bottomless crater appeared before everyone's eyes. Gari was a bloody mess, his original appearance no longer recognizable. The other IWA ninja had also died one after another. With this, Iwa's explosion core was completely annihilated. I feel like we barely helped. Yahiko scratched his head and said. Konan and Nagato showed expressions of agreement. Aside from a small number of ninja, the entire explosion core had been killed by Natsuki alone. In a hidden corner far away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. White Zetsu exclaimed, what a terrifying ninjutsu. Although it was not a normal human, as a White Zetsu, it followed Madara and Black Zetsu's orders and monitored the entire shinobi world. It had a certain understanding of most powerful figures. But Natsuki's technique still made it see him in a new light. Madara frowned tightly and said nothing. The development of events had far exceeded his expectations. First, Natsuki, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato appeared in advance and stopped Gari and the explosion core. Second, Natsuki displayed terrifying strength and dealt with Gari and the explosion core in moments. The final result was that his plan had completely failed. Continue monitoring them. Madara sighed inwardly, but his expression did not change as he said, look for the next opportunity. At the same time, he became interested in Natsuki. Previously, he had looked down on Natsuki because he had no bloodline. But the power of that ninjutsu just now was indeed impressive. Most importantly, it was instant cast. That was what surprised him. Instant cast, yet with such great power. Even one of the 5 Kage would be seriously injured if caught off guard. Madara returned to himself and left with White Zetsu. Natsuki then landed on the ground. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko walked forward and asked, should we pursue the victory? Gari was Iwa's commander. With the commander dead, IWA could be said to be leaderless. This was undoubtedly a good time to counterattack. I have a mission for you. Natsuki thought for a moment, then took out a map and said, wait for me here. Why here? Yahiko glanced at it and asked curiously. Not far from here is Iwa's main camp. Natsuki smiled and said, since we are going to pursue our victory, we might as well carry it through to the end and end this war directly. When Natsuki had previously taken Guy and the others around destroying Iwa's sentry posts, he had already found the location of Iwa's main camp. After all, he had observation haki with a theoretically unlimited sensory range. Of course, the war would not truly end. Because if Iwa's 2,000 ninja were defeated, the next stage would be an even larger war. Inoki would definitely not let it go. I see. Yahiko's spirits rose as he said, "We will return to the main camp now. Use the spatial gate." Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial gate. Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan immediately stepped inside. Natsuki then opened another spatial gate. He returned to Konoha's main camp. Immediately notify everyone to gather at the entrance. Natsuki shouted at once. Hearing this, Zo quickly sent out all the ANBU ninja. Natsuki, did something happen? Mikoto stepped forward and asked. Something good. Natsuki smiled and said, Gari is dead. Then we are counterattacking now. Mikoto understood, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Natsuki nodded and said, let's go. The two arrived at the camp entrance. By now, quite a few Konoha ninja had already gathered there. Natsuki immediately explained the current situation to them. After a brief silence, the Konoha ninja burst into cheers. Iwa's commander, Gari, had been killed, and Konoha was about to counterattack. This was indeed something exciting. However, the counterattack had not yet begun. Celebrating now was far too early. Natsuki raised his hand and stopped their cheers. Soon, everyone had gathered. Natsuki took the lead and led them toward Iwa's main camp. They rushed forward the entire way, stopping only after they met the Amigekure ninja. Rest for 3 minutes. After Natsuki gave the order, he met with Yahiko and the others. Once 3 minutes passed, Konoha's ninja and Amigekure's ninja joined together and charged toward Iwa's main camp. With so many people and such a huge commotion, the ninja in Iwa's main camp had already discovered them. But discovering them did not give them any good options. Their only choice was to delay and wait for support. Natsuki swept his gaze around and immediately raised his hand. A large number of swords flew out. Boom, boom, boom. All the traps around Iwa's main camp were triggered by his swords. Attack! Seeing this, Yahiko shouted. Konoha's ninja and Amigekure's ninja formed hand seals one after another. Defend! At this time, a jonin in Iwa's main camp shouted. His name was Mahiru. He was one of Iwa's rare swordsmanship jonin. In the original timeline, he wounded Kakashi at Kanabi Bridge. After Gari's death, he had become Iwa's temporary commander. In the dense forest far away. Madara-sama. Our chance has come. White Zetsu looked at the chaotic battle between both sides and said excitedly. Madara was just about to speak, but his body suddenly stiffened. Because Natsuki used unlimited blade works. An endless stream of swords fell toward Iwa's main camp, mixed in with the ninjutsu used by Konoha and Amigekure's ninja. The IWA ninja reacted quickly. One high wall after another rose up. But in the next second an earth-shaking explosion erupted. All the swords shattered like glass, and the sturdy earth walls collapsed along with them. Scorching flames appeared from thin air and swept toward the IWA ninja under their horrified gazes. In an instant, screams and a sea of fire intertwined. Konoha's ninja and Amigekure's ninja both fell silent. Many of them were seeing this terrifying ninjutsu for the first time. But they soon grew excited. Once Natsuki used unlimited blade works, the IWA ninja could no longer resist them. The battle immediately became one-sided. So it is space-time ninjutsu. Madara subconsciously narrowed his eyes. The instant those swords appeared, he sensed spatial fluctuations. In other words, those swords had been stored in a separate space beforehand. Now that they were released all at once, they could cause such a large-scale explosion. If Natsuki used it again right now, he most likely would not be able to summon that many swords. Fortunately, after thinking it through, Madara felt unlimited blade works was not that troublesome. Among space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique was still more troublesome. The opportunity is gone. Let's go. Madara withdrew his gaze and said. But after this battle, IWA would definitely bring out its full strength. There would be no harm in looking for another opportunity then. After using unlimited blade works, Natsuki did not waste any more chakra. Although the Black Holy Grail had plenty of chakra, it was still better to save what he could. Most importantly, the outcome was already decided. Natsuki walked toward Iwa's main camp. When he saw an IWA ninja, he raised his hand. Blood Demon Art, Winter Icicles. Several ice pillars fell and pinned the IWA ninja in place. He continued walking forward. With a lift and wave of both hands, the nearby IWA ninja lost their lives. However, he was not the most eye-catching one now. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were. Before this, their fame had been limited to Amigakure, but now it was different. Whether it was Iwa's ninja or Konoha's ninja, all of them were shocked by their strength. Nagato only moved his hand, and a pile of people was sent flying. Cold wind swirled around Yahiko. Wherever he passed, IWA ninja turned into ice sculptures. Konan waved the sorcery climb attacked. Around her, there was wind, thunder, and rain. Seeing this, Natsuki did not stop them. After all, their strength had already reached a level that was difficult to hide. The night's slaughter finally came to an end. After being terrified by the killing, the remaining IWA ninja all chose to surrender. But the war was not over yet. At Konoha's 3 strongholds, there were still 1,000 IWA ninja fighting Konoha's forces. However, Konoha and Amigakure's victory was already certain. After all, those 1,000 IWA ninja no longer had reinforcements. Aside from the wounded, the remaining ninja will split into 3 groups and go reinforce Konoha's 3 strongholds. Natsuki shouted. Everyone answered in unison. Although many of them were already tired, the excitement of victory suppressed their fatigue. As long as they dealt with the remaining 1,000 IWA ninja, they would achieve an unprecedented great victory. Natsuki quickly assigned the leaders. They were himself, Yahiko, and Mikoto. Each of the 3 led a portion of the ninja, and immediately set out to provide support. You have awakened the Kira Yoshikage template. Natsuki, who was currently rushing ahead, could not help widening his eyes. Who? Kira Yoshikage. That ordinary office worker. Natsuki subconsciously rubbed his chin. Was it because he had annihilated Iwa's explosion core that he awakened the Kira Yoshikage template? After all, Kira Yoshikage's stand ability was related to explosions. Speaking of explosions, his unlimited blade works plus broken phantasm was also an explosion, and it had directly decided the battle. Thinking this, Natsuki looked at the newly awakened Kira Yoshikage template. Name, Kira Yoshikage. Period, final. World, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Rank, S rank. Ability 1, Killer Queen, unlocked. Effect, uses spiritual energy to create an unconscious stand. This stand can turn anything touched by its hand into a bomb. Only one bomb can be detonated at a time, and an object turned into a bomb can only explode once. Ability 2, Sheer Heart Attack, locked. Effect, a single-shot tank bomb separated from Killer Queen. It automatically tracks the hottest target nearby and explodes after approaching the target. The single-shot tank bomb is extremely durable and can only be retrieved by the user. Unlock condition, Learn Sage Art, Gomen. Ability 3, Bites the Dust, locked. Effect, Killer Queen attaches itself to a target. If the target speaks information about the user, anyone who learns the user's information will explode, and time will rewind to 1 hour earlier. However, what happened before the rewind is certain to happen again after the rewind, though the form it takes is not fixed. Unlock condition: kill a creature that has lived for over 1,000 years. After reading it, Natsuki had only one feeling. He had not expected to become a stand ninja. Ability 1, Killer Queen. Killer Queen was Kira Yashikage's stand. A so-called stand was, in fact, pure spiritual energy. In Naruto, it would be considered a product of Ein release. Killer Queen's special ability was creating bombs. Aside from that, it also possessed a certain degree of combat ability. Moreover, its existence could not be seen with the naked eye, but it could be sensed through spiritual fluctuations. Ability 2, Sheer Heart Attack. There was not much to say about this. It was an automatic heat-seeking bomb. The only troublesome part was its unlock condition, which required learning Sage Art, Gomen. This Sage Art came from Mount Mayaboku. Theoretically, Natsuki had no way to learn it. Ability 3, Bites the Dust. As everyone knew, abilities involving time and space were all abnormal. Bites the Dust was no exception. It could rewind time to 1 hour earlier. The only problem was that its activation conditions were quite strict. Moreover, what happened before the rewind would definitely happen again afterward. In other words, it could not change events through time reversal, but it could kill specific targets. Its unlock condition was also troublesome. Kill a creature that had lived for over 1,000 years. In the shinobi world, only a few beings met this condition. Aside from the 3 great sages of the 3 great sage regions, there were Kagaya Otsutsuki, Ishiki Otsutsuki, and other members of the Otsutsuki clan. To be continued. 1 bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 220, Chapter 220, Pakura in the Kazekage's office. 3,089 words. When Natsuki arrived at Konoha's stronghold, he discovered that this place no longer needed support. After all, the Konoha ninja who were supposed to be defending the stronghold had already charged out. The reason for this was the father and son pair, Might Guy and Might Dewey. Before Natsuki went to Amegekuru's main camp, he had arranged for his 3 students to act together with Dewey. The 4 of them had been assigned to this stronghold to defend against the attacking IWA ninja. Guy and Dewey were both extremely easy to fire up. During the battle, the father and son both opened the 8 gates and rushed out. Because they were powerful, their attack was extremely effective. When the other Konoha ninja saw Iwa's defense being torn open, they followed after them one after another. As a result, what was supposed to be a defensive battle turned into an active assault. Natsuki watched for a moment, then gave the order. The ninja he had brought immediately joined the battlefield. Before long, the IWA ninja were either dead or surrendered, and the battle came to an end. Natsuki-sensei. After the battle ended, Guy, Kurenai, and Shizun ran up to him. You did very well, especially you, Guy. Natsuki said with a smile. It was all thanks to my dad. Guy raised a thumb and said. Both of you contributed. Natsuki nodded and said, after the war ends, the village will reward everyone according to their merits. Natsuki-sensei. Kurenai suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, why did you come to reinforce us? The main reason was that when the defense of the strongholds was arranged yesterday, there had been no mention of reinforcements. It is like this. Natsuki briefly explained what had happened that night. The 3 of them listened in stunned silence. None of them had expected that the war they had been fighting for a month would come to an end overnight. It was so fast that they felt dazed. You should rest for a while. I will go check the situation at the other 2 strongholds. After saying this to them, Natsuki leaped up and rose into the air. He used the Dorador fruit and quickly arrived at the Konoha stronghold that Mikoto had gone to reinforce. Unlike the previous stronghold, this one had not gained the upper hand. But with Mikoto and the others arriving, they quickly seized a huge advantage. Victory was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Natsuki went to the final Konoha stronghold. The situation there was also similar. Natsuki thought about it and did not make a move. After all, he could not steal their merits. He returned to Konoha's main camp. Time slowly passed. By noon the next day, the war had finally ended completely. All the Konoha ninja returned to the main camp. Aside from them, there were also the IWA ninja who had surrendered. Inside the command tent of the main camp, Natsuki looked at the jonin excitedly carrying out the post-war count, and could not help smiling. No matter who it was, this was an unprecedented great victory. Since Konoha's founding, there had been few victories like this. The main reason was that they had ended this war while suffering very few losses. Iwa's 2,000 ninja were either killed or captured. Not a single one escaped. Another half an hour passed. After finishing the post-war count, Mikoto walked forward and handed Natsuki a scroll. Natsuki opened the scroll and read it. First was the total gain, including the captured IWA ninja and various supplies. Second was the exact number of captured IWA ninja and the list of jonin. Last were Konoha's losses in this war. Natsuki glanced at the second part, which interested him. This time, the number of captured IWA ninja exceeded 400. Unfortunately, there were no jonin he found familiar. The two IWA jonin he knew, Gari and Mahiru, had both died in the chaotic battle. Give 1/3 of the captured supplies to Amigekure. After Natsuki finished reading, he casually handed the scroll to Nara Suzaku. Whenever ninja of the Nara clan appeared in war, they usually served as advisors or something similar to stewards. Mikoto could also do these things. But she was already very tired every night, so anything else that could be spared should be spared to conserve her stamina. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Suzaku immediately responded. Amigekure and Konoha had fought the enemy together, so they naturally deserved a share of the supplies. Although he felt 1/3 of the supplies was a little much, since Natsuki had said so, no one would dare object. The greatest contributor to this victory over IWA was naturally Natsuki. Whether it was his almost supernatural intelligence-gathering ability, or his powerful and terrifying strength, both had made IWA suffer greatly. Suzaku felt that over this past month, his intelligence had barely had any chance to be used. This war gave him the feeling that wherever Natsuki pointed, they simply attacked. There was no need for extra thinking. So, has the intelligence been sent back to Konoha? Natsuki thought for a moment and asked. The intelligence was sent to Konoha last night. Zo immediately said, barring any accident, Hokage-sama should already know of our victory by now. Next, there are two things. First, pay attention to Iwa's following movements. Natsuki looked at everyone and said, second, send the wounded and the captured IWA ninja back to Konoha. After thinking for a moment, he handed the second matter to Might Dewey. He had Dewey bring Guy, Kurenai, and Shizen along as well. Someone had to be responsible anyway, so he might as well let them return home and rest for 2 days. Especially since his 3 students were still young. As for himself, he returned to Konoha every day anyway, so he did not lack those 2 days. At the same time, in Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. Aside from Orochimaru, a group of higher-ups including Homura Mitokado, Koharu Udatane, Tsunade, and Nawaki had all been called over. I knew Natsuki would definitely beat IWA down hard. After reading the intelligence, Nawaki said excitedly. To make IWA suffer such heavy losses overnight, it is simply unbelievable. Homura could not help sighing. In his heart, he also secretly felt fortunate that he had not stood on Shimura Danzo's side before. Otherwise, if he had offended Natsuki, it would be difficult for him to move an inch in Konoha. This was not an exaggeration. The current Natsuki truly could threaten them. If they fell out completely, even their positions as Hokage advisors might not be secure. Natsuki's strength is becoming harder and harder to understand. Tsunade shook her head and said. First, he had annihilated Iwa's explosion core, and then he had broken through Iwa's main camp by himself. No matter which matter it was, neither sounded like something a single ninja could do. Tsunade thought of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Both of them had been ninja whose individual strength was so overwhelming that they could influence an entire battlefield alone. After suffering such heavy damage, IWA will not continue with small skirmishes. Orochimaru spoke. Then should I lead people to support Natsuki? Nawaki asked with an expectant expression. After seeing Natsuki dominate the battlefield, he had long since become unable to hold himself back. Wait a little longer. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said. He needed to see how many ninja IWA would send next before making a decision. But IWA definitely would not send everyone. After all, it still had to guard against the other 3 villages. I will go when the time comes as well. Tsunade suddenly said. Huh? Why? Nawaki's expression stiffened, and he subconsciously asked. What is wrong with me going to the battlefield as a medical ninja? Tsunade glared at him, and asked in return. Nawaki hesitated to speak. He knew Tsunade was worried about him. But with her going along, he felt somewhat uncomfortable inside. However, things had already reached this point, and he had no way to stop her. If you siblings go together, it will be just right. It will let the shinobi world know that Wood Release has appeared once more. Orochimaru smiled faintly and said. 2 hours later, inside the Tsuchikige's office in IWA. Anoki looked at the intelligence in front of him, and could not help trembling in broad daylight. Terrible. Truly terrible. 2,000 ninja had been completely wiped out. Although 400 were still alive, that was no different from being dead. Father, please take care of your body. Seeing this, Kitsuchi immediately advised him. With such a terrible defeat, I have no way to explain this to the daimyo or to IWA. Anoki sat back down and sighed. Judging from the intelligence, there was no major mistake in Gari's decisions. Kitsuchi slowly said, the biggest problem is that Konoha knew all of our movements in advance. Is there a traitor among us? After a moment of silence, Anoki asked. It does not seem like it. Kitsuchi shook his head and said, if there truly was a traitor, they would have to be someone with high authority, but Gari and Mahiru have already died. He had read the battle report. Although 400 ninja had been captured, they were all unimportant ninja. The ninja who could be considered core members of this operation had all died in this war. I suspect Konoha's intelligence capability has somehow been strengthened. Kitsuchi continued. If we do not find a way to deal with it, we will remain passive from here on. Anoki rubbed his brow and said. I will have Anbu think of a solution. After thinking briefly, Kitsuchi said, if there is truly no other way, we can adopt a direct frontal assault. For ninja, a frontal assault was always the worst option. First, it did not suit a ninja's style. Ninja excelled at infiltration and surprise attacks. Second, a frontal assault could only rely on raw strength. Win or lose, the losses would be greater. But a frontal assault could minimize the influence of intelligence. You will be in charge this time. After pondering for a moment, Anoki said, take 4,000 ninja with you. Yes, father. Hearing this, Kitsuchi knew Anoki was truly angry. Sending out 4,000 ninja at once was already a very large number. After all, IWA was fighting on 2 fronts, and there were still 1,000 ninja locked in battle with Suna. Do not rush for quick results. First, figure out what is going on with their intelligence ability. Anoki warned him, as long as they are not allowed to push deeper into the land of Earth, that is enough. Kitsuchi nodded. Besides that, you need to pay attention to these ninja. Anoki took out another piece of intelligence and said this. Kitsuchi subconsciously glanced at it and found that all the names were familiar. The first was Natsuki. The reason IWA had lost so badly was undoubtedly because of Natsuki. Putting aside why he knew Iwa's movements, his strength had also played a decisive role. The intelligence focused heavily on the performance of unlimited blade works. Of course, Iwa's ninja did not know it was called unlimited blade works. The second was the father and son pair, Might Due and Might Guy. When IWA attacked Konoha's stronghold, they had encountered their powerful counterattack. The forbidden technique, 8 Gates, had also become known. The remaining 3 were Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan of Amigakure. All 3 possessed large-scale ninjutsu, and were powerful. The most troublesome part was that they could fly. When those 2 points were combined on the battlefield, they were practically human-shaped bombs capable of causing large-scale destruction anywhere at any time. It was worth mentioning that because the Rinnegan was a legendary IWA had not connected Nagato to the Rinnegan. The same was true of the other villages. After all, the last ninja to possess the Rinnegan had been the Sage of Six Paths. But the Sage of Six Paths had lived 1,000 years ago. Moreover, many ninja did not even believe the Sage of Six Paths had truly existed. I really do not know where these 3 people came from. After reading it, Kitsuchi sighed. Hanzo had also risen to fame in Amigakure, but the path of his fame could be traced. Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan, however, seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Before this war, they had no real reputation. Everyone had assumed they were puppets found by Konoha in Suna's main camp in the Land of Birds. The same intelligence was also placed before Raza. But in his eyes, there was only Natsuki. Raza looked at the name Natsuki and remembered his previous battle against him. Back then, Natsuki had also used unlimited blade works, but he needed to use a summoning storage scroll in advance to release a large number of swords. Now, he no longer needed a summoning storage scroll. He could summon a vast number of swords out of thin air. Raza thought of a possibility. Unlimited blade works was space-time ninjutsu. Because he had experienced it personally, he could easily guess its nature. Aside from that, the strength Natsuki had displayed was also much greater than before. Raza subconsciously clenched his fist. He still did not have full confidence that he could kill Natsuki, even though he had also become much stronger. Raza put down the intelligence, and his thoughts turned back to the war against IWA. After he arrived, Suna had gained a slight upper hand. But defeating IWA would depend on opportunity. Because they did not have enough people. Pakura was unwilling to send more ninja to him. Thinking of this, Raza felt a stabbing pain. Everything began when he lost the Kazekage position. After Pakura became Kazekage, his position in Suna plummeted. Now he had the feeling of a clever wife unable to cook without rice. In the Land of Wind in Suna, inside the Kazekage's office, Pakura, whom Raza wanted to kill as soon as possible, was currently leaning against the window, her face flushed as she looked at Suna outside. Suna's sunset was beautiful, but the blush across her skin, and the sheen of sweat on her face were no less beautiful. Compared to her usual serious self, the current her carried a contrast and allure that were entirely different. If anyone saw her like this, they would probably doubt whether this was truly their Kazekage. But this beautiful scene belonged only to Natsuki. He stood behind Pakura and held her soft body, feeling that this moment was perfectly complete. A long while later Pakura tensed, her long white legs trembling slightly as her arches curved to the limit. Kazekage-sama. Natsuki sat on the sofa with Pakura in his arms and said with a smile, "Your strength is increasing very quickly." Pakura leaned weakly in his embrace. Hearing his teasing, she could not help curling her lips. "How is the situation inside Suna recently?" Natsuki casually stroked her warm face and asked. After Raza went to the Land of Birds, only Retsu remained in Suna. He has been very well behaved. Pakura paused and said, probably because Chiyo and Ebizo warned him. Those 2 old veterans are still very clever. Natsuki said with a smile. They are troublesome. Pakura agreed. But they are already old. They will retire eventually. Natsuki's hand moved downward and rested over her heart. If you cannot wait, you can send them to the battlefield in the land of birds. Suna needs them. Pakura shifted slightly, her lashes trembling as she said, if they die, Suna will be in danger instead. That is true. Through the soft fullness at her chest, Natsuki felt her heartbeat. When are you going to make a move against Raza? Pakura endured the strange feeling in her chest and asked. Wait another month. Natsuki thought for a moment and said, we will do it after the war with IWA stabilizes. Has there been movement from IWA? Hearing this, Pakura asked. I received intelligence that IWA has sent another 4,000 ninja, with Kitsuchi as the commander. Natsuki answered. It seems IWA is getting serious this time. Hearing this, Pakura laughed. Why are you so happy? Natsuki raised an eyebrow and asked. Doesn't that just show how strong you are? Pakura's chest ached and she quickly spoke. When the time comes, I will disguise myself as an IWA ninja and kill Raza. Natsuki changed the topic. That is the best way for him to die. Pakura looked at him and said. If Raza died at Konoha's hands, things would become troublesome instead. If he died at Iwa's hands, Pakura only needed to send more ninja, and expand the scale of the war with IWA. With Konoha helping hold back Iwa's main force, the pressure on Suna would not be too great. At least, it would not be as great as the pressure she had faced before. After finishing their serious discussion, the two began chatting casually. Which female ninja in Suna do you think are beautiful? Pakura suddenly thought of something and asked. What kind of strange question is that? Natsuki asked in confusion. If you take a liking to anyone, I will help you get her. Pakura blinked and said without hesitation. Is that the kind of person I am in your mind? The corner of Natsuki's mouth could not help twitching. No. Pakura answered honestly, I am doing it for myself. Natsuki paused slightly, then understood. She was the Kazekage. Why was she trying to call in outside help? But from another perspective, it also revealed Pakura's way of thinking. The shinobi world looked modern on the surface, but in reality, it was still in a feudal era. Precisely because of this, Pakura could have such a thought. Among the female ninja in Suna who match my taste, right now, there is only you. Natsuki thought for a moment and said. In the original timeline, Suna did not have many beautiful female ninja. The most famous one was Temari. After her was Pakura. The remaining female ninja were all about the same. As for Karura, she had too few scenes, so she could only be considered passable. In the original timeline, she died giving birth to Gaara, and did not have much of a role. Pakura could not help freezing. For some reason, she actually felt quite happy. To be continued. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Ringo Amuri Bonus. 2,990 words. Another 2 days passed. At the entrance of Konoha's main camp in the Land of Earth, Natsuki looked into the distance. A dark mass of ninja was walking toward him in orderly formation. This was the support Konoha had sent, a total of 3,000 ninja. Together with the existing forces and Amigeku's ninja, their total number now exceeded 4,000. IWA had also sent out 4,000 ninja. A chaotic battle involving over 8,000 ninja could be called the largest war currently taking place. Even the war between Kyumo and Kiri had only just surpassed 6,000 ninja. Natsuki. Very soon, Nawaki's voice rang out. Natsuki glanced at him, but his gaze quickly fell on Tsunade. He was inevitably surprised. He truly had not expected Tsunade to come. But he could guess the reason. She definitely could not feel at ease leaving Nawaki alone. Tsunade-sensei. Natsuki went forward to greet them. Together with him were Mikoto, Nara Suzaku, Aburame Shibi, and the other Konoha Jonin. Nagato and the others did not come. There was no need for them to come either. After all, they did not know Tsunade and the others. In the original timeline, however, they had met the Konoha Sannin. You have all traveled for 2 days. You must be tired. Let everyone rest first. After exchanging greetings, Natsuki said, "We have already prepared the appropriate tents for you. Shikaku, you handle the arrangements." Tsunade nodded after hearing this. As the Nara clan head, Shikaku would appear on the battlefield with the most people. Right now, the battlefield with the most people was here. Suzaku, go assist Shikaku. When Natsuki saw Shikaku, he spoke at the right time. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Nara Suzaku immediately answered. Let's go to the command tent and talk. Natsuki raised his hand and said. All Jonin, come with us. Tsunade turned and instructed them. The group walked toward the command tent. The command tent had been upgraded 2 days ago, and its area had expanded threefold. Even so, with so many Jonin gathered together, it still felt somewhat crowded. After entering the command tent, Tsunade looked at Nawaki. Nawaki froze for a moment, then remembered the matter at hand and took out a scroll, handing it to Natsuki. Natsuki took the scroll and glanced through it, discovering that it was about the distribution of merits and rewards. It also mentioned those who had performed outstandingly, such as Natsuki, Might Dewey, and others. Aside from them, Yahiko and the others were also mentioned. In short, it was very comprehensive. Zo. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki said, announce the contents of the scroll. The matter of rewarding merits naturally had to be known by as many people as possible. On one hand, it would increase the reputation of those involved. On the other hand, it would motivate the other ninja. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Zo immediately replied. Natsuki, there is also this. Nawaki took out another scroll. Natsuki nodded and opened the scroll to read it. The contents of this scroll were divided into 2 parts. The first part was the general situation of the newly arrived 3,000 ninja. It also marked the specific list of Jonin. Natsuki saw many familiar names. Aside from Tsunade and Nawaki, there were also Hyuga Hayashi, Uchiha Yashiro, Shinku Yuhi, Inuzuka Tsum, and others. The other part was Orochimaru's appointments for Tsunade, Nawaki, and the others. There were 4 especially important appointments. Natsuki remained the overall commander. Nawaki and Tsunade were deputy commanders. Nara Shikaku replaced Nara Suzaku as strategist. Hyuga Hayashi replaced Aburame Shibi and Hyuga Hamon as the head of the reconnaissance unit. I will explain Iwa's situation. Natsuki put away the scroll and said. Iwa's 4,000 ninja had arrived first and had already set up camp yesterday. But what surprised Natsuki was that their camp was much farther away than before. They had retreated from the endless rocky mountain to the barren rocklands. How should he put it? It gave Natsuki the feeling that they did not want to fight. Because the barren rocklands were as vast and open as a desert. In other words, the battlefront would stretch out for a very long distance. Something like ending the war overnight would become very difficult to repeat. Is IWA that afraid of us? After listening, Nawaki asked with a smile. They are afraid of our intelligence capability. Tsunade shook her head and said. After reading the battle report Natsuki had sent back earlier, she had noticed a problem. The reason Konoha had won so easily was not only because of Natsuki's strength, but mainly because their intelligence capability was too strong. Especially when they had known about Gari and Iwa's explosion corps launching a surprise attack in advance. How did ANBU's intelligence capability suddenly improve so much? Tsunade looked at Natsuki and asked curiously. It was not ANBU. Natsuki smiled and said, it was Ryuchi Cave. Tsunade paused slightly, then quickly reacted. Orochimaru had not done something similar before, but Jiraiya had. He often obtained intelligence from Mount Mayaboku. Thinking of this, Tsunade was somewhat surprised. She knew very well how difficult the snakes of Ryuchi Cave were to deal with. Even Orochimaru found it very hard to command them. How had Natsuki done it? The only explanation was that he had learned Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode. Compared to an ordinary contractor, a contractor who had learned Sage Mode would naturally hold a higher status. Today's meeting ends here. Natsuki clapped his hands and said, "Rest well tonight. We will discuss mission assignments tomorrow." Hearing this, the Jonin left one after another. Tsunade and Nawaki also did the same. They had been traveling for so long that they had long wanted to rest. In the end, only Mikoto remained. "Mikoto, go back first. I am going out for a while." Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial gate. The next second, he appeared in Kiri. "Natsuki-sensei." Mei, who had been waiting for a long time, appeared. "We will continue learning Heido today." Natsuki nodded and said, "Natsuki-sensei." Mei hesitated for a moment, then asked, "I heard you are very skilled in medical ninjutsu. Why are you asking this? Does someone need treatment?" Natsuki asked in confusion. "After joining the 7 ninja swordsmen, I became acquainted with a female ninja named Ringo Amuri." Mei explained, "She has extremely high talent in swordsmanship and lightning release, but she suffers from an incurable illness." "Are you very close to her?" Natsuki asked in some surprise. "The two of us are the only female ninja among the 7 ninja swordsmen. After interacting for a while, we became friends." Mei answered. This was clearly his butterfly effect. Natsuki remembered that in the original timeline, the two of them had not had much interaction. Even if they had at most been casual acquaintances, not friends. Have Kiri's medical ninja examined her illness? Natsuki rubbed his chin and asked. "They have all examined her, but they all said there is nothing they can do." Mei looked at Natsuki with an expectant expression and asked, "Natsuki-sensei, can you go take a look?" It was precisely because all the medical ninja in Kiri were helpless that she had turned to Natsuki for help. She understood Natsuki very well. Aside from Orochimaru being his teacher, Tsunade had also taught him medical ninjutsu. Moreover, Natsuki had previously mentioned that among the Kido he had created, there was Kaido, which was specifically used for healing. In terms of medical ninjutsu, he was definitely far above Kiri's medical ninja. "Are you not afraid that once she learns about our relationship, she will report it to Kiri?" Natsuki asked in return. "That is why I hope you can hide your identity." Mei voiced her thoughts. "You really are clever." Natsuki reached out and patted her head. Mei wanted to dodge, but in the end she did not. "Take me to see her," Natsuki said with a smile. Mei could not help letting out a breath of relief. She soon brought Natsuki to Ringo Amuri's house. Amuri. Mei introduced him, saying, "This is a medical ninja I met during a mission last time. His medical ninjutsu is very advanced." Ringo Amuri subconsciously examined Natsuki twice. Very unfamiliar. But because she trusted Mei, she did not doubt Natsuki's identity. "What do I need to do?" Amuri asked. "You do not need to do anything." Natsuki raised his hand. His palm faced Amuri's forehead. The next second, visible green chakra surged out. Amuri's body trembled, and she felt the green chakra spread throughout her whole body. A moment later, Natsuki withdrew his hand. "How is it?" Mei asked impatiently. Amuri also looked at Natsuki with hope. After all, she was still young, and did not want to die. "It is indeed incurable." Natsuki nodded and said. Amuri's illness felt to him like a Kekii Genkai disease. In other words, it was a genetic illness. What? Mei could not help freezing. If even Natsuki could not cure Amuri, that could only mean one thing. Her illness truly was incurable. Did they still have to look for Tsunade? Although she was the best medical ninja in the shinobi world, Natsuki, as her student, had surely inherited her skills. If even Natsuki had examined her, would looking for Tsunade be useful? It is fine. I am already used to it. Amuri returned to herself and comforted Mei. Mei hesitated to speak, then finally sighed inwardly. However, I do have one very dangerous method. Natsuki changed the topic. What method? Mei and Amuri subconsciously looked at him. You go out first. Natsuki looked at Mei and said, this method is very dangerous. I need to talk to Amuri alone. Mei could not help hesitating after hearing this. After all, Natsuki was a Konoha ninja. But after thinking again, with his strength, if he truly wanted to kill Amuri, she had no way to stop him. Especially since Natsuki had once again shaken the shinobi world not long ago. Almost by himself, he had caused Iwa's 2000 ninja to be completely wiped out. Mei turned and left. No matter how dangerous the method is, I want to try. Amuri said seriously. In her view, she would die either way. It was better to gamble once. Blood replacement. Natsuki said calmly. What does that mean? Amuri paused slightly and asked, replace all of my blood. That is right. Natsuki paused and asked, do you want to try? I will try. After thinking for a moment, Amuri made up her mind. Natsuki extended his hand. Blood surged out from his palm. Using your blood? Amuri revealed a puzzled expression. Anyone's blood would work. Natsuki said casually. Hearing this, Amuri ultimately did not resist. A large amount of blood flowed along her skin and entered her body. But very soon, her eyes widened and she looked at Natsuki with an incredulous expression. After becoming a demon, a human's incurable illness naturally has no effect on you anymore. Natsuki withdrew his hand and said with a smile. Who exactly are you? Amuri asked with an ugly expression. Her incurable illness had indeed disappeared, but the problem was that from today onward, her life and death no longer belonged to her. Only now did Amuri realize that she had acted too rashly, because there were things even more troublesome than death. What she wanted to know now was who Natsuki was, and whether Mei had anything to do with this matter. My name is Natsuki. Natsuki added, I come from Konoha. Amuri subconsciously retreated half a step. Not because she was frightened but because she was too shocked. Konoha's Natsuki. This name was simply too famous. The student of the current 4th Hokage, and a strong contender to become the next Hokage. What was going on? Why had Mei brought Natsuki here? And why had Natsuki controlled her with a blood curse? Everything has a price. Natsuki said unhurriedly, this is the price you chose to pay for living. What is Mei's relationship with you? After several seconds of silence, Amuri asked. She is my student. Natsuki chuckled and said. Amuri immediately fell silent. She had not expected that Natsuki's arrangements in Kiri were already so deep, to the point that even Mei was his student. Thinking about it carefully, falling under the blood curse was indeed not unjust. I plan to establish an organization in Kiri called the Espada. Natsuki continued, you and Mei will both join this organization. Amuri sighed inwardly and said nothing. She could no longer resist, so she could only accept it. Natsuki glanced at Amuri's panel. She had awakened the same blood demon art as Pakura, called blood demon art, hollow wailing divine departure. Its effect was manipulating one's own flesh and bones to attack. In a sense, it suited Amuri very well. Under normal circumstances, Amuri would obtain the Thundersword's Kiba. But the Thundersword's Kiba had already been reforged by Natsuki and given to Kakashi. With blood demon art, hollow wailing divine departure, Amuri could create a sword of her own to display her swordsmanship. Look on the bright side. I am not asking you to betray Kiri, Natsuki said with deeper meaning. Amuri subconsciously looked at him. She did not quite understand what this meant. In theory, she had already betrayed Kiri. After all, she had become the hound of a Konoha ninja. Natsuki did not explain further. Mainly because even if he explained, Amuri probably would not believe him. If all of Kiri were missing Nin, then no one would be a missing Nin. Natsuki opened the door. How is it? Mei subconsciously looked toward Amuri. Amuri looked at the concern on her face, and for a moment, did not know whether it was an act or sincere. Why are you not speaking? Mei's expression changed slightly as she asked, what exactly happened? My incurable illness has already been cured. You do not need to worry anymore. Amuri spoke. Really? Mei subconsciously found it hard to believe. An incurable illness that every medical ninja in Kiri had been helpless against had actually been cured by Natsuki in less than half an hour. Are you doubting my strength? Natsuki asked in return. No. Mei quickly shook her head and said, you are still the most amazing. Seeing this, Amuri believed what Natsuki had said earlier. It seemed Mei really was his student. Her words carried respect for him. Amuri, rest well. I will come back to see you later. After saying this to Amuri, Mei returned to the training ground with Natsuki. At noon, Natsuki ended the lesson. After thinking for a moment, he returned to Konoha. It had to be said that Natsuki's trip to Kiri today had yielded a great harvest. He had picked up Ringo Amuri for free. The Espada could also be considered initially established. Moreover, with her incurable illness gone, relying on her talent, it would not be a problem for Amuri to become an influential powerhouse in Kiri. When the time came, Mei becoming the fourth Mizukage would also be much easier. The Senju clan compound. Kushina sat in the courtyard, her face full of worry. Natsuki, Tsunade, and Nawaki had gone to the land of Earth. Minato, Kei, and the others had gone to the northeastern border of the land of Fire. Among her friends now, only Nona was still in Konoha. But she had to work at Konoha Hospital every day, and had no way to accompany her. Sighing will make you old. A familiar voice rang out. Kushina immediately stood up, her face filled with surprise. She quickly discovered Natsuki, rushed forward in a few steps, and hugged him tightly. Before Natsuki could speak, his mouth was blocked. A soft sensation came over him, and he had no choice but to begin a battle of lips and tongue with her. We only haven't seen each other for half a day. Why are you so excited? Natsuki smiled and patted her hips. You have no idea how bored I am at home alone. Kushina snorted softly and said. Her pink lips still glistened with the moisture left from just now. Then I will give you a mission. Natsuki kissed her cheek and said. What mission? Kushina's eyes lit up as she asked, are you taking me to the battlefield? If you can learn the mind's eye of the Kagura, I can consider taking you. Natsuki said with a smile. The mind's eye of the Kagura. Kushina froze for a moment and said, that is not easy to learn. I believe you can learn it. Natsuki patted her head and said. Although in the original timeline, Kushina had never used the mind's eye of the Kagura. Only Karen had used it. Besides that, there is the Ninetales negative emotion sensing. Natsuki continued. The reason he wanted Kushina to master these two abilities was to find White Zetsu. Unlocking ability 3 of the Kira Yoshikage template required killing a creature that had lived for 1,000 years. At first, Natsuki had thought of the 3 great sages and members of the Otsutsuki clan. But after thinking carefully, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu also met the condition. Black Zetsu was hard to find, but White Zetsu was slightly easier. Moreover, White Zetsu was very useful. However, White Zetsu's Mayfly technique was indeed formidable. Some of Natsuki's sensory methods were useless against it. But in the original timeline, Naruto had used the Ninetales negative emotion sensing to find White Zetsu. Leave it to me. Kushina clenched her fist and said, when the time comes, do not forget to take me out. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, Kyoka Sojetsu. 2,527 words. The Land of Birds. At one of Iwa's strongholds. An offensive and defensive battle was underway. Faced with Suna's siege, the IWA ninja remained composed. Their Earth Release ninjutsu, which could be used for both attack and defense, displayed tremendous effectiveness at this moment. But just then, Raza descended from the sky. He landed on the ground, looked at the distant IWA stronghold, and rapidly formed hand seals. Magnet Release, Gold Dust Wave. The ground trembled and countless streams of gold dust surged out like flowing water. Under his control, a golden wave took shape. The golden wave flew into the air at a terrifying speed, then crashed down upon the IWA stronghold with overwhelming force. Screams rang out. Under the crushing weight of the gold dust, a large number of IWA ninja were directly flattened into bloody pulp. The originally sturdy IWA stronghold also collapsed with a thunderous crash. Raza-sama. The Suna ninja cheered when they saw this. Raza smiled slightly. He did not attack again. That single magnet release ninjutsu was already enough to decide the outcome. And that was indeed the case. With the stronghold destroyed and Raza present, the remaining IWA ninja had no choice but to retreat. The excited Suna ninja immediately pursued them. In the end, only 7 ninja managed to escape back to Iwa's main camp. It was not your fault. The IWA commander responsible for the battlefield in the Land of Birds was Kako. Kako was powerful and skilled in earth release, swordsmanship and genjutsu. Even among Iwa's jonin, he was one of the strongest. However, Raza was even stronger than him. As a result, IWA was at a disadvantage on the battlefield in the Land of Birds. Do any of you have a solution? Kako looked at the assembled jonin and asked. The jonin looked at one another, unsure how to answer. Their strength was inferior even to Kako's, let alone enough to deal with Raza. As for asking Inoki to send more ninja, Kako had already tried. However, IWA was currently under great pressure, and had no spare ninja to send. More than 4,000 ninja were engaged in fierce fighting against Konoha. The remaining ninja had to protect the Land of Earth while also guarding against Kumo. Most importantly, IWA could still hold on in the Land of Birds. They had merely suffered a slight setback. Kako-sama, I have an idea. At that moment, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke. Kako subconsciously looked at him. He was one of the 7 people who had just escaped from the IWA stronghold. Kako remembered that his name was Shotaro, a jonin skilled in earth release and setting traps. Ever since Raza arrived in the Land of Birds, he has frequently appeared suddenly on the battlefield to assist Suna's ninja. Shotaro continued, because of his strength, this method often produces excellent results. Kako nodded slightly. He also wanted to move around the battlefield and reinforce different locations like Raza. But he could not do it. His reinforcement speed was not fast enough. Raza was different. His magnet release allowed him to fly rapidly through the air. We can use this habit against him and set an ambush. Shotaro spoke in a low voice. It is a good idea, but difficult to carry out. Kako frowned and asked, with so many strongholds and sentry posts, how would we know where he will appear? Choose an important location and deliberately leak the intelligence to Suna. Shotaro paused, then gave an example. For instance, one of our supply routes. IWA can bear the loss of one supply route. After thinking for a moment, Kako said, but the most important question is how we will kill Raza. We set a trap specifically designed for him. Shotaro said confidently, leave the trap to me. I guarantee he will not return alive. Question mark. A doubtful expression appeared on Kako's face. The other IWA Jonin also did not entirely believe him. We will exploit his magnet release. Shotaro explained, we will bury gold dust mixed with explosive tags underground. Kako paused slightly. He roughly understood the idea. A trap made from explosive tags and gold dust. It did sound somewhat feasible. Thinking of this, Kako could not help hesitating. In the end, he still agreed. If they did nothing, IWA would eventually lose to Suna on the battlefield in the land of birds. Shotaro, I will leave the trap to you. If we successfully kill Raza, you will receive the greatest merit. Kako spoke seriously. Yes, Kako-sama. Shotaro immediately responded. The brief Jonin meeting came to an end. Following Shotaro's suggestion, Kako began making the necessary arrangements. The next day, Shotaro was brought to a stronghold. This stronghold was located along one of Iwa's supply routes and served as a transfer station. Shotaro's task was to set traps around the area. He formed hand seals and used earth release, subterranean voyage, diving headfirst underground. Shotaro continued descending until he found an underground cavity and stopped. He extended his hand and used projection magecraft. A large amount of chakra surged out, and gold dust gradually appeared. That was right. Shotaro was actually Natsuki. It was already April. In the land of Earth, the war between Konoha and IWA had generally entered a balanced state. Because of this, Natsuki had come to the land of birds. Yesterday, while the IWA stronghold was being destroyed and its ninja were fleeing in defeat, he had found an opportunity to infiltrate their ranks and become one of the survivors. Natsuki had not chosen his identity at random. He had chosen to replace Shotaro because Shotaro specialized in setting traps. That way, when he proposed creating a trap using explosive tags and gold dust, Kako would not become suspicious. A week soon passed. A supply convoy arrived from IWA at the stronghold where Natsuki was stationed. The moment the two sides began transferring the supplies, something unexpected happened. Countless gusts of wind tore through the air, transforming into blades that swept toward them. Enemy attack. Natsuki immediately shouted, protect the supplies. After speaking, he formed hand seals and raised an earth wall in front of himself. The densely packed wind blades embedded themselves in the earth wall, causing it to shake violently. Screams rang out. Natsuki, or rather Shotaro, was a Jonin. However, many of the IWA Genin and Chunin did not possess such fast reaction speeds and fell into pools of blood. Fortunately, Shotaro was not the only Jonin present. A moment later, earth walls rose one after another. They surrounded the stronghold and blocked the first wave of attacks from Suna's ninja. Raza-sama. The Suna ninja suddenly shouted excitedly. As expected, Raza appeared in the air. The importance of the supplies and the supply route went without saying. Furthermore, this location was not far from Iwa's main camp, so they needed to finish the battle quickly. With those two reasons combined, it was only natural for Raza to appear here. Magnet release, gold dust wave. Facing the IWA stronghold, Raza used the same technique again. Following a violent tremor, gold dust erupted from beneath the ground. It rapidly gathered above Raza's head. A massive shadow enveloped the IWA stronghold. The expressions of most IWA ninja changed drastically, and fear appeared on their faces. If that ocean-like mass of gold dust crashed down all at once, they would almost certainly die. Raza let out a soft sound of surprise. He had discovered that there was much more gold dust in this area than he had expected. Was there a gold mine underground? Raza did not think too deeply about it and simply considered it good fortune for Suna. Besides, the additional gold dust only allowed him to save a considerable amount of chakra. Like ordinary 5 elements release techniques, magnet release could use chakra to create gold dust or control gold dust already present nearby. If every battle required nearby gold dust, the technique would be practically unusable. Most of the gold dust normally had to be created by Raza through magnet release. At that moment, Natsuki extended his hand. All the nearby gold dust had been projected by him. That meant he could use Broken Phantasm on all of it. In an instant, all the projected gold dust exploded. Before Raza could react, he was swallowed by the explosion. Countless flames and violent chakra currents formed an enormous firework in the sky. But it was not over. Natsuki charged directly into the explosion. He activated Observation Haki and quickly located Raza. The explosion produced by the gold dust was powerful, but the amount of projected gold dust was still limited. Most of the gold dust had been created by Raza himself. The instant the explosion occurred, Raza controlled a large amount of gold dust and formed a protective barrier. However, he was not fast enough. When the barrier was only 2/3 complete, the explosion struck and left him mangled and covered in blood. Even so, the protective barrier had prevented him from dying. At that moment, Raza saw Natsuki. Natsuki still had Shotaro's appearance. Raza did not recognize him. But he clearly knew that Natsuki was his enemy. Raza raised his hand without hesitation. In the next second, his eyes widened. He had appeared in a desolate wasteland filled with countless swords. "Are you Natsuki?" Raza suddenly realized something and blurted it out. "Unlimited blade works." Natsuki said nothing. All the swords fused into a single blade. He swung it once. Raza was already injured and still in shock, leaving him completely unable to defend himself. The reality marble disappeared. Raza lost his life. Natsuki immediately scattered a large number of explosive tags. Before the aftermath of the previous massive explosion had faded, another series of explosions erupted. Raza, the fourth Kazekage from the original timeline, died without leaving a corpse behind. At the same time, Natsuki threw out Shotaro's corpse, allowing it to be mutilated beyond recognition by the explosions as well. Everything happened far too suddenly. The Suna ninja had no time to rescue Raza. There was also another reason. Kako and the other IWA ninja suddenly appeared and completely surrounded them. Only then did the Suna ninja realize that everything had been a trap from beginning to end. "Kill them." Kako gave the order without hesitation. While the two sides fought, Natsuki had already reached a secluded location. Just as he was preparing to use the Dordor fruit, a line of text appeared before his eyes. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 3 of the Aizen Sosuke template, Kyoka Sojetsu." That was certainly timely. As Natsuki thought this, he extended his hand, and a ninja sword slowly appeared. Unlike Minazuki from the Unohana Retsu template, Kyoka Sojetsu was directly provided by the system. That saved Natsuki some time. However, it was only reasonable. After all, the unlock condition was difficult and required killing a Kage-level powerhouse. Fortunately, Raza met the condition. Killing Raza had not actually required much effort. It could only be said that the principle of ninja warfare being intelligence warfare still applied even to Kage-level powerhouses. Raza had been far too confident in his magnet release. Of course, the main reason was that he had never imagined Natsuki, who was far away in the land of Earth, would come to the land of birds and ambush him. From that perspective, his death was not undeserved. Natsuki put away Kyoka Sojetsu. By itself, Kyoka Sojetsu was only a sword. It needed to enter Shirkai before it could display its greatest power, the nearly invincible genjutsu it possessed. However, to unlock Kyoka Sojetsu's Shirkai, he had to take control of Kiri and establish the Espada. The Espada currently had only 2 members, Mei and Amuri. Natsuki rubbed his chin. Who should he choose as the next member? A thought crossed his mind, and he remembered Mengetsu Hozuki. Mangetsu was Soigetsu Hozuki's older brother. He was known as a prodigy loved by the 7 ninja swords and could summon and wield all 7 blades. Although the current Kiri had lost all its ninja swords, his talent in swordsmanship far surpassed that of others. Most importantly, Mangetsu and Amuri both suffered from terminal illnesses and died at a young age. In other words, Natsuki could use the same method to turn Mangetsu into a demon and have him join the Espada. Natsuki returned to himself and opened a spatial gate. He stepped inside and arrived in the Kazekage's office in Suna. Pakura had already grown accustomed to his sudden appearances. After seeing him, she calmly put down the documents in her hand. Not long ago, I killed Raza. Natsuki went straight to the point. What exactly happened? Pakura paused and asked. Natsuki briefly recounted the events. He really died rather abruptly. Pakura shook her head. She had originally expected an intense battle between Natsuki and Raza, but nothing of the sort had happened. I am starting to wonder just how strong you truly are. A smile appeared on Pakura's face as she spoke. Raza's death had been simple, but it was not truly that simple. You will see eventually. Natsuki paused, then asked, now that Raza is dead, IWA will probably use this opportunity to launch a large-scale offensive. Have you prepared a countermeasure? Before Raza went to the land of birds, Suna's frontline commander was Otoke's. Pakura explained, I gave him orders that, if Raza fell in battle, he was to contract the front line and focus on defense. Natsuki nodded. Although Iwa's current situation was similar to Konoha's previous situation, Kako was not Natsuki. He could not eliminate Suna's forces overnight. Of course, with Raza dead, Suna would inevitably suffer losses no matter how well it defended. The good news was that IWA would not dare pursue them too deeply. Konoha was still present. However, killing Raza was already a great achievement for Kako and the others, one that would be enough to satisfy Inoki. What do you want me to do next? Pakura looked at him and asked, maintain the current situation, or expand the scale of the war to reduce the pressure on Konoha. There is no hurry. Let us first watch Kumo's movements before deciding. Natsuki thought for a moment before answering. Given Kumo's usual behavior, there was no chance it would fight only against Kiri. Most importantly, the third Raikage had yet to make a move. In the original timeline, he had fought against 10,000 IWA ninja alone for 3 days and 3 nights. It was said that he had done so to cover his companion's retreat, but in reality, the third Raikage had been too reckless and had taken a small number of ninja to launch a surprise attack on IWA. This approach was similar to Kiri sending the 7 ninja swordsmen to ambush Konoha. Both attempts had ended with the attackers suffering a devastating counterattack. A person's nature was difficult to change. Natsuki felt that the third Raikage would probably attempt something similar again. The main reason was that he had great confidence in his own strength. To be continued. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, Blown Up Bonus. 3,081 words. Natsuki did not take up too much of Pakura's time. After telling her about Raza's death, he left. After all, she still had many matters to handle. Meanwhile, Kako led the IWA ninja in wiping out the Suna forces that had launched the surprise attack. After confirming Raza's death, he became extremely excited. The only regrettable thing was that Shotaro, the greatest contributor to this battle, had unfortunately died. He had perished together with Raza in the explosion. But now was not the time to mourn. Just as Natsuki had predicted, Kako quickly gathered Iwa's ninja and headed towards Suna's main camp. However, they were ultimately too slow. After receiving the intelligence, Suna's new commander, Otoke's, quickly made all the necessary arrangements. After fighting fiercely for most of the day, IWA finally chose to give up. News of Raza's death spread throughout the shinobi world the following day. The villages most affected by it were IWA and Suna. Inoki publicly praised Kako, Shotaro, and the others. This could be considered Iwa's greatest victory since the war began. As a senior member of Suna, who had nearly become the fourth Kazekage, Raza was still quite famous. Pakura, on the other hand, acted furious. In front of Chiyo, Ebizo, Karura, and the others, she declared that she would definitely kill Kako to avenge Raza. For this reason, she specifically sent another 1,000 ninja to the land of birds and appointed Baki as their commander. Aside from Raza himself, Baki was the central figure within Raza's faction. However, now that Raza was dead, Baki and the others would not be able to hold on for much longer. That faction was destined to become a thing of the past. Inside a cave somewhere in the land of Earth, White Zetsu emerged from the ground. It stood before Madara's shadow clone and reported the major events that had recently occurred throughout the shinobi world, the most important of which was Raza's death. Madara-sama, there is one more thing. White Zetsu said excitedly, we finally discovered the source of Konoha's intelligence. What is it? Madara asked with some curiosity. Having stayed in the land of Earth for so long, he naturally knew why IWA had been so restrained when facing Konoha. It was because their intelligence capabilities were inferior to Konoha's. The incident 1 month ago was the clearest example. Gari had led the Explosion Corps in a surprise attack against Amegekuru's main camp, only to be intercepted and eliminated by Natsuki, Yahiko, and the others. That had also caused Madara's plan to fail. He had even wasted ocular power controlling members of the Explosion Corps. Snakes. White Zetsu answered, we discovered that many snakes have been entering and leaving Konoha's main camp. So that is how it is. Madara immediately understood. They were naturally not ordinary snakes, but snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki is quite clever. Madara paused, then said, now that we know the cause, it will not be difficult to deal with. Should we kill all those snakes? White Zetsu subconsciously asked. Killing them would alert Natsuki. Madara stood and said, the best solution is to provide IWA with the intelligence they lack. He planned to control several IWA ANBU, and use them to pass intelligence to the village. Although the snakes of Ryuchi Cave possessed impressive intelligence-gathering abilities, they still could not compare with the White Zetsu, who could come and go without leaving a trace. This time, Yahiko must die. Madara spoke with certainty. Half a month later, Amegekuru's main camp in the land of Earth. Although Konoha was the main force in the war against IWA, Amegekuru's presence was not insignificant. This was especially true of Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. Their great strength, combined with the intelligence shared by Natsuki, allowed them to fight Iwa's ninja without falling into a disadvantage. Night had already fallen. Most of the ninja in the main camp were resting. After the fighting during the day, they had long since become exhausted. The few ninja who remained awake were members of the patrol teams. 2 ninja teams were patrolling near the entrance to the main camp. In reality, there were 3 teams. The third was hidden in the darkness as a concealed sentry. While the 3 ninja teams were patrolling, a dense group of IWA ninja suddenly emerged from underground without warning. They had prepared themselves beforehand. The instant they appeared, the blades in their hands swiftly pierced the patrol's bodies. The members of the 3 ninja teams screamed. Before their screams could spread, 3 barriers suddenly appeared and sealed the sound inside. Taiseki stepped forward. He stood beneath a tree, yet no one could see him. This was ninja art, camouflage concealment technique. It was the concealment ninjutsu he specialized in. Its effect allowed him to blend into his surroundings and make his body transparent. In the original timeline, he had used ninja art, camouflage concealment technique to abduct Rin Noara. Taiseki was responsible for Iwa's surprise attack against Amegekuru's main camp. He glanced around, then waved his hand. A group of ninja infiltrated Amegekuru's main camp using their respective methods. Taiseki calmly surveyed the surroundings. IWA had made extensive preparations for this surprise attack, and had brought a large number of ninja skilled in both sensory techniques and infiltration. Their sensory and infiltration abilities were intended to help them avoid Konoha and Amagekyu's ninja, as well as the snakes of Ryuchi Cave. They had only learned about the snakes of Ryuchi Cave because two ANBU had discovered them by accident. The purpose of sensory ninjutsu required no explanation. For infiltration, they used earth-release ninjutsu to travel underground. In fact, this method worked very well. They successfully infiltrated Amagekyu's main camp. Taisuke's gaze fell upon the command tent. They had two objectives this time. The first was to destroy Amagekyu's main camp. The second was to kill Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan. After waiting until everyone was in position, Taisuke immediately waved his hand. A large number of explosive tags were thrown out. Boom. 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 Flames soared into the sky. The nearby tents were rapidly swallowed by the explosions. Many Amagekure ninja died in their sleep before they could even react. Yahiko leaped out of a collapsing tent. After landing on the ground, he quickly locked onto Taisuke and the other IWA ninja. Earth release, tearing earth turning palm. Taisuke slapped the ground. The earth split apart. Yahiko felt his body sway before he began sinking into the ground. At the same time, a large number of broken rocks tumbled down towards him. Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his hand, and an invisible repulsive force sent the falling rocks flying. Jeppo. Yahiko seized the opportunity and hurriedly escaped from the pit. The night sky lit up. Konan raised the sorcery climb attack and swung it forcefully. A large amount of rain poured from the sky, extinguishing the flames caused by the explosive tags. Although she was using the rain to rescue people, she had not lost her composure. She took out the eyeball clone Natsuki had given her and immediately crushed it, sending the information to him. In the current situation, Natsuki was the only reinforcement who could arrive in time. After saving Yahiko, Nagato quickly rose into the air. Bansho Tenin. He aimed at an IWA ninja, who was slaughtering Amagekure's forces. The IWA ninja cried out in alarm, as he was pulled into the air. Azura attack. Nagato raised his hand. A laser cannon fired from his palm, and struck the IWA ninja. The explosion mangled his body in midair, and he lost consciousness. Yahiko frowned. After escaping danger, he discovered that Taisuke had disappeared. After a moment of thought, Yahiko headed towards the nearest IWA ninja. However, after taking only a few steps, he heard the sound of air being torn apart behind him. Just as I expected. Yahiko turned around and saw a dense mass of stone pillars stabbing towards him like spears. Blood demon art, lotus vines. Blood surged out and rapidly transformed into icy vines. The vines wrapped around the stone pillars, preventing them from advancing any farther. In the next second, Taisuke's body appeared on one of the stone pillars. Taisuke used the body flicker technique to rush forward. He clenched his right fist, and rock immediately covered it. Earth release, rock fist technique. He swung his fist, tearing through the air with terrifying force. Yahiko hurriedly drew Blood Drinker. The blade blocked Taisuke's fist. However, the tremendous force still pushed him backwards. Rankyaku. The instant Yahiko stabilized himself, he kicked out. Seeing this, Taisuke lowered his right fist and struck the vacuum slash. The rock covering his right arm immediately shattered and fell away. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out nearby. The two of them subconsciously looked over, and their expressions immediately changed. One was delighted, while the other looked grim. Natsuki had arrived in time. The moment he appeared, he released a large number of swords. The violent explosions caused severe casualties among Iwa's ninja. It seems your surprise attack will end in failure. Yahiko snorted coldly. Taisuke said nothing. A scarlet light flashed through his eyes. Yahiko paused slightly, then suddenly widened his eyes. Taiseki tore off his clothes, revealing the densely packed explosive tags underneath. Before Yahiko could react, all the explosive tags detonated at once. The explosion tore Taiseki's body apart and swallowed Yahiko as well. Yahiko! Nagato subconsciously turned his head, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Conan's face turned pale. Natsuki paused briefly, then suddenly realized what had happened. There was no reason for a famous IWA jonin like Taiseki to use such an extreme suicide attack. Unless he had been controlled. Natsuki immediately activated observation haki. There were not many methods in the shinobi world capable of controlling a jonin. The Sharingan and Mangekyo Sharingan were among them, and they were also the simplest and most effective methods. Observation haki could not locate White Zetsu, but it could locate Uchiha Madara. Natsuki immediately discovered Madara in the distance. He disappeared from where he stood without hesitation. Before leaving, he gave Nagato and Conan for words. Yahiko is still alive. The reason was simple. As long as Natsuki, the progenitor of all demons, remained alive, Yahiko would not die. With that many explosive tags, Yahiko must be dead. White Zetsu heard the explosion and spoke excitedly. From beginning to end, the purpose of Iwa's night attack against Amigakure had been to kill Yahiko. To ensure Yahiko's death, they had even forced Taiseki to launch a suicide attack. Madara's expression changed, and he immediately spoke. However, it was already too late. Natsuki appeared in front of them. Natsuki appeared in front of them. We are finished. The smile on White Zetsu's face immediately froze when it saw Natsuki. You leave first. Madara stopped and spoke. White Zetsu subconsciously looked at him. However, it quickly remembered that this Madara was only a shadow clone. White Zetsu hurriedly tried to dive underground. It failed. What is going on? White Zetsu widened its eyes and tried to enter the ground again. Space-time ninjutsu. Madara glanced around. He and White Zetsu had arrived in a wasteland filled with countless swords. That was why White Zetsu could not enter the ground. What is this space-time ninjutsu called? Madara asked calmly. Unlimited Blade Works. Natsuki smiled and answered. So it can also pull its targets into another dimension. Madara had seen Unlimited Blade Works before. He had originally believed this other dimension could only be used to store swords in advance, allowing them to be released all at once when needed. Now that it also possessed the ability to pull targets into another dimension, Unlimited Blade Works was even more troublesome than he had previously thought. Madara-sama, what should we do now? White Zetsu finally reacted and shouted, I do not want to die here. Although it was only one of many White Zetsu, and its death would not affect the others, as an individual, it naturally did not want to die. Uchiha Madara? Natsuki asked at the appropriate moment. That is right. White Zetsu immediately regained its confidence. Madara-sama is Uchiha Madara, the man who once stood alongside Hashirama Senju. Be quiet. Madara glanced at it, then looked at Natsuki with some confusion. You seem to have expected this. You do not look surprised. I was born fearless. Natsuki paused, then asked, besides, after all these years, do you still possess the strength you had back then? The younger generation truly does not know its own limits. Madara spoke with displeasure. Then show me. Natsuki raised his hand. He had already guessed that the Madara before him was only a shadow clone. Madara's true body relied on the God Tree, or rather, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, to prolong his life. There was no possibility of him appearing here in person. Madara's gaze sharpened, and a scarlet light suddenly shone from his left eye. 3 Tomo appeared, and an invisible spiritual fluctuation surged towards Natsuki. His Mangekyo Sharingan had evolved into the Rinnegan, which he had later given to Nagato. Therefore, he currently possessed only a single transplanted 3 Tomo Sharingan. However, Natsuki did not move at all. What is going on? Madara could not help staring blankly. I know a little about genjutsu. Natsuki answered with a smile. The actual reason was simple. How could a single three-tomo Sharingan control someone who possessed two Mangekyo Sharingan? Madara's expression darkened. He had intended to teach Natsuki a lesson, only for his genjutsu to have no effect. In that case, I will let you witness the true power of the Uchiha. Madara stood up. More precisely, his Susanoo stood up. The entire space of unlimited blade works trembled. Natsuki sensed a dangerous presence. He looked at the towering blue giant. It wore armor, had two wings growing from its back, and held a sword in each hand. It radiated an invincible presence like a god of war. Could a shadow clone with only a three-tomo Sharingan use Susanoo? Natsuki was surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, it made sense. After all, in the original timeline, Madara had once created 25 shadow clones, and had all 25 of them use Susanoo. Even so, Natsuki still noticed something unusual. The Susanoo before him did not appear to be quite as large. Furthermore, Madara's body was already beginning to fade. He had reached his limit, and was about to disappear. In other words, he could launch at most one attack. The moment Natsuki reached that conclusion, the Susanoo moved. It raised both swords and slashed down violently. The enormous blades covered the sky. Wherever they passed, they left two deep scars across the wasteland. The space of unlimited blade works produced a distorted sound, as though it would be torn apart in the next second. Natsuki gripped Minazuki. He also swung his sword. Madara's pupils suddenly contracted as his body continued to fade. Excalibur. A golden sword beam stretched across heaven and earth. It pierced through both swords of the Susanoo, then pierced through the Susanoo itself. Finally, it struck Madara. With a bang, Madara transformed into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. White Zetsu suffered the same fate. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked ability 3 of the Kira Yashikage template, bites the dust. When Natsuki saw the line of text appear before him, he raised an eyebrow. It seemed that killing White Zetsu truly satisfied the unlock condition of killing a creature that had lived for more than 1,000 years. The only unfortunate thing was that Excalibur had been too powerful, and had completely destroyed White Zetsu's corpse. Otherwise, he could have taken it back for research. However, it was not a serious problem. If Madara learned that Yahiko was still alive, he would definitely return. Natsuki could capture another White Zetsu then. Failing that, once Kushina mastered the mind's eye of the Kagura, and negative emotion sensing, he could actively hunt one down. Inside an underground hall somewhere. The white-haired, heavily wrinkled Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes. He pressed a hand against his heart, and gasped heavily. When a shadow clone died, its memories and experiences returned to the original body. Madara felt as though he had personally witnessed that sword strike. What happened? Black Zetsu suddenly appeared. My shadow clone encountered Natsuki. Madara regained his composure, and his long white hair fell back into place. Natsuki discovered your shadow clone. Black Zetsu paused, then asked, how did he find it? I do not know. Madara shook his head. Perhaps my shadow clone was too close to him. What happened to your shadow clone? Black Zetsu asked curiously. It exhausted its chakra and dispelled itself. Madara paused, then suddenly asked, aside from Orochimaru and Tsunade, does Natsuki have any other teachers? No. Black Zetsu asked in confusion, why are you asking? It seems that sword technique was his own creation. Madara fell silent for a moment, then said, I did not expect such an outstanding member of the younger generation to exist in this era. First there was unlimited blade works, followed by that sword strike. Madara clearly remembered that the latter had never appeared before. After all, White Zetsu had been monitoring Natsuki all this time. What sword strike? Black Zetsu paused, then asked, the one that defeated your shadow clone. That is right. Madara admitted, Natsuki's sword strike was indeed extraordinary. His judgment was exceptionally sharp, and he could tell that the power of the attack depended on the user's chakra. In other words, Natsuki possessed a vast amount of chakra, possibly even enough to rival a tailed beast. But that was strange. He possessed no special bloodline, so why did he have so much chakra? It is unfortunate that I did not witness it personally. Black Zetsu felt somewhat regretful. It does not matter. Madara shook his head and said, although Natsuki's strength exceeded my expectations, our plan has already succeeded. Is Yahiko dead? Black Zetsu subconsciously asked. He is probably dead, but to be safe, send White Zetsu to confirm it. Madara closed his eyes and began resting. Black Zetsu nodded, sank underground and disappeared. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, White and Black. 3,108 words. Aim's main camp. After Natsuki left, the severely injured Yahiko was carried into a tent. Nagato paced anxiously outside the tent, occasionally looking into the distance. He was waiting for Natsuki. Nagato, do not worry. Sit down and wait. Compared to Nagato, Konan was much calmer. You have to trust Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko will be fine. But... Nagato hesitated. It was not that he did not trust Natsuki. Yahiko's injuries simply looked far too severe. Yahiko is not human. He is a demon. Konan knew what he was worried about, so she reminded him. What? Nagato subconsciously asked. With injuries this severe, he should have died already, but Yahiko is still alive. Konan explained that is what it means to be a demon. Demons possess immortality. She and Yahiko were both demons, so she understood his current condition very well. Although she had never experienced such a condition herself. Immortality. Nagato subconsciously revealed a surprised expression. Although he knew that Konan and Yahiko had been transformed into demons, he had not been transformed himself. His understanding of demons was limited to blood demon arts. He did not know much about anything else. As long as even a single drop of his blood remains, he will not die. Konan nodded and said, once Natsuki-sensei returns, Yahiko will quickly recover. The moment she finished speaking, a spatial gate suddenly appeared. When Konan and Nagato saw it, their faces immediately lit up with joy. Natsuki walked out and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to greet him. He looked at Yahiko lying on the bed and raised his hand. A large amount of blood surged out and covered him. In only a moment, all the injuries on his body were healed. That is truly incredible. Seeing this, Nagato even felt an impulse to become a demon himself. He will be fine after resting for a while. Natsuki withdrew his hand, looked at them, and asked, what were AIM's casualties? About 50 AIM ninja were killed. About 50 AIM ninja were killed. Konan explained, it was mainly because the first wave of explosive tags from IWA was too sudden. Fortunately, after the first wave of explosions ended, she, Yahiko, and Nagato had quickly stabilized the situation. Of course, the most important factor had been Natsuki's timely arrival. How did they infiltrate our main camp? Nagato asked in confusion. After Gari and the Explosion Corps launched their previous surprise attack, they had relocated to a more concealed main camp. Furthermore, because Konoha's number of ninja had increased, Konoha strongholds and sentry posts surrounded their main camp in every direction. Logically speaking, it should have been extremely difficult for Iwa's ninja to bypass them and infiltrate AIM's main camp. They discovered the snakes from Ryuchi Cave. Natsuki answered. But in reality, that was only one part of the reason. Even after discovering the snakes from Ryuchi Cave, all IWA could do was guard against them. To bypass Konoha and locate AIM's main camp, they would still need extremely powerful intelligence-gathering abilities. Clearly, the white Zetsu lurking everywhere had helped IWA. You do not need to worry too much. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki said, I will have Ryuchi Cave send more snakes to remain underground permanently. If anyone tries to infiltrate again, they will discover them. There had already been snakes underground before, but not many. With White Zetsu's assistance, the IWA ninja had managed to avoid them. Besides that, I will have Konoha's ninja reinforce your barriers. Natsuki added. Thank you, Natsuki-sensei. Konan and Nagato spoke in unison. Nagato, stay here with Yahiko. Natsuki then instructed, Konan, take me to see AIM's wounded. Yes, Natsuki-sensei. Konan nodded. Under her guidance, Natsuki met AIM's wounded ninja. There were quite a lot of them. More than half of AIM's ninja had been injured. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki directly took out Minazuki. After transforming into a giant crocodile, it swallowed the wounded one after another and quickly finished treating all of them. Everyone stared in astonishment. None of them had imagined that a ninja sword could possess such terrifying healing abilities. Natsuki-sensei. Yahiko, who had already recovered completely, came to find Natsuki with Nagato. You all worked hard tonight. Get some proper rest. Natsuki examined him briefly and spoke. It was nothing. Yahiko shook his head and said, Natsuki-sensei, you are the one who worked the hardest. Without Natsuki's timely arrival, AIM's losses would certainly have been far greater. Besides that, Yahiko had barely escaped death. Had he not been transformed into a demon, the explosion from those explosive tags would have destroyed his body completely. There is no need for formalities. I will be leaving now. See you next time. Natsuki chuckled, stepped through a spatial gate and disappeared. He returned to Konoha's main camp. It was still late at night. He did not tell anyone else about the attack on AIM's main camp. Natsuki climbed beneath the blankets, embraced Mikoto's soft body, and fell asleep. Inside an underground hall somewhere. Are you telling the truth? Madara asked with a frown. It is true. Black Zetsu answered, a white Zetsu personally saw Yahiko. The most unbelievable part is that he was completely unharmed. That is impossible. Madara was puzzled. With so many explosive tags detonating at close range, how could Yahiko possibly remain unharmed? The only explanation he could think of was Izanagi. Izanagi could produce such a result. However, Yahiko definitely did not know Izanagi. Could Natsuki have taught him a similar secret technique? If that was the case, matters would become considerably more troublesome. Madara pondered for a moment and thought of a question. Did this secret technique carry a price? Needless to say, it almost certainly did. For example, using Izanagi required sacrificing a Sharingan. No matter what method Yahiko used, it must have serious limitations. Madara slowly said, continue searching for another opportunity. To be safe, I suggest adding Konan to our list of targets. Black Zetsu added. That would be appropriate. Madara agreed. Konan could serve as a comparison. Under normal circumstances, if Natsuki possessed such a secret technique, there was no possibility that he would teach it only to Yahiko. Konan and Nagato had probably learned it as well. However, that did not mean they had necessarily mastered it. If Konan had failed to learn it, that would be ideal. They could simply kill her. If she had learned it, they could compare her situation with Yahiko's and determine the true nature of the secret technique. The only problem is that after tonight's events, Yahiko and the others will definitely become more vigilant. Black Zetsu reminded him, launching another surprise attack against AIM's main camp will become exceptionally difficult. That is not the only problem. Natsuki's reinforcements arrived far too quickly. A solemn expression appeared on Madara's face. I suspect he possesses space-time ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique. Madara was certain that Konoha had not received advance warning of Iwa's attack on Aim's main camp. Aim's main camp had shown no signs of preparation. So why had Natsuki arrived so quickly? The only explanation was space-time ninjutsu. Natsuki is a contractor of Ryuchi Cave. Black Zetsu analyzed the situation and said, if there was a snake in Aim's main camp capable of using reverse summoning, it could have summoned him there immediately. That is also possible. Madara nodded. If it was only reverse summoning, that would be somewhat easier to deal with. But if Natsuki possessed space-time ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique, it would have a devastating effect on their plans. Then we will prepare two approaches. First, we will wait for an opportunity to catch them alone. Second, we will push IWA into launching a full-scale offensive. Madara quickly formed a plan. The next day, inside the command tent of Konoha's main camp, Natsuki told the assembled Jonin what had happened the previous night. How did Iwa's intelligence capabilities improve so much? Tsunade asked in confusion. After listening to the report, she immediately noticed the key issue. Simply discovering the snakes from Ryuchi Cave would not improve Iwa's intelligence-gathering abilities. We do not currently know the reason. Natsuki warned them, however, we need to remain vigilant during the coming battles. He knew the reason was connected to White Zetsu. But there was no point in saying so, because they could not capture White Zetsu. I think we should counterattack. Nawaki clenched his fist and said, we should launch a surprise attack too. Do you think a surprise attack is that easy? Tsunade frowned and asked. A surprise attack carried both great benefits and great risks. If it succeeded, the benefits would be enormous. But if it failed, they would be completely wiped out like Taiseki and the others the previous night. Furthermore, to ensure the surprise attack succeeded, IWA had sent only elite ninja. Their complete annihilation would be enough to cause IWA considerable pain for a long time. A surprise attack is not impossible. Natsuki thought for several seconds before speaking. We are really going to launch one. Nawaki immediately became energetic. Do you have an idea? Tsunade asked in surprise. Why did you reject the idea immediately when I suggested a surprise attack? Nawaki noticed the difference in Tsunade's attitude, and could not help asking. Are you the overall commander, or is Natsuki the overall commander? Tsunade glared at him. Nawaki's mouth twitched, but he had no answer. I have not decided yet. Natsuki shook his head and said, I need some time. When Nawaki mentioned a surprise attack, Natsuki had suddenly thought of would release. There were currently 3 would-release users in Konoha's main camp. Natsuki, Tsunade, and Nawaki. If the 3 of them went to Iwa's main camp, or an important stronghold, and used would-release together, the effect would probably be quite impressive. After all, would-release possessed many large-scale ninjutsu. Furthermore, Konoha, Tsunade, and Nawaki all hoped to make would-release famous throughout the shinobi world again during this war. Naturally, Natsuki had to find a way to provide them with a stage. Then I will wait for good news. Nawaki said expectantly. Natsuki nodded and said, meeting dismissed. The Jonin turned and left one after another. Although Iwa's intelligence capabilities had improved, Konoha's intelligence capabilities were not weak either. At most, Konoha had lost the advantage it previously possessed. It would not have much effect on the overall situation between the two sides. Furthermore, Natsuki clearly understood the objectives of Madara and Black Zetsu. They would not help IWA fight the war for no reason. Everything they did revolved around Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki went to Kiri. However, the person he wanted to meet was not Mei, but Amuri. Have you contacted Mengetsu Hozuki? Natsuki went straight to the point. I already spoke with him. He is very interested. Amuri answered. She knew what Natsuki intended to do. He wanted to take advantage of Mengetsu's terminal illness and transform him into a demon. Before Amuri had been transformed, she would definitely have tried to stop Natsuki. After all, she was a Kiri ninja. But now that she had become a demon, Natsuki took priority over Kiri. Arrange a time with him. The next time I come, take me to meet him. Natsuki instructed. Yes, Natsuki-sama. Amuri immediately responded. Natsuki nodded, turned, and left. He returned to the land of Earth and took out Minazuki. Minazuki entered Shirkai and transformed into a giant crocodile. Natsuki leaped onto its back, and it carried him high into the sky. He looked down. He was already more than 10 kilometers above the ground. Only a very small number of sensory techniques possessed such an extensive range. The mind's eye of the Kagura was one example. The giant crocodile continued forward and soon entered the area where Iwa's ninja were active. Natsuki looked down from above, searching for a suitable location where Wood-Release could display its power. The sun gradually set. He returned to his tent. After an entire day of reconnaissance, he had already selected a target, one of Iwa's strongholds. There was a forest near that stronghold. Wood-Release could not only create forests but also control existing ones. With a forest already present, they could save a considerable amount of chakra. Natsuki nodded. Once he thoroughly investigated the stronghold, they could begin the operation. Natsuki returned to himself, stood, and opened a spatial gate. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at Konoha Hospital. No. Natsuki walked forward and asked, "What do you plan to eat tonight?" "Anything is fine." Nono was not surprised by his sudden appearance. He often returned to spend time with her and Kushina. "Then should I eat you?" Natsuki looked at her fair face, which had turned slightly red, and asked with a smile. Nono paused slightly. She met his gaze, her eyelashes trembling, then nodded. Natsuki's heart immediately stirred. The contrast of the gentle Nono agreeing to something so improper was truly striking. Natsuki lowered his head and lightly bit her cheek. The sensation against her cheek made Nono smile even more gently and happily. "Come on. Let us buy you an outfit." Natsuki stepped back, looked her over and spoke. Nono nodded. Natsuki raised his hand and opened a spatial gate. The two stepped through it and arrived on one of Konoha's shopping streets. Although working hours had already ended, there were still many people coming and going. Natsuki took Nono's hand and led her into a clothing shop. He looked around and his gaze soon fell upon a tight white crop top and short skirt. "What do you think of that outfit?" Natsuki asked. "It looks more suitable for Kushina." After thinking for a moment, Nono answered. She said this because the outfit had a distinctly youthful style. "There is nothing wrong with changing your style occasionally." Natsuki smiled. It was precisely that youthful feeling that had caught his attention and reminded him of his university life in his previous world. "Then I will take that one," Nono said after hearing him. Natsuki immediately bought the outfit. Besides that, he also bought a pair of white stockings. Natsuki quickly took Nono home. After entering the room, he eagerly took out the outfit and white stockings. Only then did Nono understand what he had been thinking. He claimed that he was buying clothes for her, but in reality, they were for his own enjoyment. However, she had already grown accustomed to this. Standing in front of Natsuki, Nono removed her clothes. Her fair body was immediately exposed. Although Nono's figure was not as voluptuous as Tsunade's or Pakura's, her proportions were perfect and her body was slender. Natsuki stepped back and watched her put on the short skirt and white stockings. His eyes immediately lit up. The tight top hugged her body, exposing her flat stomach and navel. The pure white skirt rested around her waist and covered only half of her thighs. The white stockings covered her long legs, with the color of her skin faintly visible through them. One thing is still missing. Natsuki stepped forward and gathered her long blonde hair. He quickly tied it into a high ponytail. Not bad. Natsuki nodded. The current Nono resembled a lively and youthful university student from his previous world. It was completely different from her usual appearance as a gentle and caring wife. However, just as Nono had said, this outfit was more suitable for Kushina. Nono's expression was too gentle, weakening its youthful impression. Natsuki stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. He extended his hand and gently stroked her thigh through the white stocking. The soft sensation made him reluctant to let go. Nono's body trembled uneasily. She tilted her head slightly and pressed her soft lips against Natsuki's neck. The warm breath spilling from her lips caused Natsuki to swallow. His hand moved upwards and he lifted Nono into his arms. Nono subconsciously wrapped both arms around his neck while her stocking-covered feet left the ground. She raised her eyes and looked at Natsuki. Her beautiful eyes were filled with moisture. A tearing sound rang out. The newly purchased white stockings were torn. 2 hours later. Natsuki closed the door and left the room. He turned around and could not help freezing. Kushina was standing at the end of the corridor. For a moment, Natsuki felt awkward. After thinking briefly, he walked over. How long have you been standing there? Natsuki extended his hand and stroked her head. You were too loud. Kushina curled her lips. Natsuki paused, then finally realized the problem. Because Nono had new clothes and white stockings, he had forgotten to set up a barrier. Beauty had clouded his judgment. Fortunately, only Kushina was present. Had Tsunade also been here like before, he and Nono might have needed to flee Konoha overnight. I do not think she is as good as me. Kushina suddenly spoke. What? Natsuki subconsciously looked at her. Kushina's face immediately turned red. You really are a greedy little kitten. Natsuki could not help laughing. I am not. Kushina turned her head away and refused to look at him. Looking at her, a bold thought appeared in Natsuki's mind. Could she and Nono become sisters in the truest sense? Natsuki felt it was entirely possible. I am hungry, Natsuki. Kushina looked at him again. Let us go to the kitchen. Natsuki stepped forward, bent down, and lifted her into his arms. I am actually hungry. Kushina paused, then suddenly realized what he might be thinking and quickly clarified. And you still claim you are not a greedy little kitten? Natsuki raised his left hand and lightly slapped her fair thigh. It is all your fault. I was not like this before. Realizing that she had misunderstood him, Kushina's face turned bright red. The two arrived in the kitchen. Natsuki prepared a simple bowl of ramen for Kushina. After eating her fill, Kushina took the initiative to press herself against him. After thinking for a moment, Natsuki had her change into black stockings. Another 2 hours passed. Natsuki finally returned to Konoha's main camp. However, the moment he sat down, Mikoto wrapped herself around him. What a difficult life. Natsuki shook his head and could only face her directly. To be continued. One bonus chapter will be released for every 200 power stones. You can read the ahead chapter on Pat if you're interested. patreon.com/blownleaves. Just remove the hyphen to access normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.